is in action against Bowen Morgan of New Zealand. Your commentators John Harker and Jim Watt.
From Denmark was Benjamin, from Hungary Roland Juhas, and from Turkey
he was
Sina.
an electrician. Benson, he's had time off work the last year and a half to get ready for these games.
In the red corner, representing New Zealand, Bowen Morgan. And in the blue corner, representing Scotland, a referee in charge from Brazil, Jones Kennedy Silva de Rosario.
So the Kiwi Morgan in the red, Lewis Benson, the Scot in the blue. Morgan's a bit of a switch hitter. He's a natural southpaw, but you'll see him switch stances during the fight. He does it often. He started natural and went back to southpaw.
Well, he knows what tactics are required here against the taller man, and he's making Benson look a little bit ungainly in the early stages here. Benson has to find a way to find himself some room. That's the way you do it, with good solid shots from the back foot. Benson needed a box off against the fellow he beat in the national finals as the champion to gain his place here. He repeated the victory, so I'm sure he'll be confident, but this is a little tearaway he's facing here.
He's going to keep coming forward, isn't he, Morgan?
Yeah, I think Benson's woken up a little bit now.
See, Morgan's footwork's pretty interesting. He switches but doesn't stay for long. Or at least that's what he's done so far. He's mostly been in an orthodox stance, but then he'll switch and go automatically, you know, one or two punches later straight back.
Yeah, I sometimes wonder if the guys who do that have done a little bit of kickboxing in their earlier days. I don't know about this young man. He's taking a few as he comes forward, and he's missing a little bit. But the constant pressure will certainly be taking something out of Benson's tank. Benson's getting off the cleaner punches, maybe. But just struggling to keep this fellow under control.
It's not a fight that's going to lack action, is it? You wonder how long Morgan can keep up this sort of pace.
You know, sometimes when you're the pressure fighter, there's the other guy who runs out of steam because he's been forced to work when he doesn't want to work. So it's good tactics, especially if you're facing a man who's a bit more cultured than you. So I would imagine this hectic pace may well take more out of Benson because of that. You know, he's been made to work, he's been made to throw punches when he's not set to throw them.
Yep.
And that takes energy. If you're relaxed and throwing punches when you decide, everything's fine. But this is hot. I think he's got home with the more scoring punches, Benson. But at times he's looked uncomfortable.
It's a pretty good first round.
Excellent.
I think you could argue that for either one of them, but do you lean towards Benson?
I lean towards Benson with the cleaner punches landed, but the work rate of Morgan can well have impressed the judges. I'm interested to see what the judges liked here. You know, he was taking punches as he was coming forward, you know, and missing wildly at times. In amateur boxing, you know, sometimes they lean towards the more cultured, if you like, which may be unfair to Morgan. But I'm looking forward to see how the judges like that. That one kind of landed the back of the head a little bit. Yeah.
Yep, all gone for Benson.
The same as me. I just thought the cleaner punching would impress the amateur judges.
Second round.
So round 2. Bowen Morgan from New Zealand in the red. Lewis Benson, the Scot. They love their boxing here in Glasgow. They love a stoush.
Sorry, John. If I was Benson, I'd be looking to win the first couple of rounds here, because this little guy looks like he has a terrific engine, and he looks as though he can do this all night long. So, you know, get the job done in the first couple of rounds, and then maybe coast a bit if you have to in the last round. He looks a bit more relaxed in this round, Benson.
Yeah,
maybe not the same intensity.
He's found his range with the jab a bit better.
Oh, great shot.
That was a fantastic shot.
I don't think in amateur boxing they scored big on knockdowns. That virtually was a knockdown. The ropes kept him up. I think in amateur boxing they just look upon it as a one punch, whereas in pro boxing that wins you the round.
Yeah.
So, but I would say that's what the judges are going to remember. So Benson's got to have to come up with something as good, if not better. That must have taken something out of him. That was a big punch.
Like the little work in there from Morgan as well inside. Just kept busy to the body. And he's, well, for a moment, he's taken the crowd out of this fight as well. They've got very silent. Their local boy.
I think Benson's still feeling the effects of that punch. You know, his legs don't look as strong as they were. He's taken another little right hand there.
And now the crowd trying to lift him. Another left hand. Oh. He's going to keep coming, Morgan.
Well, he's producing the eye-catching punches in this round.
That little overhand right there was a nice one as well.
Yeah, but I think he's knocked the fight out of Benson with that one single big punch. He's looking for it again here.
Benson trying to move and just counter, keep him off with the jab.
See, if his legs are not feeling right, then you're not getting any leverage into your own punches. I just feel he's maybe recovering from it now, but I think that had a lasting effect, that big punch from Morgan.
Well, even those punches there, the pace is not gone. Morgan needs to get back inside. So it's going to be a very interesting third round.
Yeah, well, I've liked what Morgan did in that round, and his trainer agrees. That was a terrific effort. I got the impression in the opening round that Morgan could do this all night long. That was a terrific punch. Bang. See, bang on the jaw, and you can see the look in Benson's eyes as he took the punch.
And he was lucky it didn't happen centre ring.
Yeah, that was a powerful punch, and I think it took him a little while to get out of his system. His legs looked a little bit shaky for a good full minute afterwards.
Yep.
So that they see it the same as me. Yep, so it's all on the last round.
So we're locked up. Well, did you hear that? I hope you did at home. The fight is yours, don't throw it away. That was the instruction from the, hardly an instruction, the statement from the trainer for the New Zealander. And we're locked up at 19 points apiece. Owen Morgan. He's going to keep on coming forward. Lewis Benson's legs look a little sharper now. The rest has been good.
I think Benson needs to find a little bit of snap. There's a good right hook. Benson forced to take. He needs some snap in the punches. There's no good throwing don't hit me punches at this fellow. They won't keep him off. So he either needs to get some snap in the punches or more movement.
Well, just as you're saying it, Jim, those two jabs that he just threw, they're just pushes. They were nothing. They're just pushes. Please stay off me punches. As you say, don't hit me punches. And Morgan's going to walk straight through those, as he's just done.
That's what he's doing, yep. Now, this is impressive stuff. Morgan wants to win it, and he's putting it on the line. Benson's going to have to do the same. Needs to find some leverage.
Oh, there's not a lot behind that right hand. He's walked into another
body
decent left.
shot.
Yeah, good body shot.
When you're struggling already, you don't like those body shots. I always feel, John, if you want to win a fight on the back foot, you've got to do it convincingly. And Benson, not all that convincing to me at the moment on the back foot. No, he's vulnerable when he's throwing punches, Benson, and that is dangerous against this little buzzsaw.
Yeah, he's not getting his right hand back quickly enough, is he? And that left hook's done a lot of damage. And again, that's just a push. That left hand, there's nothing left. There's nothing left with that left hand at all.
Nah, these are good punches coming back from Morgan. This is really a good performance. He's turned things around, and he's not allowing Benson to turn it back.
The crowd liked that, but it missed.
He's been caught cleanly far too many times, Benson. I think even in the old scoring system, he'd be struggling here. Sometimes at the end of a tough 3-rounder, you think to yourself, who deserves to get through here? And I'm Scottish, but you know what? I feel maybe Morgan's just the man who's put that little bit more into this. Can't fault either man. I won't argue whichever way it goes. But this has been non-stop action for 3 rounds. This has been terrific. They can both be proud.
That's a terrific fight. You get the feeling that Morgan's probably just shaded the local hope.
Yeah, Morgan was on his case all the way through, and we saw too many of those clean punches. When Benson was throwing punches, he was vulnerable, his head was too high, and we saw that so often. There it is again. Okay, that was the kind of wrist part of the glove, but it all created the impression, and the impression was that Morgan was in the driving seat. We'll see if the judges' scorecard reflects that.
So neither one of them looks overly confident. They know it's tight.
We go to the scorecards. We have a split decision in favour of the winner through to the next round in the red corner. Representing New Zealand, Morgan.
Well, it's hard to argue with.
Well, I'm patriotic as the next man, John, but that's the way I saw it. Couldn't argue with that.
So Bowen Morgan through to the round of 16. Great win for the Kiwi.
Good win for Bowen Morgan in the boxing. And next on the Games channel, we are going back to the National Hockey Centre at Glasgow Green to pick up where we left off with Australia against Wales. It was 6-0. It hasn't stopped there. For the defending champions, that was Georgina Parker, scoring her second goal of the game to make it 7-0. It's become a stroll in the sun for the Australians, and this was their 8th goal. And Jodie Kenny, having scored a hat-trick earlier on, matched by Georgina Parker. And that made it 8-0. Georgia Nanskawan scored their next goal, and that is now Australia 9, Wales 0. So let's head back to the boxing hall now. It's another welterweight bout in the round of 32, and this time it's Memusi Teswege of Botswana against Kekole Paneng of Lesotho.
Contest number 9, ladies and gentlemen.
Scott Fitzgerald and Lewis Benson.
Boxers to the ring.
And for this session, this is the final welterweight fight. We're in the round of 32. All up 31 welterweights entered into this competition, qualified through. And this boy's having his birthday today. Kekoli Peneng turns 27 today. From Lesotho. And Lesotho, of course,
Now, ladies and gentlemen, still in the men's welterweight 69 kilo division, our judges are
a good boxing pedigree.
Croatia, Martin Tadic. From England,
Moses
Daniel
Kopo.
Furman. From Wales, David Mark Williams. From Colombia, we have Armando Carmenel. And from Azerbaijan, Rovshan Hasnov. Introducing in the red corner, representing Botswana, Musi Swiche. And in the blue corner, representing Lesotho, Kokole Pane.
Mamusi Swiche is 23 with not a great deal of experience.
Our referee for this one from Argentina, Gerardo Boggi.
He's fought a couple of times at the All-African Championships, but Peneng at 27. Been around a little lot longer. He made his debut almost a decade ago.
Run one.
And we're underway. Peneng in the blue, Swiche in the red.
Well, this is the first southpaw orthodox encounter we've had. Sometimes they can become untidy. Hopefully not here.
Well, the leading, of course, the front foot can get in each other's road. And you'll probably see the boy in blue try and constantly move to his left to get onto the outside of the left hand of his opponent. But if you move one way all fight, you'll get found out.
Yeah, well, the southpaw likes to move in an anti-clockwise direction. The orthodox is the opposite. So quite often the upper hand is the guy who can make the fight go in his direction and get his leading hand outside the other. But Schwieger is just trying to overwhelm Peneng here, I think, in the early stages.
A little sloppy start so far.
Yeah, Schwieger, he's not using the southpaw stance to any advantage because he's just swinging punches from long range. So he's not posing any great problems for Peneng, apart from the pace that he's setting and the fact that he's prepared to take the initiative, which he certainly is.
Peneng at the moment not doing enough with his jab to keep him off. He keeps moving backwards, but he's got to get that jab out and do something other than just there. He's waving it a little as opposed to throwing with any real venom. Not throwing at the target, just waving it in front.
Well, a lot of wasted energy so far in this one. We haven't seen too much of that. Just maybe over anxious, a little bit too eager, or maybe settle down. But, I think Tweedy just produced slightly the better boxing. There we go.
Yeah.
Nice defensive work there, countering.
Got himself out of the corner quickly too, didn't he?
Yeah, it's beginning to settle down now, that's good. Just too much enthusiasm sometimes.
Pretty tight first round.
Yeah, it was. I leaned slightly towards Sweden from Botswana. But really, it was scrappy for the first 2.5 minutes. So the judges can see it how they like. I won't argue with them.
Taking more time as I get to hit that good. Start there. Start. How's that? Keep that to
Yep, they've seen it that way. This is the last of our. They've been. I tell you what, they've been noisy, haven't they? The crowd support's been good. I don't know who's producing that high-pitched scream, I suppose, is the only way you can describe it. It's been...
No, I think that the crowd have reacted well. The quality's been good, and the crowd have loved it. And they've been very impartial, which I'm quite proud about. I thought when the English boxer come out, Scott Fitzgerald, the place was full of English people when I heard the reception, but then when the Scots guy boxed, it was... So obviously they're giving the English boxers a terrific hand, and that's the kind of crowd that we want here. That's terrific. This is an amateur sport. Everyone's here to do their best. Let's enjoy it. Oh, just losing his balance there.
If you can pick up that scream in the back, that's... I hope you can, because here at ringside, it's spectacular. It's a great voice. So Penang in the blue and Sweejay in the red. Do you think it's a horn, do you?
It sounds like a whistle, yeah. It sounds like a whistle. I'm not quite sure what it is.
I reckon it's... my money's on it being a voice. There are some whistles out there as well, though.
Well, if it's a voice, I'm glad I'm not married to it.
Could break some glasses, that's for sure. So Sweejay took the first round. Boxing in the red.
Those were two lovely counters. Penang knew, I think he'd lost the opener. He's trying to press himself here, just walked on to two lovely punches. Just have to think about skill. Work rate's important, but think about your skills.
And this is what often happens where you see the two of them there sort of waving their arms, their jabs at each other, is because, you know, when you're standing in a natural stance against the southpaw, you often can't find a way if you don't move to get through.
He just lost his way there, the referee giving him a warning for turning round. But I thought he was thinking, if I don't turn round, if I turn back again, I'm going to get punched. I think he did the right thing.
Yeah, they're both just standing across from each other at the moment. Neither one of them beginning to move to try and get on the outside of the other's jab.
I think Sweejay has got the slightly better idea of the two.
Well, I think if they stay like that, it's going to help Sweejay anyway.
Yeah, I think so too. This pace suits him. He's now using the southpaw stance a bit more of an advantage, which he wasn't doing there, the good left hand there. Yeah, he's just producing the tidier work. Just seems to have the better idea. But I don't think we're looking, unless we see some improvement at the medal winner, the gold medal winners here. Just a little bit scrappy, a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, we'll see more welterweights in the second session, but we've already seen some pretty impressive performances. Nice little counter.
Yeah, Sweezy's just giving the idea, the perception that he's got a slightly better idea of how to go about this. On the front foot now.
And round two, a round that's probably gone the way of the boy from Botswana, Sweejay.
Yeah, he's picking some nice punches here and there. Mistakes being made. by Paneng and forced a couple of good punches of his own, as you can see. But I lean towards Sweetie. That's where he made the mistake, did the right thing. No one's going to hit you in the back of the head here. I see they've got the ice pack on his shoulder, John, and he kind of complained when he got back to the corner. So he's obviously knocked something out of the shoulder. I hope it's not the rotator cuff problem. Don't think it will be, but he seems to be in some discomfort there.
So going into the third round, and Sweetie in the red from Botswana is 2 points up. Leads this fight 2018 against Paneng. Southpaw versus natural. Sweetie fighting out of that southpaw stance.
Yeah, Paneng giving it a go, as he knows he has to do. But he's walking onto punches. Nice little left hand he walked onto there.
Quick hands to Sweetie there as well. Bit of tape had come loose.
I just don't think Paneng has ever really adapted to the problems that Sweetie has set. You know, he's doing pretty much the same things as he was doing in the opening round. They weren't working then. It's just he needs to adapt. I don't think he's capable of it.
And there's just not quite enough movement to his right. He needs to have the jab coming out, moving a bit more to his right. Sweetie now isn't concerned about his jab, so he's walking straight through it.
Yep.
We saw a moment ago when he backed right up into Sweetie's corner.
And the tempo is too low key as well to knock Sweetie out of his comfort zone. So, but I mean, we have to gauge the capabilities of boxers. You know, the young kids, they're not the finished article by any means, so we don't want to be overcritical. Now I thought that was just a stumble. Yeah, I don't think a punch caused the knockdown there.
No,
it just looked like, you know, as if the knees or something came together there.
Yeah, I think the leading leg, the punch looked more like it landed on his shoulder.
Yeah.
As we're inside the last minute, get a nice little counter there, but he's just getting more, and as he gets more and more desperate, Paneng is getting more sloppy.
Yeah, I think Sweetie is just kind of keeping his nose in front, just doing the right thing. He's not getting involved. You know, as though he feels the job is done and don't muck it up.
And for this session, this will be the last of the welterweight fights. It was a winning contest. Sweetie will make his way through.
Yep, I mean, all the way through you just felt he was the cuter of the two. Didn't use the southpaw stance to much of an advantage in the early stages, but once the pace settled, I mean, he was a little bit disjointed at times, they both were. They always just seemed to have that little bit more composure, landed the better quality punches, so I would certainly be sending him through.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have our judges' scores all in agreement. The winner by unanimous decision now through to the next round. In the red corner, representing Botswana, Musi Sweetie.
So he's through to the round of 16.
And please, your appreciation from Lesotho, Kokole Paneng.
And next up, you should get ready.
We're on the move again from Glasgow back to Carnoustie. There was success for Singapore in the women's 10-metre air pistol earlier, and joy for India this time around in the men's equivalent. And back at Carnoustie, we await the presentation of the medals. News of that hockey match. It finished 9-0. Australia against Wales, 9-0. Hat-tricks for Jodie Kenny and Georgina Parker. But now the medals in the men's 10-metre air pistol.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the men's 10-metre air rifle.
Well, what a battle it was for the 10-metre air rifle title. These are the three that outlasted everybody else. 2 shootouts, what a final we had. And in the sunshine of the Barry Budding shooting range, the medal ceremony is about to get underway.
The medals will be presented by the Secretary General of the International Shooting Sport Federation, or the ISSF, Herr Franz Schreiber of Germany.
Franz Schreiber, the General Secretary of the governing body, the ISSF, will be presenting the medals.
Chair of the Scottish Target Shooting Federation, Brigadier Alan Olsted, CBE.
Oh, these athletes just want to get onto the podium, especially the youngster, Dan Rivers, 23 years of age.
The winner of the bronze medal, representing England, Daniel Rivers.
Here he is, being interviewed by the press just as he was walking out, and he was telling everybody, "I'm overjoyed, absolutely mental." Well, he can calm down now and take the medal, bronze medal then for England and for Dan Rivers. Two shoot-offs. Didn't manage to get through the second one, which would have decided the silver. That instead went to the man who held his nerve, Abdullah Baki, the 24-year-old from Bangladesh.
And the winner
A
of
bronze
the silver medal,
in Delhi
representing
in the pairs.
Bangladesh, Abdullah Baki.
He's got one better here. The man who carried the Queen's baton in Bangladesh now can take back to his homeland a silver medal. But what to say about the man who will take yet another gold medal, his 5th Commonwealth gold medal, Abhinav Bindra. Some may laugh at his methods. He is a perfectionist, it has to be said.
With a score of 205.3, representing India, Abhinav Bindra.
A man of few words, but his actions speak volumes. Abhinav Bindra, yet again, the man who's an Olympic gold medalist, a 5 times now Commonwealth Games gold medalist. How long will he go on? Still only 31 years of age. When he was young, he admitted in his autobiography, he used to shoot bottles and balloons off the heads of some of his friends. Well, it was obviously good training and stood him in good stead to stand on the top step of the podium.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of India.
Jana Gana Mana, the Indian national anthem, the first time we've heard it here, but you suspect, given the strength of the squad,
Ladies and gentlemen,
not the
once
last
again,
time.
a huge round of applause for our medalists.
Dan Rivers with the bronze, Abdullah Baki with the silver, and once again gold for Abhinav Bindra.
So more medals at Carnoustie, and let's head back now to the rhythmic gymnastics. It's the individual all-around final, continuing with commentary from Steve Robiliard and also Vincent Woldak and Liz Chetkovich.
Lauren Brash of Scotland, sole Scottish competitor in the all-around final.
She said she was inspired by watching Vicky Clow in Delhi, and now she's ahead of her, so that's the way of the world, isn't it? Clever choice of music. So often that the competitors think about the country they're competing in. We saw Vera Koslavska with the Mexican hat dance way back when, and we've seen that tradition carry on. This music is certainly inspired folk music. Little full pirouette with the catch behind the back. Slight mistiming on the throw. She's just got a little freshness about her. She's very nice to watch, even though she's not in the running for a medal here today. She certainly maximises the performance aspect. She's very sweet.
Well, what an opportunity it is to be on this stage. A really different interpretation of Donald. Where's your trousers? It's the way to work the audience, Vince.
Yes, gymnasts that can make mistakes and cover up have a special quality, and I think she might be one of those. Just minimise the damage. She's Scotland's future for this sport. I expect her to be Scottish champion in the next year. This will have developed her confidence infinitely. Look at that wonderful reach under. I bet these guys don't have a soft handshake.
You wouldn't want to mess them with a pair of clubs in their hands, would you?
No, that's right.
Doing everything they say.
Lauren Brash, 12.45 in qualifying with the clubs. He's such a popular performer here. And 11.4 this time around. Well, Frankie Jones working her way perhaps towards an all-around medal.
I think she is the gymnast that I will most remember at this competition, even if she's not the one that has done the absolutely best routines. Led her team to a team medal. the Swan Song event. Tap dance and applause theme. Everyone realises they can be a part of it. Secure. Ingenious choreography.
Well, it's a bold choice of music. Click It, it's called, and it works delightfully for Frankie Jones.
Imagine how many pieces of music they have to listen to search for ideas and inspiration.
Well, for me, I love that routine. I'm with you, Vince. Just something captivating about her performance, but this is her best apparatus. She's the only other gymnast to have scored in the 15s, and it was really performed to her maximum. I like the way the apparatus seemed to be just an extension of her body, and she took so many risks, and they all paid off for her. Just the club in the small of her back as she holds that position so perfectly. Side scale. Lovely technique, and I think my heart was in my mouth just watching that last throw. I was hoping that she was going to catch it, and I think she's very pleased with that performance, and I would be surprised, dare I say it, if it doesn't hit in the 15s again.
And the score comes in just under 15, 14-7. That's the judges a bit tough.
Must have seen something that we didn't see. Of course, they're the experts, but I love that routine.
3/10 less on execution, so there was some difficulty. They didn't award.
Laura Halford was sitting in second position behind Patrycja Bezubenko after 2 rotations. If you believe in a thing called scoreboard pressure, there's some on now for Halford.
What's interesting is that the Cypriots seem to have dropped off the pace, and the Welsh have come up. So a playful start to the routine. Throw from behind with a double chaîné turn. Messy in that double penché. I think she was supposed to be doing a triple, but didn't quite make it all the way around.
Laura Halford trying to hold on to a top 3 position here, and her fans in the crowd doing their best to not just encourage her, but let the judges know they thought they saw a terrific performance. It was good, but how good?
Well, one quality she's got is consistency. Yesterday, 13.5, 5.8 on difficulty, 7.7 execution. She's going to need more than that. feature in the medals. Precise in all her movements.
Placement of the apparatus is quite novel.
I like that word you used, playful, for her beginning choreo. She certainly brings her youth alive. Such a live gymnast. Does really fit the sport.
Laura Halford slips in behind Jones now into third position with a 14.5.
It's a big jump from yesterday.
Yes, that's a full mark ahead, isn't it? So it's a massive improvement for Halford. Needed it with that apparatus. All right, Pantalida Theodulu. Might have expected the two girls from Cyprus to be sitting higher in the rankings. See if they can lift right here.
Well, they've been good, but they haven't been absolute wow. It certainly was a long day, but if you want to feature in the all-around, you've got to be at your absolute best. As they say, it's no good winning training. Multiple chenets and catch. Flick, walk over. That's nice. Quality balance. Over into the catch. It's good, it's really good and sharp. There's just a little something missing, in my opinion.
Pantalida Theodulu giving us a little Gypsy Kings flavour to the afternoon's competition. She's made the club's final with the sixth best score. There was a 14.375. Something in the 14s, but just give her a shot at all-around medal.
She's very performance-oriented in this routine, but I'm with you, Vince. I think there was a little bit of precision missing in places. Just the coordination just not quite there, just the awkwardness where she put the club onto the foot. All small things, but each small thing adding up to collectively bigger execution deductions.
That's right, it's a good 14 routine in my opinion, but it just lacks that minor finesse to push for more. Let's see how the judges saw it.
And Theodulu gets a 14.3. That pushes her into fourth position, but some good gymnasts to come, including both the Malaysians and her teammate Tamida Christodoulidu, who's up next.
Very high throw from behind the back. And an early mistake in this routine wrist throw from the back of the knee. Clubs are a lot easier to drop than some of the other apparatus. They're smaller, of course, and less margin for error. Good balance. The major body elements we're looking at are leaps, pivots and balances, or rotations as they call them for their pivots, and they could be rotations on the foot or rotations such as rolling on the floor. That's one of the rotations. Oh, and another mistake here, so really girls from Cyprus pushing themselves further away from medal chance.
Well, in hot competition like this, mistakes like that from Vanita Christodoulou enough to push her out of the medals, as much as her supporters might like to think otherwise. Competition's too tough to accommodate those mistakes.
Well, the two Welsh girls must be thinking after 3 events there's a chance of 2 medals. Don't be hasty. Such an unfortunate slip.
It would be marvellous if Wales does win a medal. They haven't won an all-around medal before. In fact, as of yesterday, only 3 gymnastics medals in total, so they're really doing so well.
Liz, let's not get carried away. We're not going to win all around.
No, but they're going to win an all-around medal.
Okay.
I think it's safe to say.
Well, don't count your chickens, but they can certainly be optimistic. Now there's that reach behind second slip.
I think the Malaysians might have something to say about it too, Liz.
Yes, I think at least one Welsh is going to sneak in there, I feel.
Christodoulou, 13.075, so she's certainly been penalised for the mistakes we saw. Next to go, Danielle Prince of Australia.
Prince, one of the most eye-catching gymnasts. Triple chaînés. Every time we admire the height and quality of her leaps. Catch after the walkover and rolls. Lovely releve onto toe after the walkover. Fully committed to the music and choreography.
Danielle Prince having a very solid competition, but she's not a medal contender in this one. Does have Commonwealth Games gold though from the team competition 4 years ago.
She should score better for that routine. I think she had problems with it in the qualification. Nice high throw with the double chainés and a little cartwheel with the optional leg position. A little very nice routine. Lots happening. Passing the clubs underneath during the leap. Trapping the club with the other club. Extraordinary position.
And Prince came into the third rotation in 11th position.
13.7 her target to beat. Yesterday.
Doesn't quite manage that. 13.325. It is the best score of the day, though. One of the crowd favourites, one of ours too. Grace Lahote back onto the floor with the clubs.
Beautiful opening, high on releve with that triple turn in attitude position. And once again, we're seeing gymnasts drop at the beginning of the routine. Maybe their coordination's all off a little bit. So from an artistry point of view, this music, the leotard and the whole presentation of the routine matches very well. Oh, serious mistake. She's going to take the replacement apparatus rather than leave the floor. And a big problem here because she's left one of her clubs on the floor, so now technically she has 3 apparatus on the floor simultaneously.
That's a messy one for the judges to have to sort out.
Yeah, she should have replaced the other one, put it outside the floor area. Obviously she wanted to have matching clubs. And all the associated problems with having to run and replace the apparatus. You're missing elements.
And even the familiarity with her own clubs, Liz, how much does that play into it in a situation like that?
Well, I'm sure that it feels a little bit different. They're all slightly differently built. And the body language says a lot, doesn't it?
And the crowd can see that. Yeah, I'm sensing that they're trying to lift her and encourage her to see how disappointed she is and say, well, no, we enjoyed it. No, there were mistakes there. Don't feel so bad. You know, but easy for them to say.
Liz, I think that final throw, she connects the clubs. And with the replacement apparatus, it seemed like they wouldn't join.
Yes, that's probably, they do are able to put the clubs together somehow sometimes. I see the ends of the clubs connected. And that's where she drops the first time.
Well, we've seen equipment disappear out of the floor a couple of times before, but rarely replacement equipment needed, but it's always there.
Hopeful at this point that she can retrieve it. And now watch how she just leaves the club there. She's not thinking.
Are they going to find some part of the rule book that says 3 clubs on the route on the floor at once?
Yeah, I think
she didn't even want to go to the kiss and cry area. She went to leave the floor, and one of the officials said, I'm sorry, you do have to sit here while we find a score for you. And she's so disappointed. wants to go, and now she can leave with a score of 10.75.
Rubbing salt in the wound, just let it go.
So it's about a 0.5 deduction there when the original apparatus is still in the floor area.
Hard to move past that, but we do with Amy van Rooyen, fellow South African.
Side scale ticks the first balance box to show 9 difficulties. 0.3, the first mistake. Nice flip of the clubs. Constant movement of the clubs during the pivots. Nice over the shoulder. Pivots or pirouettes. You rhythmic experts out there, apologies, I've referred to them as spins on occasions. Wonderful energy, enjoying every second. So she should. All around Commonwealth Games. Final, she's there, a part of it.
18-year-old student from the University of Pretoria. Had to have been aware of the problems Lahote had ahead of her. So it was difficult to go and perform with that somewhere in the back of her mind.
But that's a crucial skill that gymnasts learn, to try not to be influenced by other things that have gone on before you.
Double chaîné turn under the large throw. Just fails to catch that hoop club rather at the last moment, and we have seen quite a lot of drops in this all-round final, and in particular in the clubs.
I think it's more about the apparatus than the fact we're sort of 3/4 of the way through the competition, Liz.
Yeah, I think the clubs are very tricky to do, and you just need to get the spin on the right or the wrong angle. It's really, a lot of it's like juggling.
Nevertheless, a pretty strong twirl for Amy van Rooyen. And club's best score of the day for her. John Kamun, the sole competitor from Singapore, in the all-around final now.
Trains at Nanying Junior College in Singapore. Coaches Yu Ying and Pang Kyong. So far so good. She's well in control of the apparatus. All her body shapes are very strong, aesthetically pleasing, and she seems to have good technique with the apparatus. Smiley all-good finish to a pretty good routine.
There's something interesting going on with Tom Carmon, because she was the last qualifier to get into the all-around final, but she's going to have at least 2 or 3 underneath her, so she's having quite a steady, solid day. Just depends what happens here with the clubs and then, of course, the ribbon, but I think she can probably be quite proud of what she's achieving here.
Well, that's the objective when you make an all-around final, to try and creep up the ranks, put a couple of scalps behind you, and that means you're doing your best routines, and if anyone makes a mistake, you capitalise on that opportunity. She ranked 20th on this apparatus yesterday, 11.6, so that's her target. Lovely basics control in the walkovers. She gets my mark for the cute one.
and 11.8, so that's bettered her qualifying score by 2/10.
Very cute.
School holidays, of course, here. Along they come. It's a fantastic opportunity. Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. Take in top competition, have a big day out.
Steve, the difference in this venue to London 2012 is significant. This is far superior. Butterfly incorporated into the choreography. Wonderful fouette, pivots, stays high up on toe. Asymmetric throws. Oh, missed that catch. A straight .3. It's not immense.
Much more from the gymnastics at the SECC to come over the course of day 2. We'll update you on these results as they come in. But for now, we're going to break away and head across to the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome for the men's 1,000 metre time trial in the B2 tandem, where Wales are first on the track.
And again, we see that this tandem bike is made by the Terry Dolan.
The most world-famous bike manufacturer when it comes to this kind of racing. Machines everywhere.
We've seen a lot of them during this competition.
Certainly have.
So you can just see they're giving a bit of a pull on the pedals just to make sure that the feet are in there as tight as they can possibly be.
So this is the first pair in the men's para sport 1,000 metre time trial. Matt Ellis, piloted by Yayan Williams. 1,000 metre time trial, 4 laps of the track. Big effort to get the gear moving there. Matt Ellis then originally lived near Hereford, only in cycling for 2 years, and he got a silver medal in the World Cup International meet in Newport, South Wales. And Yayan Williams at the front here, who was piloted 38 years of age from Cardiff, and he has been a European Masters champion. Let's keep an eye on the split. 19.641 for the first lap. 33.371, and they're going well, these two. This could be quite an impressive time, coming up to the 3/4 distance. bell lap. Beginning to hurt a little bit now as Matt Ellis, piloted by Ian Williams, power their way down the back straight. They lost their line a little bit there, but let's keep an eye on the clock here. They lost the line again, just going outside of the red line, which is costing them, but it's still a good time. 1:04.095. And that is the time for Matt Ellis of Wales. And as there's never been an event before, that is the Commonwealth Games record.
Well, they look like they're in pain. These type of races over 1 kilometre, they're the hardest they get in terms of actual pain after they stop. The lactic acid in the legs is really difficult to tolerate.
Well, the world record is a sub 62nd, but it is at altitude, Aqua Calientes earlier in the year, and the time is 59.460, but I think we could match this more against the sea level time, and the former world record time was a 1:01.3 set at the London Olympics, okay, by Faki and Story. So if you start thinking about that, that is a pretty good time.
Yeah, they look good out there. I saw a shake of the head by the pilot there to the coach. I don't know what that was about, but certainly a good time to start off this competition.
Would have placed him 8th in the World Championships this year. And remember, that's a sea level time as well. We were talking to Victoria Pendleton a little earlier in the day about riding a tandem on the track, and she certainly was not exactly very keen on it. I think she said she'd done it once, it frightened her.
Well, it is quite frightening to be on the back of a tandem if you're used to being in control, being able to steer your way around the track. When you're on the back of a tandem, you don't have any control of where the bike's going. You just have to kind of go with the flow. It's certainly not easy.
Well, we switch to Northern Ireland for our next athletes. This is James Brown. There he is. Look at that big fella pumping the crowd up. He's up for this. 49 years of age. James Brown at the front from Portaferry. He's competed in 5 winter and summer Paralympics. That's some record.
It's definitely got a huge record of Palmares.
There he is. James Brown then at the back, and his pilot at the front here, Dave Riedel. Big fella, actually. Riedel selected 12 years after tearing his pectoral muscle prior to the Commonwealth Games trials for the shot put. The big lad from Northern Ireland on the front, educated at Stafford University. He's a PE teacher at Gateacre School. That's the pilot here, James Brown. So, in fact, Riedel, I should say. So James Brown then, the athlete here, 49 years of age. Opened his account in the 1984 Paralympics. Losing the line a little bit there. He got a gold in the 800 and 1500 for athletics, and he did the Winter Games skiing and biathlon. That's James Brown. Now what they're going to stop the clock at. As quick as the first pair. Here they come up to the line. Let's have a look at the closeout with James Brown from Northern Ireland. Stopping the clock there on 1:09.413. A man that has done the Paralympic Games since 1984, 5 winter and summer. There he is then, the man on the back of that tandem, piloted by Dave Riedel. Riedel on the front there, the pilot. What a big fella he is.
Yeah, he is a big fella. He actually got into cycling to lose weight. He's probably turned a lot of that weight into muscle, because he's certainly a very strong, big rider. You see, they just came out of the red here. They lost their line a little bit. Very difficult to control those tandem bikes, especially when you're trying to get every single little bit of power out of the bike.
Yes, they opened up actually the first kilometre by Ellis at 19.6. It meant that with Brown, he was actually shy of that by over 3 seconds in the first kilometre. Well, you just don't make up that kind of ground. Finally ending up with a deficit of over 5 seconds. So we got 3 more tandems to go. And at the moment, the leader is Ellis of Wales with that 104.09. Now then, the first of the 2 Australian athletes taking part in this, and this is going to be Paul Kennedy. Paul Kennedy, 36 years of age. He's going to be piloted by Thomas Clark, who, can you believe it, he's almost half his age at 19. Paul Kennedy actually played goal ball for Australia in the Paralympics. And he got a bronze medal in the World Championships earlier this year for the kilometre.
Well,
Paul Kennedy, sorry, who we're looking at here on the back of this tandem, and he is piloted by Thomas Clark, just 19 years of age.
Now, Paul Kennedy, now 36 years of age. He's another one of the Australians that got into the sport through BMX, with a BMX background. That's where they get this really powerful start, because in BMX it's all about the first 4 or 5 seconds to get out of the gate. And we're probably going to see here a pretty explosive start by the 2 Australians.
Now, you're all right there. I mean, we've got 1 or 2 BMXers that have been actually used in training as the new replacements for our gate men in our team sprint squad. Eventually, our experiments didn't use the BMX man, and they used an accomplished track rider like Philip Hines, but there was at one time an opportunity for that. They are quick. We're on the countdown for the 3rd athlete here in the men's parasport 1,000 metre time trial. This is Paul Kennedy of Australia, and he's piloted by Thomas Clark. There they go, the time to beat. To go to the top of the leaderboard is 1:04.095. We'll soon get an idea with what kind of start they've made, because the opening lap by Ellis of Wales was 19.641. They're holding a good line and they're moving swiftly here. Look at this, 20.620. Well, that's the 2nd fastest opening lap. Just under a second slower than Ellis of Wales, but that could all change because they're on top of the gear now. Here they come steaming back to the next split. They're still 2nd, 34.767. Both working hard, very hard indeed here. Paul Kennedy, the athlete here, getting encouragement from the coach. Still 2nd, 49.376. They've lost time on Ellis, so the distance is beginning to tell now, and it's looking like Ellis of Wales will still remain as the leader. But what can the Australian finally do? There's his time, 1:05.261. So the time for Paul Kennedy puts him into 2nd place at the moment. They never quite got on terms with Ellis of Wales from the start, but it was a very impressive display of power strength, and they were in unison all the way.
It was quite a consistent ride. You can see there they were only a little bit down on schedule, but they held their time throughout each lap.
Well, we've got 2 athletes to go, and the next man coming onto the track for Australia, Kieran Mudra, 42 years of age. He's one of the most famous of all the paracyclists. Well, this performance at the moment, Rochelle, by Ellis, guarantees Wales their 1st medal of the Games. he is guaranteed a medal of the Games. So that is their accounts open on the podium.
That's fantastic. They have to play the waiting game now, post the best time possible, and then just sit back and wait and see what the last rider does.
Well, his worst position could be a bronze, so he's still on the podium. Now then, we wait for the arrival on the track here then of Kieran Modra, 42. And a father of 3 children. He's actually done 7 Paralympic Games. That's some record. Here they are preparing. Now this is a formidable pair. Modra is the athlete here, and he got a raft of medals to his credit. He's won 5 golds and 4 bronze from 88 to 2012 in his appearances of 7 Paralympics. So that is the pedigree of Kieran Modra, but he has got a cracking pilot on the front of the bike here.
Yeah, Jason Niblett, also a gold medalist at the Commonwealth Games in the able-bodied competition.
Certainly.
In the team sprint, so he was a fine athlete.
He's actually a high-performance coach at the Adelaide Institute of Sport, so I am told he laughs at himself occasionally as he coaches himself. So this is the lineup then for Heat 4. Heat 4 of the men's parasport 1,000 metre time trial. This is Kieran Modra, 42 years of age. 7 Paralympic Games he's competed in from 88 to 2012, winning 5 golds and 4 bronze. He's won some medals in swimming, apart from his cycling. And his pilot here, Jason Niblett, 31 years of age, who got the gold medal for the team sprint in New Delhi. Here comes the opening lap. It's quick, 19.472. So Modra at the moment is the fastest, and they are moving. Modra and Niblett actually got the silver medal in the World Championships earlier this year, just beaten by the British pairing of Faki and Mitchell. They're still going well, 33.105. This is going to be an impressive time. There's no hint at all of fatigue creeping into the delivery of these two. 3/4 distance, 1 lap to go. 47.212. They are flying around the track here. Now then, what are they going to finish off with? Coming off the banking now, beginning to type a little bit, but they're getting near to the line. This is going to be the leading time easy. Oh, very impressive. 1:02.244, the best time of the competition. Very, very good indeed. So, Kieran Modra of Australia is now the new leader. Ellis of Wales lies second. Brown of Northern Ireland third. Just look at the starting technique here.
Well, Jason Niblett, he'd be an expert at that. And Kieran Modra on the back, the amount of power that's going through those pedals would be phenomenal. Jason Niblett only retired from able-bodied competition last year to become the pilot of Kieran Modra, and he's actually coaching athletes who are competing here at the Commonwealth Games.
But that's a pretty impressive tally of medals that Modra has won throughout his career.
Yeah, the amount of medals that Modra and Niblett between them have won is a really fantastic pair together.
And originally, sorry, from swimming again?
Yeah, Modra was from swimming. He had an injury with his knee and he decided to do cycling, and it became a mode of transport for him, and then he switched into elite competition.
And very successfully too. Well, there's only one athlete can deny Modra the gold medal. And when they announce him here onto the track, I think it's going to be unbelievable, because where does he come from? Scotland. It's Neil Faki. Neil Faki, MBE, 30 years of age, from Aberdeen. The current world champion. He won that gold medal earlier in the year, and he was then piloted by Peter Mitchell. Stand by, he's coming out on the track. It's a character. He was a member of the athletics team actually in Beijing, and he is actually a physics graduate.
Well, they said the disappointment of not getting on the podium there at the Beijing Olympics in the athletics is what turned him to cycling, and he had to go at cycling, and by September in that same year he was in the British program.
Well, with the man that's piloting him here. That's Craig McLean, who comes from the Highlands here in Scotland, up in Granton-on-Spey. This pair sealed the gold medal in the London Paralympics for this very event, the kilometre. Hello, and they were second in the sprint.
It's a bit of a scary helmet, isn't it?
Certainly. And who is it? It's Neil Facky. I told you he was a character. I had to interview him at our gala dinner evening, black tie dinner, and he was really funny. So there on the front is Craig McLean, carrying quite a lot of facial hair. And Craig McLean himself has won a silver medal at the Olympics for the team sprint. He's won a silver medal for the individual elite sprint as well, when he clinched that in Bordeaux in France. So that's a very good pilot. Yeah, he almost dwarfs Facky, doesn't he? Look at the size.
Absolutely. He's also a gold medalist at the Commonwealth Games back in 2006 in the team sprint.
That's right. So this is the 5th heat in the men's parasport 1,000 metre time trial, and this is the Scottish athlete, and that's Neil Facky, piloted by Craig McLean. Away they go, and these two won the gold medal in the London Olympics for this event. Now then, the leading time is 1:02.244, held by Kieran Mondra of Australia. He opened up with 19.472. Oh, look at that for an opening lap. 18.706. Then for Neil Facky, that is absolutely flying. Well, we must keep an eye on this. They are speeding around the track. Midway point, 32.014. That's only just shy of the world record that was set at altitude. They are literally roaring around the one of the track here. This will be the bell lap now. 7:50 distance, 1:46.259. They're still ahead. They're almost a second faster than Mondra of Australia. Facky on the back of this tandem, giving his total all as they come up to the line. He's that time, 1:02.096. They have won the gold medal. Scotland takes the gold medal, and Neil Facky celebrates. What a ride.
The crowd are on their feet. They love that. They've come alive. We saw on the start line there, the look of Facky and McLean on the start line, they meant business. And they've really delivered here for the crowd.
Oh, what a ride. And you know, I can tell you as well, Rochelle, that time of 1:02.096 at the World Championships in Aquatics earlier this year, which is at high altitude, would have actually won them the bronze medal. And that is a sea level ride. What a performance. Are you happy? I am.
2 thumbs up from the coach. They're happy. Craig McLean, he's still trying to get his breath back. He looks like he's in a little bit of pain. I don't know if that's a smile or a grimace, but that was a big, tough task.
It's a starting effort. Just talk us through that then.
Well, you can see how much power they're putting through the pedals here. Both of them, you saw in their eyes on the start line, they really meant business here.
Now then, what a storming time, 1:02.096. And that was some performance. You know, just settling with the hands on the centre of the bars, ready for the aerodynamic position. Faultless display of performance, stellar performance by the athlete here, Facky.
Oh, this is a magic feeling, isn't it, in the stadium here? Everybody's on their feet with the Scottish flags going crazy.
Yep, there'll be a blaze of colour. There they are, the Saltires are flying. That's the blue flag with a white cross. The national flag of Scotland, the Saltire.
You can see how many photographers are down there on the track. There's going to be a pause in the program now while there's some celebrations.
Coach absolutely loved it. Everybody did. There he is, big fella. You wouldn't argue with him, would you?
No.
Very helpful, actually. He had a chat with me about para racing the other day, and he was absolutely over the moon with it. So there they are. Oh, look at that, Billy Connolly. Oh,
he's up on his
loving
feet.
that. He's loving that. He's looking as much as to say, I can't believe what I've just seen. So there's Facky.
So more success there in the cycling for Scotland, and some success in the hockey, as you can see on your screens at the moment. Scotland's women in action there against Malaysia, and it's currently 1-0. Ailsa Wiley with that goal there against Malaysia over at Glasgow Green. We'll keep you updated on that as it develops. But for now, we're going to head back to the SECC and take up the gymnastics. It's the individual all-round final, and it's the ribbon event.
Here's the starting order for our last apparatus. And Scotland's Lauren Brash will go up first, and then the pressure's immediately on Frankie Jones and Laura Halford to try and hold on to those medal positions. They'll be followed by two other contenders, Theodulu and Krista Doolidoo. And Danielle Prince, Grace Lahotin, wish her better luck with her last apparatus, Amy van Rooyen. And you just wouldn't guess who's going up last. It is Bezubenko who's leading the competition, and not long before her, Posan and Kwon may be trying to recover and get into the medals. So it's going to be a fascinating last half an hour or so.
And this is a random draw.
Yes, it is a random draw, actually. They conducted in front of a group of people, so just the luck of the draw for her. She has the opportunity to bring it home.
Right, you're swamped with rhythmic knowledge. How's your upper body carriage, Steve?
You mean, have I got any ticker for the finish? I'm just looking forward to it. I love these moments in sport. There is no script. It's so unpredictable. Who steps up? Who can deliver when it matters most? Who's got the calmness between the ears when it matters?
That's certainly what it is, yeah.
And think about the outcome, just the process, which Lauren Brash will be trying to do.
The Scottish 15-year-old star of this event. Final piece. She's loved performing. She'll use this as a springboard for greater things, I've no doubt. Switch of hand on the catch of the ribbon. Crowd love it. She's rising to the occasion, even grinning on the spins. Got lots of work ahead of her. Balletic and flexibility.
Up goes the decibel count. Onto their feet they go. Particularly the Scots in the crowd here at the Hydro. Final performance from Lauren Brash, and for 15, she's really stood up. Sometimes think athletes in their mid-teens haven't learned self-doubt, Vince, and that helps.
That's a very astute observation. Employ a teenager while they know everything. That's one of my mottos.
This was undoubtedly her most confident performance, and she looked like she didn't have a care in the world, just going out there and enjoying the experience in front of a home crowd, probably with the apparatus she enjoys the most, and she took every opportunity to maximise her chances of a good score. The joy when she realises she's done her very best.
We sometimes joke that youth is wasted on the young. I don't think it is when you see a performance like that, and the sheer joy of competing that she seems to get.
A I don't think she can quite believe it. She's going to pinch herself tomorrow to see if it was all real.
And 11.325, the final scoring for Lauren Gray. She thanks the crowd. And relished her performances. She's the flag bearer for Wales, Frankie Jones. She's come into the games with all sorts of pressure and expectation, but she's carried it like it was no weight at all. But a mighty moment confronting her now.
The opportunity is all hers. Working the ribbon very strongly, 6 meters of fabric to keep moving. All the shapes they have to make, specific shapes have to be very clear and strong. And as they work the length of ribbon, they have to continue to do all the skills, the acrobatic skills, balances, leaps and jumps.
Oh, Frankie Jones delivers.
Well, that final 10 seconds, awe-inspiring stuff. How can a ribbon do that to a human being? Wonderful.
Well, she scored a 13.675 in qualifying for the all-around final, and that performance also will get her into the ribbon final. She's one of 3 competitors who's made all 4 apparatus finals. And this one will count for a lot if it gets her an all-around medal. Did she do enough?
That early ring pivot, she did fall out of slightly if we put a really critical eye on it. But I think she can sit on the kiss and cry couch and say, I did all I could. She really raised the game.
If she scores a high 13, I think she'll be fairly safe. We didn't see any scores in the 14s in the ribbon in the qualification round, so she's not far ahead of Halford.
Whoa! 14.2. Well, that is the best score we've seen on ribbon so far in 2 days of competition. Of course, she's only second up here in the last rotation for the ribbon, but that is an excellent score for Frankie Jones. And is it to be another medal for Wales?
She's an unemotive young lady. Holds it back.
And immediately, we've got another contender in Laura Halford.
And if she can deliver a strong routine, it'll be catch me if you can for the rest of the field, with the exception of Bezebenko, who is likely to be ahead.
But the irony is, Frankie is Laura Jones's idol.
The ribbon is definitely the most physically taxing of the 4 apparatus. Requires a lot of strong upper body movement. Dramatic choreography. big risk in the ribbon, of course, is the knotting, which we did see some of that happening in the qualification round. Catching and a little roll out on the elbow. 10 seconds to go. She's got to hold it together. Has to do this bit perfectly.
Laura Alford was the 5th highest qualifier for the all-around final, but she's competing for a medal. She led after the first rotation. She's been in the top 3 all the way through. Will she be there when it matters?
Teammates and now rivals. She looks more tense in this routine than she has in the others, but why wouldn't she? There's a lot at stake.
Well, she needs about a 14.4 to pop up into position above Frankie Jones. That's a big ask.
Uh, 13.25 only, so she'll sit in behind Jones. Second position at the moment. Just reminding you that Bezebenko, our competition leader, will be last up with the ribbon. Antalida Theodoulou ranked 4th after the 3rd rotation.
She needs the performance of a lifetime. Interesting start. Sequence of Wete pivots. Covering so much ground in the dance and choreography. Comes the throw from the walkover to the chaînés. So many skills packed in. But that drop will, without doubt, destroy her potential for medals. Boomerang's back, that's interesting. Catches in handstand for the final pose.
Antalida Theodoulou and Thamida Christodoulou have made the hoop ball and clubs final. Neither of them has made the ribbon final. Both of them need a big ribbon score though today.
It's as if they gave everything yesterday and they just were a little below par today. Tomorrow they can make amends in apparatus finals.
Just see the ribbon getting wrapped around the ankle a little bit there. It is a small deduction, but the deduction is important. And to see her catching that, the thumb just actually popping the ribbon stick away from her. I think sometimes when you do see them doing all the same apparatus, one upon the next one, you get a much better comparison, and maybe we're seeing that as well today.
12.825, so she slips in behind Jones and Halford of Wales. And her teammate Amita Christodoulou up next. Last words of encouragement. Oh, give it your best.
Well, she's not within striking distance of Jones at all. Too far away, but maybe she can catch Halford. A little bit of a sense of the ribbon wrapping around her there, but then she managed to keep it moving. Gorgeous pivot. To keep the ribbon in constant motion. Throw from the back of the foot with a walkover and 2 chaîné turns underneath. That's certainly a risk element.
Performance of the all-around competition for Amita Christodoulou. After this final rotation, the athletes just gather in a special seating area so they can watch their fellow competitors finish the event.
Wonderful elegance, long neck contributes. As we've said, early days for these gymnasts in their career. I'm sure they'll be infinitely better in 4 years' time. But, we've certainly enjoyed watching all her routines. There's more to come in finals tomorrow.
A 12.775 for Amita Christodoulou, and that puts her just behind her teammate Theodoulou. So it's still Jones leading from Halford.
The ribbon representing Australia.
Danielle Prince.
It's Danielle Prince.
She's just missed out on apparatus finals, so this, at the moment, is the final routine of the competition, but she is a reserve for 3 finals.
Ribbon routine for this graceful 22-year-old. Lovely walkover. Start into the back scale balance. Quality in the jumps. cartwheel. So expressive, arms and upper body. Dance sequences required. And further, some jumps. Artistry magic.
Danielle Prince, who qualified for the all-around final in 10th position, and after 3 rotations she was 9th, so there's not really been a lot of movement away from the order in which they qualified. Bezebenko, of course, was first. Jones was second. Bezebenko yet to perform. Jones sitting on top of the table at the moment.
But there's that front walkover to the balance position. Front walkover adding to the difficulty. She really has beautiful upper body carriage, beautiful hands. Full release of the head during that turning leap. Of course, keeping the ribbon moving at all times.
Liz, have you heard whether Danielle Prince is going to carry on for another Games? Or
I should imagine, well, she hasn't been to an Olympic Games, so I should imagine that she would be working hard. She's going to this World Championship. She's been selected in the team, and I'd say that it's firmly in her sights to qualify for the Oceania region.
13 is the score for Danielle Prince. Just under her qualifying score, up to the 5th position at the moment. Well, here's a test of the mental resolve of our friend Grace Lahotte. We really had some dramas with the clubs.
Yes, overall she does seem to have underachieved.
I think we've taken her on as one of our favourites. We've really enjoyed her performances. She's not as competitive as she might be with the difficulty area and has had a few mistakes, but performance-wise, delight to watch. Perfect. It's a nice dance sequence. I need 8 seconds of dance without counting major difficulties. Really allows us to see the character of the gymnast.
Well, that's better. She's put the problems of a previous routine to one side, and Grace Lahotte gets the applause she deserves. I'm sure she'll be happy to sit in the kiss and cry area now. She just couldn't wait to get off the stage before.
No, as you aptly say, she's put a special dimension to this competition. Really enjoyed watching her. Performance quality second to none. Well, that's a wonderful shot. Entwined in red, yellow and pink ribbon.
Good news is we're going to see more of her. She's in the clubs and ribbon final. Number 13.85.
African rhythmic gymnastics really moving on. She's the number one in that continent.
No apparatus finals ahead for Amy van Rooyen, so this is her final performance.
Gymnastics is so demanding. If the gymnasts, rhythmic or artistic, achieve a Commonwealth Games in their career, it's a very big ask to be able to compete at this level for 8 years. Constant movement during the attitude spin, attitude pivot, to use its proper name. It's a mystery how the ribbon doesn't become more tangled. That constant movement, so eye-catching. Fumble, catch. Accomplished work.
So that's the end of the competition for Amy van Rooyen. Great to see the South Africans here.
Gymnasts have been performing for us all afternoon, but I think it's about time that you guys did a wee bit of a performance. There has been so much love in the hydro this afternoon. Let's do a sing-along.
Nice side scale position. Small mishap on the catch there. Just an apparatus handling deduction rather than anything too serious. Large throw, triple chaîné. Here he goes, the hand popping down onto the floor twice during that balance. There'll be a deduction for those mishaps.
South Africa finishing 6th in the team competition. You a Greece fan, Vince?
I would have to admit I've watched it with my children a few times.
Yeah. Some fantastic music. 10.625 for Amy van Rooyen. She says goodbye to the competition and the audience here at the Hydro. All right, Tonka Mun.
Opening with a lovely balance. Working the ribbon very well. Amplitude on the leaps. She really has the perfect build for a rhythmic gymnast. Nice and flexible. Quite slight and lovely body lines. Wrist throw from the foot, catching in cartwheel. So a pretty good routine from Tongkamun. Nothing too seriously wrong with that routine and very entertaining.
She had an 11.725 qualifying yesterday. As we mentioned earlier, she's just managed to put a couple of competitors behind her, even though she came in as the lowest ranked competitor in the all-around final. She's actually done very well today.
More from the gymnastics at the SECC to come, but for now we will cross over to the velodrome for the final of the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit.
So she put up a good time in the qualifying, not far off.
And England, of course, trying to open their account in this. New Zealand have won the gold on 4 occasions. Australia have won it 2. But England yet to win the gold medal. And this really has the ingredients of a very, very polished, high-quality individual pursuit. The lineup then for the final of the women's 3,000 metre individual pursuit. On the left of our screen, starting in the home straight, Joanna Rousel of England, and in the back straight, representing Australia, is Annette Edmondson. Nothing to choose between them in qualification. Fastest Rousel with a Commonwealth record of 3:29.03. Edmondson on 3:30.7.
Well, Edmondson goes out very fast. We see after half a lap, she's already in front. Get the 1 lap splits there, but we expect her to be a little bit faster than Rousel in the first couple of laps.
There's Matthew Gilmore, the coach. Fine 6-day rider himself in his career. He'll be watching this with a great deal of interest. But of course, Rousel is the current world champion. She beat the great American Sarah Hammer to the gold medal. And Hammer had been the world title holder on 4 occasions. There is the face of the coach then of England, and that is Chris Newton. Waiting for that first kilometre split. And Edmondson was 3/4 of a second quicker than Rousel, but it's all about the full distance that counts. 0.223 is the difference at the moment.
Well, Joanna Rousel looks like she's on form. The coach has already stepped up the track a little bit, and she's already leading, which is a really good sign, giving Nettie Edmondson goes out really fast, unless they've gone on a different approach to the Australians and asked Nettie to go out a bit slower. But normally Joanna, she comes home strong.
Opening kilometre, Rousel 1:12.5 and Edmonds 1:12.8. Now that's slightly out of character. She slowed her first kilometre down, Edmondson. So taking up your point, I'm just wondering if she's riding to a slightly different delivery here.
Well, the coaches may have reassessed everything and asked her to go out a little bit slower, but that doesn't always work with an athlete that tends to go out fast, because sometimes they get a little bit bogged down, they can't pick up the speed, and especially now that Joanna's got a little bit of a lead on Annette Edmondson, it's going to be very hard for her to lift again.
Well, Edmondson got herself a bronze medal in the Olympic Games Omnium in London. So she's a rider that certainly doesn't lack on stamina, but look at Rousel. She's got the bit between her teeth here. The English rider wants this gold medal. She wants to add this Commonwealth Games gold medal to her world title she won earlier in the year. And let us not forget, she's also an Olympic gold medalist from London for the team pursuit.
Well, she's certainly a championship campaigner, Joanna Rousel. She targets those events that she wants to win. This year, the World Championships back in March, and again now, she's hit top form.
2 kilometre split coming up here. Rousel 2:21, 5:8:40. It's almost a second now. The advantage between them. Rousel is sensing the victory here. She is literally roaring around the track. Her voracious appetite for gold medal victories in individual pursuit is reflecting here again.
Well, the coach has walked up the track. He's letting Joanna know that she's well up on her other component. I don't know if Joanna's going to keep going for a record here, but she's definitely on a fine ride.
Well, the Commonwealth Games record is 3:29.038, set by Rousel this morning qualification. And she is literally flying around the track here. Not quite as quick at the 2 kilometre point as she was this morning, but time is irrelevant. It's all about winning the gold medal. And Rousel at the moment is in complete control of the contest. Bell this time. 1 lap to go for Joanna Rousel. What a storming ride this is then. The 25-year-old hits the marker in the back straight. She's got less than half a lap to go and the gold medal is waiting for her. England are going to win the individual pursuit of the Commonwealth Games for the first time. Rousel takes it. 3:31.615. The silver going to Anna Edmondson of Australia. 3:35.450. And Rousel circles the track here and celebrates. Look at the smile on the coach there. Rescue. What a ride.
That was a fantastic ride. Joanna Rousel, she came in as the favourite. She had a lot of pressure on her being the race favourite. Nettie Edmondson posted a really good time to get herself into the gold medal ride-off. She may not have expected that, but she put up a great fight against the current world champion.
Yeah, it was a great performance, wasn't it? Emma Jones actually got the bronze medal in Melbourne for England back in 2006. But now we're looking at Rousel here, who has clinched the title. What a performance. Here's a chance to look at the starting effort again. You wouldn't meet a nicer person than Joanna Rousel.
No, I've had the privilege of working with her for the last couple of years, and she certainly is a very delightful young lady.
And that will be a popular victory amongst their teammates. They'll all be there to congratulate her. Blistering ride by Rousel, who also established, of course, that Commonwealth record in the heats this morning.
So congratulations there to Joanna Rousel from the velodrome back to Glasgow Green, because there's been another goal in this women's hockey match. As you see there, Scotland against Malaysia, a second for Scotland and a second for Ailsa Wiley. So things looking good there for the home fans and a Scottish perspective into the second half. For now though, we're going to head back to the SEC to the conclusion of the ribbon gymnastics.
Well, the big moment for Ho-San Wong has arrived. She had the best score from the ribbon in qualifying, but she needs to better it to get into the medals. According to my muddled brain and average maths, I think she needs 14.55 to catch Halford.
That's a very big ask.
So that's plus 6/10, and yet Halford today raised her ribbon routine by a whole mark, so in theory it's possible.
The only mark in the 14 so far has gone to Frankie Jones, a 14.2. And Ho-San Wong needs more than that.
So we're thinking the standard that these judges have set is perhaps unattainable. She looks amazing. Black and white, red and silver, really striking. She's going to need all the difficulty. And of course, if you haven't got that difficulty, you can't suddenly find it. Last time the difficulty was 6/8.
I think a lot of the time the girls are higher on paper than they are in their performance.
Yeah, those judges will always devalue something. Of course, I can speak from a coach's perspective. job to search for perfection. Lovely tempo. Assured, precise. Is it enough for that 14.5? I suspect not. Great routine though.
Well, she didn't crack under the pressure. She certainly delivered an excellent performance. But whether there is enough in there to get her into the mid-14s and maybe squeeze past Halford, it's unlikely.
Well, she put everything into it, that's for sure, and we didn't see any obvious errors. No large ones anyway.
So it's still Frankie Jones. He's got a 1.1 lead over Halford. Another 1.1 or so back to Theodula in third place. But remember, we've got Bezebenko to go up last and try and confirm her standing as the favourite and a potential gold medal winner in the all-around. It's extraordinary that Bezebenko should be drawn to compete last. Oh, she's got into the 14s, but it's not going to be enough. She sits behind Halford in third, 14.2, a wonderful score, equaling the effort of Frankie Jones. She really did give it everything. So there, Jones and Halford, right and left, and looking like medal winners. Just a question of which colour, and that will be down to Bezebenko to determine. Amy Kwan just too far back to figure in the medal. She was 6th after the third rotation.
Problem at the beginning of the routine with the ribbon wrapping around the foot. So easy to occur. And another time with the ribbon problem, so 2 in a row really. Variety of shapes with the ribbon required, and they have to be very definite shapes. Spirals, snakes, serpents, all sorts. Wrist throw from the foot. Beautiful. A catch underneath the leg, that shows one of the skills of mastery.
Amy Kwan.
Well, she's certainly been one of my favourite gymnasts to watch. They say you learn something every day, Steve. Spirals, snakes and serpents.
And there's more. Yes, they all have the...
All right, those are going in my rhythmic vocabulary. I love that ribbon.
When it becomes an anklet, it's a bit of a problem.
It is, yes.
She was well positioned after 2 rotations, just had a few problems with clubs. She scored a 12.7, but Amy Kwan's got 4 more opportunities to get herself into the medals. She's made all the apparatus finals, and of course Malaysia team bronze yesterday.
Well, she's going home with a medal and could well be an individual apparatus at her best tomorrow. She's a pleasure to watch. awesome gymnast.
And 12.675, Amy Kwan. Well, Hosan Wong hoping against hope that maybe Bezebenko will have some issues with the last performance. Well, I don't know, do athletes wish that on each other?
Well, she's going to need to trip up on the way to the podium, I think.
Meantime, J.L. Cohen of Australia.
This gymnast's performance, quality and maturity. Hopefully she'll be performing in 4 years' time on home territory. This wonderful sport. On the jump and spin. Intense athlete, expect she gives everything to training.
Danielle Prince, fellow Australian, wishing her well, and that's last performance for J.L. Cohen. She hasn't made any apparatus finals, the 20-year-old from Sydney, but she's been good to watch. One of the more enthusiastic performances.
Yes, I love to see it. It's not always about the score, it's about the performance. And with just such a small wrist movement, I don't know sometimes how they can get that 6 metre ribbon moving in such beautiful shapes. Big throw, double chaîné. Cartwheel out of it, that's a risk movement. Again, some good difficulty in this routine in places. Timing with all her throws has been very good, and the final pose for her. Well, I don't know what that is.
Pink elephant. Well, might be a favourite toy that travels with her. Does the baby elephant walk, perhaps? An 11.55 for J.L. Cohen. Just two performances to come in the all-around. Maria Kitkarska first up for Canada, and she'll be followed by Patricia Bezebenko. And the Welsh still sitting first and second, Jones and Halford.
Great choreography, very captivating start to the routine. throw from behind, double chaîné, and an illusion turn. Beautiful turn in penché position. Continuing with a very dramatic style.
Kaska made 3 apparatus finals and the ribbon is among them. Qualified with a 13.7. She won't be able to join Bezebenko in the middle podium here in the individual all-around, assuming that's what happens. But it will be Frankie Jones and Laura Halford who are there.
See their range of movement way past the 180 on the arabesque. That's how to show that balance. Catches with ease into the illusion. Really is a special side scale pirouette. Technically perfect.
Marika Kaska, a 13.35 into 7th position. Well, Laura Halford and Frankie Jones, no, there's just one performance to come before they know what sort of medal it might be, and Patricia Bezebenko is about to have her say.
She needs just 13 points.
She's a phenomenal gymnast. Let's see if she can deliver of her very best. Sit back and watch. Phenomenal, outstanding, what can you say, breathtakingly beautiful.
And surely we've just witnessed the performance of the all-around champion, Glasgow 2014, Rhythmic Gymnastics, Patricia Bezebenko. Yes, she had a lead, but she had plenty of pressure as the last competitor up. And I think she has assured herself of the gold medal ahead of the two Welsh competitors, Frankie Jones and Laura Halford. It's been a terrific competition, and she's been a highlight.
Very little to fault from this routine. It had it all. Beautiful expressiveness, high level of difficulty, and the execution done so well. Here's the wrist throw from the foot, and she sends it to its perfect destination, exactly where she wants it.
Phenomenal artistry all round, really. Up there with Freddie Mercury's performance quality, and you saw it really is world-class rhythmic gymnastics.
Well, the show must go on was the track, and she's put on a show here, that's for sure. Patricia Bezubenko, originally from Vancouver, moved to Russia, trains most of the time in Moscow, and into first she goes with a 14.8, and there is your gold medalist. She's 2 out of 2. Silver and bronze, an historic day for Wales.
Amazing, they've doubled their medal count in just 2 days of rhythmic gymnastics. Fancy a silver and a bronze in the all-around. Frankie Jones there, absolutely thrilled with herself, and so she should be.
So some wonderful performances there in the individual all-around final. But it's another gold for Canada. Patricia Bezubenko winning that one, and a 2-3 for Wales, Francesca Jones and Laura Halford. Plenty more to come from the SECC precinct over the course of day 2. But now we're going to head across the city to the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome and join the men's sprint final.
That are in this race, so it'll be interesting to see how much explosive power he's got if he's awake for this. It's the 5th to 8th race.
The hold up there, of course, was for the mechanical problem for Matt Crampton's bike.
Well, it's not often at this level that the mechanics don't get it right before they come up onto the start line, but it could have been an instruction from the rider himself, Matt Crampton, saying, I'm not happy with the tension in that chain. I want it a bit tighter. I want it a bit looser. Here they go.
That was a pretty hefty push, wasn't it? And Awang got the front position. He got that push from Bezo, the coach, John Beasley, packs a bit of muscle, and he slung Awang right to the head of the contest here. So the lineup is Awang at the front. Coming over the top now for New Zealand is Archibald. Archibald gets the front position. Awang is sitting set. Crampton's challenging on the outside. And also in the shake-up there for Australia is Glaitzer. Here comes Glaitzer down the outside. He's a real racer, this fella. He wants to be fifth in the contest at the end. Glaitzer comes to the front of the race now. So it's Glaitzer from Archibald, from Awang, from Crampton. And the single line is formed here as the speed is absolutely flat out. Nobody's going to catch Glaitzer. He's like a runaway train here. Here comes Glaitzer. Glaitzer finishes third. Oh, tight on the line. 6th position was Archibald. 7th was Awang. And 8th was Matthew Crampton. That's how they finished in the classification. And there was the overall finishing position in the contest.
Well, I don't think Glaitzer, after qualifying fastest, expected to be in that ride-off for 5th to 8th place, but he made his point that he's possibly too good to be there in the 5th to 8th runoff.
chance to look here at one or two images, the way it unfolded, but once Gladesy got to the front, that fighting style of his, the power in the shoulders, talking to himself almost at the front.
Well,
what's he saying? You lot are not going to catch me.
Wang, the Malaysian rider, he looks so tiny amongst those sprinters there.
Just takes a cursory look back over the right shoulder. Where are you, boys? That's all right. Gladesy wins the minor final. He's 5th overall and 1st in the minor final. Riders coming up to the line here for the men's sprint final, race 2. And after the first clash, Edward Dawkins in the black strip of New Zealand, he's 1 up. Race 2 in the contest for the bronze medal between Edward Dawkins of New Zealand and Peter Lewis of Australia. Dawkins, second wheel here in the black strip, already 1 up.
Well, looks like Dawkins wants to get to the front and ride from the front.
Well, as I said earlier in commentary, New Zealand have never won the gold medal in this contest. They've got a finalist, and they've got a chance here to get the bronze medal as well. Still laying it out, Dawkins. Now then, it's like Lewis is beginning to gather himself for an attack here. Thought about going down the inside and then gave it a second consideration, decided not to. Dawkins it is then at the front, now beginning to power his way into the banking. And now then there's work to do here for Peter Lewis if he wants to get on terms with the Kiwi, who's holding the front position securely, and he's not going to give it up. Here comes the challenge from Lewis, but he can't do it now. So the bronze medal goes to Edward Dawkins of New Zealand. Dawkins takes the bronze. Sam Webster, who's in the final here against Kenny, took the bronze medal 4 years ago when it was a clean sweep by Australia, Perkins and Sunderland, so he's replicated the podium position of Sam Webster 4 years ago. Tried his best, Lewis, but I think it took too much out of him when he raced against Kenny.
Well, we saw that Dawkins, he let out from the front and he rode a strong ride. It was just impossible for Peter Lewis to come off the wheel there.
Well, we can look forward to the final now. Riders just preparing in the well of the track as we confirm the result for the bronze. Edward Dawkins, New Zealand, takes that 3rd podium position. He's happy. Ian Dyer, the coach for England, just making sure that Jason Kenny has settled properly before he allows him onto the racing arena. Final word of encouragement there from Dawkins to Sam Webster. Webster's been 4th in the Sprint Championships 2013 in Minsk in Belarus, and as I said he was the winner of the bronze 4 years ago. Now then, can he take the gold medal here? Race 2. Webster, New Zealand versus the Olympic champion. There he is, Jason Kenny from England. So where we go, leading off here is Sam Webster of New Zealand, and his opponent from England, Jason Kenny. And now Kenny's got to put this right to take it to the decider.
Well, if he doesn't get this one right, then he'll have to settle for the silver medal. You saw on the start line there, both riders actually closed their eyes for a minute. It's as much mental training at this point as it is the physical side of things.
New Zealand have never won the gold medal in this contest. We've got to go back to 1954 for the last time England won the gold, Cyril Peacock. And the last time a medal of any colour was won by England was in 1978 by Trevor Gadd, who got the silver. Now then, can Kenny get the better here of his opponent? And that is Sam Webster to take it to a decider. I think that's what the crowd want. They're absolutely loving the sprinting. Webster's taking it on the front. I tell you what, he must be brimming over with confidence. He's not afraid to lead out the Olympic champion. And Kenny has got the work to do now. I don't think he's going to do it. Or is he? Up the outside now. Oh, he does. That's twice he fooled me. He holds it back to the last second, and then bang, he delivers. Ian Dyer, the coach, clenches his fist. Now that's twice he's done that to me, and he's literally overhauled his opponent in the concluding meters. Here it is, let's have a look. Yes, Kenny takes race 2, and they are 1-1.
Well, the crowd is excited. Doesn't get much more exciting than that, and the coach, wasn't he excited? I think he's happy with getting Jason Kenny's head back on track after losing the first round. Like I said, there's a lot of mental games that go into this. It's coach's responsibility to get them confident in themselves again. And Jason Kenny rode that race with complete confidence. He was relaxed on the wheel with a lap to go. Then he gave length down the back straight. He kicked and he started to make his run around the last bend. And he's so solid on that bike when he comes past in the last few meters. You can see Sam Webster's all over the bike trying to get every little bit of power out. Threatened by the rider coming around the outside, but Jason Kenny, he stays strong on the bike and he puts all that power through the pedals.
You know, I reckon Jason Kenny's doing this to me on purpose. He knows I'm calling it and saying I don't think he's going to do it, and then he does it. That's twice. Mindy, we don't mind. Good ride there, taking it to a decider. They're going to go away for a breather and a warm down in the middle as we confirm the result. There it is. The green markers tells us Kenny's win in race 2 means they are 1-1. Now Wales have won 1 medal so far here in the Games. They've got a bronze in the para kilometre time trial. And now they've got a chance of getting another one because Owain Doull is coming up to ride against the Kiwi, Mark Ryan, in the contest for the bronze medal in the individual 4,000 metre pursuit. There is the lineup for you. It's Doull v Ryan for the bronze. And then it's an all-Australian clash for the gold. Bobridge, the world record holder, versus Edmondson, the world champion. Oh, you couldn't get a better script than that, could you?
It's going to be an exciting final for the gold medal with the 2 Australians. But for now, Mark Ryan and Owain Doull riding off for the bronze medal.
Here comes Owain Doull.
There he is, Owain Doull, former rugby player. Was picked up by the Olympic Development Program in 2011, along with the other Welsh cyclists Amy Roberts and Eleanor Barker.
4,000 metres of the track, 16 laps of gripping individual pursuit action waiting for us to decide the destiny of the 3rd place on the podium, the bronze medal. They've got 30 seconds to go before they start their torturous journey to see who is going to get a medal here in the Commonwealth Games. This is the contest for the bronze medal in the men's 4,000 metre individual pursuit. On the left of our screen, starting in the home straight, Owen Doull representing Wales. On the right of our screen, starting in the back straight, representing New Zealand, and that is Mark Ryan. 16 laps of the track here then to decide the destiny here of the third place on the podium. And I can tell you in qualification, Doull was quicker than Ryan by approximately 1.2 seconds. So now it's all about recovery. How much can they back up that qualification round from this morning?
Well, the New Zealand rider of Mark Ryan's gone out a lot quicker than Owen Doull.
Doull is a former national individual pursuit champion. He's 21-year-old Welshman from Cardiff. And his opponent, Mark Ryan, with a little bit more experience under his belt, I must admit. And he's a bronze medal winner from the team pursuit in the London Olympics. He also got a bronze in the team pursuit at the Beijing Olympics. So he's a pretty experienced campaigner here, Ryan. But Doull will fight. He'll scrap all the way.
Well, Mark Ryan from New Zealand looks like he's on a good ride. Got into the sport because his father was a sprinter, track cyclist. So he's chosen the avenue of going down the endurance road.
Well, the first kilometre this morning, Ryan opened up with the third quickest opening 4 laps of the contest, whereas Doull only posted the 10th best time. So we expected this kind of difference to be evident in the early stages. So Ryan with a 108.8, which is virtually on the 109, is ahead at the moment of the Welshman. Good points race rider as well is Owen Doull. Got a silver in the National Points Race Championships in 2012, but at the moment it is the Kiwi that's in charge of this. He's had 1 or 2 decent performances in the individual pursuit in the World Cup contest as well as Mark Ryan from Timaru.
Well, 31 years of age, he's already got a silver and a bronze medal to his name in the Commonwealth Games, so he definitely want to take home another medal in this ride, and he's got the upper hand at the moment.
Yep, he's capitalising on the good start at the moment. The Welshman Doull seems to have an answer to it. The coach actually seems to be quite calm on the line. He keeps pointing to the marker, and he pointed the last time, which seemed to indicate that Doull is starting to come back at the Kiwi. It'll be interesting to see. He's the wrong side of the marker line at the moment, midway point. It's Doull there on 2:14.5 and Ryan 2:13.1. The deficit is about the same that they have been throughout.
Well, it looks to me like the coach has just changed his tactic and started to call Owen Doull on the difference between himself and the New Zealand rider, whereas at the start of the race they were riding to schedule, now they're riding to the other rider on the track.
I don't know about you, riding to a schedule when a medal's at stake, that's something out of the window. You're going to get really stuck in there, haven't you?
Well, sometimes they need to be kept a little bit under control in those first few laps so they don't go out too fast.
Yeah, I agree with that. And back to what I've always said, pursuits are won in the last kilometre most of the times. So we're getting towards the 3 kilometre marker here now. Doull could be running out of distance. 3:18.066 then for Ryan, and Doull there 3:19.135. The gap is coming down. Now then, what's the Welshman got to offer here? Has he been keeping the best till last, keeping his powder dry? Has Ryan given too much too early? It's still quite a gap to close, but if he's got a bit of fighting power and a sprint in his legs, we might see a dramatic finish here. Into the back straight. He's Doull, into the home straight is Ryan. The bronze medal is dangling on this. When they get back to their original starting station, it'll be 2 laps to go. Still being encouraged, Doull, and still a lot of work to do. It's going out again. So Ryan is finding that bit of extra strength. Doull doesn't seem to be able to match him.
Yeah, it looks like the New Zealand rider, Mark Ryan, he's got the experience.
Yep, final lap. It's the bell. Now then, it's still Ryan ahead, and the bronze medal looks to be destined for the Southern Hemisphere. That's how it finishes. Ryan takes the bronze medal, finishing time 4:23.5, a 5:9 for Ryan, and 4th place for Doull on 4:25.664. Both competitors have slowed a little bit from qualification, but nevertheless it was very well fought, a good fight as Ryan in the back straight salutes the crowd. He wins the bronze medal. Stand by then for an absolute humdinger of our pursuit final, an all-Australian clash between the world record holder, there he is, Jack Bobridge, starting in the home straight, and his opponent starting in the back straight, the current world champion, Alex Edmondson. This is almost a promoter's dream, isn't it, this? So on the left of our screen is Bobridge of Australia, the world record holder in the home straight. On the right of our screen is Alex Edmondson, the current world champion. And this to decide the destiny of the gold medal. Australia have won this contest on 7 occasions in the history of this great event that started back in 1950 in Auckland. There's the world champion just settling down as we look back to the world record holder. Already there's a difference between them in the start here. That world record, as a matter of interest, is 4:10, held by Bobridge. And it's going to be interesting to see what the split times here. 4:19.2 was Bobridge in qualification, the only rider to go inside that 4:20 margin. And the Commonwealth record, 4:19.211, was shy of the Commonwealth record set by Bobridge in New Delhi. That is 4:14.8. Records don't matter now, it's all about beating your opponent. Both riders are rock still, the hallmark of a quality pursuiter. They try to ride on that black line in the bottom of the track as though they're on a rail. No rocking of the body, all the power coming through the hips and the legs, just like levers that are going up and down like well-oiled pistons. There's the first kilometre. They're both on a 1:7 schedule with Edmondson, the world champion, just ahead. This is some final.
Well, it's very, very close. You can see the coaches are both standing on the line, which means they're nor up nor down. They're on an even schedule at the moment.
6/100ths of a second is separating them at the moment. The crowd are absolutely mesmerised by this. They're watching, absolutely drilled by the performance of these two. They're whistling around this track at almost sprinting speed. 16 laps, remember the contest.
Well, I'd be nervous if I was the coaches, because you need to call if your riders are up or down, but it's so close. They can't really give an indication to their athletes if they're up or down. They're just calling them even at the moment.
Yeah, it is tight. Bobridge is just ahead still, the world record holder, starting in the home straight. He had the second time for the first kilometre, but he has actually edged slightly clear of the world champion now. This is the halfway point, the 2 kilometre split. We'll get an idea what the difference is. Bobridge is there in 2:10.689 and Edmondson 2:11.3, so the gap is beginning to open.
Well, it's very interesting if you look down into the centre of the track, because Jack Bobridge is a fraction in head, but his coach was walking down the line, which means they might be riding to a record time. Oh, he's changed now. He's walked up the track, so Jack Bobridge has got a slight advantage.
What a contest this is. It's absolutely enthralling. I always love pursuing, obviously, because it was my own discipline. Bobridge is still ahead. The world record holder, got a silver medal in the team pursuit in London. He's also a former world champion at this, and of course that world record standing at 4:10 that he holds. Back to their halfway split points, the original starting station. Bobridge is still ahead. Edmondson did the quicker first kilometre, but it didn't take long to get Bobridge to adjust his pace, and he really is beginning to ignite the burners now. He's pouring on the coals, and he is not going to surrender the lead here. 3:14.985 for the 3/4 point, and for Edmondson it's 3:16.984. It's 2 seconds almost the difference now, so Bobridge really is beginning to fan the flames. He is flying.
The coaches have done the same thing. They've ridden their riders to a schedule for the first 1.5 kilometres, and then they point to the other side of the track and they say, now we're calling you off the other rider on the other side of the track, but looks like Bobridge might have this one in the bag.
Well, Bobridge was the gold medal winner in New Delhi, and he's looking to replicate that top podium performance. He's looked good ever since I saw him out on the boards for the first training session. Stand by, here comes the bell. That's going to be music to his ears. Bobridge with less than 250 metres to go. He's going to retain his title. On his way down the back straight now, Jack Bobridge, the world record holder, is going to claim the gold medal here for the Commonwealth Games and claim it for Australia. Bobridge is here in 4:19.650, just outside of the time he set this morning for that new Commonwealth record. The silver medal going to his fellow countryman, the world champion Alex Edmondson.
Well, that was a fantastic battle between mates. They train together. They both get to ride off at the Commonwealth Games for the gold medal. They're both happy.
It was a controlled delivery, it was a clinical delivery by Bobridge. It really is a magnificent exponent of this discipline.
Well, he's still only 24 years of age, but he's certainly got a lot of experience.
8th time then that Australia have claimed the top podium position for the 4,000 metre men's pursuit. And that's the 2nd time that Bobridge has won it. Just looking back through the history of the event. The great Bradley McGee of Australia is another man that clinched the title on 2 occasions. And if you go a little bit further back, you'll find that Norman Shield of England won it in 54 and 58.
Well, there they are on the inside of the track, giving each other a hug.
Yeah, it's sporting, isn't it? Ian Hallam of England also won the gold medal in 2 games back-to-back, winning that in 70 and 74. So we will meet this man a little later on the podium, Jack Bobridge, when he steps up to collect yet another gold medal for Australia. Yeah, we got the nail biter coming up now, Rochelle.
Yep. To decide the sprint between Jason Kenny and Sam Webster, 1 each. So the final decider on the gold medal at the Commonwealth Games for the sprint, men's sprint.
We confirm the result for you. Jack Bobridge, Commonwealth Games gold medalist, Olympic champion. Edmondson gets the silver.
Well, that's silver for Alex Edmondson and Nettie Edmondson, both on the same evening, both in the same event, brother and sister.
Now, I love a few stats, but I just can't think when that was the last time that happened. I think we'll flag that up and see if we can confirm it tomorrow. I feel sure it has been achieved somewhere. You'll be getting the old tweets for that. Here they are preparing, these two ready for the final. The 3rd counter and the most important. Sam Webster of New Zealand versus Jason Kenny from England. Just to reiterate my earlier stat, New Zealand have never won the gold medal in this. Great Britain's last gold, 54, Cyril Peacock, their last medal, a silver, in 78, Trevor Gadd. Now then, where are these 2 medals going to go? There's Sam Webster. And Sam Webster actually won race 1 very easily. Jason Kenny responded with that astonishing burst of speed down the finishing straight to make it 1-all. This the decider for the men's sprint, the 3rd ride between nearest to us from New Zealand, Sam Webster in the black strip, and for England, Jason Kenny. They are 1-all. It certainly is going to be a keenly fought contest. Webster had the measure of Kenny quite easily in race 1, and Kenny just swung up. He didn't want to waste energy. And then Kenny just tickled the throttle down the finishing straight in that classic trademark style of his to get the better of his opponent.
Well, as we said, it looked like he gave up on that race number 1 quite quickly. He must have made a tactical error, and he knew that he couldn't come back, so he just swung up the track. He called it a day until race 2, which he came from behind and came at a blistering speed to take race 2. So now we're at the decider.
So Kenny looking for this to complete the full house, the clean sweep. He's the Olympic champion, he's been the world champion. Now he wants this. And so does his opponent, Sam Webster. Getting to the business end now. And Kenny looks to be starting to get the gear wound up. Webster looking through his arms to see where his opponent is. Kenny then at the back with a greater height. Webster's got a little bit of an advantage, and he's happy to commit himself. He thinks that is a good distance to be ahead. Webster down the back straight now, fully committed. Now then can Kenny come back. Webster into the finishing straight. The man at the front is Webster of New Zealand. Webster takes it for New Zealand, and Jason Kenny has to settle for the silver. So for the first time in the history of the Commonwealth Games, New Zealand win the gold medal in the men's sprint. And still the gold medal for England. Well, it eludes them. And the last time we had a silver, as I said earlier, was back in '78 when Trevor Gadd stood second on the podium. And Kenny replicates that performance of Gadd and acknowledges that Webster was the better man. He established the gap very well tactically with the height, and he hadn't got the power, Kenny, to close that down.
Well, Kenny, he stayed high on the track, but the Kiwi rider of Sam Webster played that perfectly. He knew that Kenny wanted to take that height, and he stayed high himself on the track. He rode that tactically very, very well.
He certainly did. So the man that was third 4 years ago climbs 2 places higher on the podium to the #1 spot. It's difficult to believe with all the talent that we have here in England that the last medal that we had was that silver in 1978 by Trevor Gadd in the sprint, isn't it?
Very difficult to believe.
Ross Edgar, of course, got the silver in 2006 for Scotland. Ross Edgar, of course, one of our key men in the team sprint for many years, and the Commonwealth champion, the gold medalist, silver medal winner in the Olympic Games in the keirin. But, well, the gold not there. Eddie Alexander got a bronze for Scotland back in '86. He was a great sprinter as well, very smooth, very deceptive. There we are, that's been decided.
So yet more drama at the velodrome. We've seen some great races there so far at this 20th Commonwealth Games. This the scene in Glasgow at the moment. Kelvin Grove Art Gallery there just to the left, the scene, the venue of the Lawn Bowls. And just behind that, at the back left of your screen, you can see the Hydro and the Clyde Auditorium, which is all part of the SECC precinct, which is where we are headed now, because we can bring you some very dramatic scenes in the closing stages of the women's 53 kilogram weightlifting final. And it all came down to the final 2 lifts in the clean and jerk. It was between Nigeria's Chika Amalaha and Papua New Guinea's Dika Tua, and we can now join the action with Chika Amalaha about to lift her final lift, as I say, in this 53 kilogram weightlifting final.
Now, this is where the pressure really comes on the youngster. All this noise and excitement around her, and she's had to put it out of her mind. 4 kilo increase. This takes her to 196. And then what that forces is a 4 kilo increase for Dika Tua because of the body weight.
So there's no question she has the strength to do this, but is she going to do it in the moment that it counts? Yes, she did. No problem.
Asked and answered. From silver, she's back into gold. So the Commonwealth Games total record once again improved. So 196. 196 from 188. Sorry, Maurice, but I guess if you're watching, you knew that this day would come.
I'm sure she expected it to happen in Delhi, actually, so she's probably very happy that it lasted for 2 quadrennials.
We have one lift.
All right.
The 4-time Olympian, the Oceanic champion, the silver medalist in the Commonwealth Games, Dika Tua, 30 years of age, 14 years more experience than the Nigerian. Chika Amalaha stands backstage. She watches the television. If Dika Tua makes this 1:15, she is champion of the Commonwealth, a lifetime ambition realized. If she fails, the 16-year-old sensation will
She's
take
not
the
going to
title.
fail today, David.
No games now. Oh, it's gone to Nigeria. It's gone to Nigeria. And she is the silver medalist, I'm afraid, Dika Tua, for a second time. The highs and lows of weightlifting. Where is the Nigerian? Where is the Nigerian backstage? 16 years of age, and she's taken the title.
And you can see that was her whole career put into one lift. She gave it everything, and she's got to be proud of that.
You can only do this every 4 years. Maybe when she's 34, it might be beyond her. But backstage, it's the Nigerian, the 16-year-old, Chika Amalaha. Last year, the junior and youth Commonwealth champion. And now, she is the Commonwealth Games champion. There, the Nigerians wear the flag. Where's the lifter?
The lifter would probably be in the mixed zone right now. That's going to be a hard walk for Dika to take, going to talk to the media after that big upset. She was so close. It was right there, and it just fell from her hands.
Well, there she is, finally.
Well, she's clearly not supposed to be in the audience at this point, so I think it's normal that we lost sight of her. There's definitely a protocol. She's escaped into the arms of her fans. Great for her.
16 years of age. Chika Amalaha.
Only lifting for 3 years. Who knows what the future holds for this amazing athlete?
Never been out of Africa? Yes, only the once. Last year in Penang, in Malaysia. Took that youth and junior championship. And now the senior title here in the Commonwealth Games. How's she going to handle this?
I can't wait to see her in Rio 2016. 2 more years of training. This girl is going to be a beast.
It's how they handle her and work with her from here on in.
That's correct. Staying injury-free when you're training at that high volume, that's going to be the biggest challenge.
But it's feet on the ground.
That's right.
You know, not today. Enjoy it. Chika, day of your life. And this is the pain. This is the real pain. This is more painful than failing the lift or almost an injury or something like that. This is what hurts. This was supposed to be her day, her moment. And there, Paul Coffer, who's worked so long, so hard. They know their family.
They're all feeling this pain together.
So huge disappointment there for Papua New Guinea and for Dika Tua. But what joy we saw there from the Nigerian team for Chika Amahala, who won the gold, just 16 years of age with a games record 196 total. And as you can see here, absolute pride as she steps up to pick up that gold medal. 16 years of age, to put that into perspective. And she is delighted. What a proud moment for her. What a proud moment for Nigeria, and a Games record as she stands there with her national flag. Victory in the women's 53 kilogram. She receives her medal and she receives the quay. She's about to hear the national anthem as well. All that hard work, it's now paid off for Chika Amahala.
Glasgow, let's celebrate our Commonwealth Games medalists.
Great scenes there at the SECC. And victory for Chika Amahala in the 53 kilogram weightlifting category. And from that we can head down the corridor at the SECC to the women's judo. It's session 4 and it's between Faith Pittman of England and Katrina Hecker of Australia in the blue.
Faith Pittman countered her. Just to explain that tip.
Well, a perfect example really, Neil, of using your opponent's force and momentum against them.
Well, it's been changed to a Wazari, so Pittman there, she waited. I thought that Hacker was just a little bit too long with the cross grip, and we've seen that all day today. A little bit too long with it, but got punished in the end by Pittman.
I was going to say, blessing in disguise. If he had stopped it, we wouldn't be talking about Pittman's Wazari.
Well, that was a poor drop C in Aggie. Can't just drop on your knees, got to get rotation. Might be a Shido there for Pittman. Well, got away with it. Coming up to the last minute. This is the second bronze medal fight in the under 63 kilograms. Drop C in Aggie this time from Hacker. And now, Pittman, has she got the strangle? She might have a strangle on there. No, she hasn't. 45 seconds to go. Hacker's going to come forward. She is really going to take the fight to Pittman now.
Yeah, she has to ramp it up into second gear, if not third, fourth, fifth, to gain back that point. There's a little bit of desperation in her stance and in her maneuvering.
Well, she's going to really fly forward now, isn't she? 28 seconds left of this contest.
Now this is where Pittman went wrong in her preliminaries. She lost her concentration and got caught for a small score. We don't want that to happen here. It's not a nice thing to happen.
17 seconds left. Pittman just needs to block out now. Hackman, she has to come forwards. Hackman trying to get that arm over the top. Last desperation then. Doesn't need to be there. Oh, nice drop Aggie there from Pittman. And now on top, it's all over. Faith Pittman from England gets the bronze medal. Well, what a way to finish your career. She said to me that she was going to finish after this tournament. And what a way to go. Commonwealth Games, bronze medal.
I don't know.
You don't think she's going to finish?
Wow, once you get a taste of it, you might just keep going. We'll see.
Oh, you never know.
What a good one to end on, though.
So wonderful moment for Faith Pittman. 2 bronze medals for England. So this is what started it. Look at the cross grip. And look how she turns it, Pittman. They went out of the area, but it was continuous. The referee let it carry on. That was a good decision from the referee. Cross grip, a little bit too long for my liking. But in the end, it worked out. But that's not how it should be, really. But there, Pittman keeps control of the upper part of the body, just spins her opponent onto her side for the Wazari. Wow, here, the crowd now just about to go absolutely crazy, I can guarantee you. Wazoo Dombu of Cameroon comes out wearing blue, looking very, very determined, but she's got her work cut out because she's not just fighting Sarah Clark, she's fighting the crowd as well, although it's not just all Scots in this stadium.
Well,
the crowd have been very, very generous.
They have been, and Sarah's got to be a bit careful with Wazoo Dombu. She's training in France, in Paris, in one of the toughest dojos there. She may be here to make her mark.
Well, Elaine Down from England is the referee. So what a great moment for her. Commonwealth Games gold medal match, and she's refereeing it. Sarah Clark of Scotland. Could this be their third gold medal? Wazoo Dombu of the Cameroons. So nice to see the Cameroons in a final at the Commonwealth Games. Sarah Clark, so much experience. Now, is she going to take it to the ground? Sarah Clark has good transition from standing to ground as well. She's also a big thrower.
Fantastic stand-up stance as well. Stand-up judo, not bent over, groveling. Nice, strong core.
Well, it looks to me like she's looking for the Uchimata there, trying to set up the line for it. There it is. And that's what we're talking about, finding the line of attack. Wazoo Dombu, she's going to be looking for the drop Sienagis, obviously against the taller, much taller Sarah Clark, but Sarah Clark has good defense as well.
With Wazoo Dombu, I think she's done her homework. She's moving Clark around, making sure she doesn't settle. We all got to settle for that Uchimata. Moving her around, making sure she's off center at all times.
Well, this is the transition now, going for the Juji Gatame. There's the Juji. She's got the roll. Crowd are starting to go mad. She's going to pull the Osai Komi first. And now she's going to go for the arm. The arm's out straight. The arm's out straight. She gets the submission. Sarah Clark wins the gold medal. Superb transition. And that was always going to be the danger. Classical Juji Gatame turn. She was thinking about the hold down first, but then she just kept on the arm and she kept it straight.
Well, that's experience coming through, Nearly. You could see she has plan A, plan B, C, D, elemental P when you have that kind of experience.
Well, credit to Wazoo Dombu. Oh, what a performance from her. Third gold medal for Scotland. Scotland celebrate. And what a win for Sarah Clark. A failed Sienagi from Wazoo Dombu. Sarah Clark was on her back so quickly, latched onto the arm, controls with the legs, tries to pull the hold down in, but now straight onto the arm. The arm comes straight, and Wazoo Dombu has to submit. Juji Gatame at its best. She wasn't going to let that go. Sarah Clark then gets rapturous applause from the crowd. Thumbs go up. I'm Commonwealth Games champion. Well, I'm glad to say a big hello to Chloe Cowan now. Chloe, how do we follow that?
Well, I don't know. I'm really, really pleased for Sarah, because Sarah's originally from South Shields. So that's where she grew up. Moved to Scotland when she was 16, so I'm pretty pleased about Sarah winning that. But it's going to be an exciting match, this. Patrick Dawson, had the opportunity to watch Patrick earlier on, and he came from a really tough quarter. So he had a couple of fights there, and on the way he beat Hel Bapu from Cameroon and Jan Guchowski, who's from England. But then he lost to, let's have a look, it was Van Syke from New Zealand, who's actually fighting for the other bronze in this category. So,
well, we were following the other side as well. This Jake Benstead, I like him as well because he's just a youngster and he's got some super judo, beautiful uchimata, needs a bit more to his repertoire, but we'll talk about that later to him. But Patrick Dawson here going for the bronze medal, and great support here. Look, listen to this crowd. Jake Benstead in blue, and Patrick Dawson of Scotland, he is in white. Dawson, very upright stance, but so is Jake Benstead, and they're going to look for the same thing here. They're going to look for the uchimata. Oh, he's done it! Benstead's taken him over!
And Patrick's just been caught there for Ippon, Lucionage. And that was a big shot.
Well, that was massive, wasn't
it?
It really was, and it was on the right. It was Ippon. Dawson, well, is protesting, but it was all over before it even began.
And that's just sometimes how it goes in judo, Neil. It's unforgiving. He walked onto that.
Absolutely, he walked onto it, and, well, he was trying to defend from the uchimata. He was expecting the uchimata. Right, Sianagi, that's what I said he needed, and that's what he did. He changed sides, and that's how effective it is when you change sides. There's the Sianagi, massive drop Sianagi. Dawson goes over. He was expecting the uchimata. Definitely he was. So a bronze medal then for Benstead. So Ippon's all the way. That was amazing. Well, going through this then, really, really quickly. Second bronze medal fight. Van Zyl of South Africa against Owen Fleming of Northern Ireland. Owen Fleming, very, very tall, rangy fighter. Well, Ippon's all the way, Chloe.
Yes, exactly. But I really, really fancy my chances with Van Zyl from South Africa. He's double African champion, and I've had a great opportunity to watch him today, and he's got a massive range of techniques. So we'll have to see how this one goes.
Yeah, you said earlier that you were very impressed with Van Zyl. So let's have a look at him. Van Zyl of South Africa. He's going to be wearing blue. There he is. Owen Fleming of Northern Ireland. He has a very high grip on the lapel. Left to right. Oh, Taitoshi there, straight away, Van Zyl.
Just trying there to get a movement in Yuasa to get a better grip involved. It really has to look like he's been really progressive for the referee to stay down there, but it doesn't look like he's getting anywhere. So both of them get stood back up, compose themselves, and then back into the fight.
Fleming had to come through final repechage flight against Ganzo of Kenya. But, well, he looks very lively, doesn't he, Van Zyl?
Yes, he does. He's going there. Oh, he just missed that. He really needs to tighten up on that and have a little bit more of a plan for his new Newaza.
I think it needs to be directed, any kind of Newaza transition, and we've got some fights a little bit later on where we've got some unbelievable transition people from Tachiwaza down into the groundwork situation. And we'll point them out as we go on. It makes such a difference in our sport. Got his grip now, Van Zyl. 2 feet went out though, it should have been a penalty, but lucky. So looking for the Tayatoshi against the very tall, rangy Fleming. And again, he's gone out. Is he going to get a Shido for it? Well, not the person I expected to anyway.
Yes.
Owen Fleming gets the penalty. It wasn't who I thought was going to get it.
That's the grip
Now.
he likes. Oh.
That's got to be a score, surely. Yuko scored there. Van Zyl.
He's struggling earlier on because Fleming's getting a nice inside grip and keeping a little bit of distance, but he isn't really doing any positive attacking. So it doesn't look like he's putting Van Zyl in any danger. So.
Well, it's all Van Zyl, isn't it? It really is. Fleming just needs to be a little bit more positive with his attacking. Gets the grip, but doesn't attack with it. Now then, almost counted him there.
Yeah, he has to be careful there. Going around the back, we call that a Tanyatoshi attack. And if you go around the back without getting any reaction, you're susceptible to either being taken backwards or thrown forward. So just has to be wary of that.
Van Zyl dominating the grips, left-handed as we said. And Tayatoshi, nice to see Tayatoshi being used. Not many people use the Tayatoshi because technically one of the most difficult techniques to perform because of the direction hand. So just failing a little bit. He's trying to do it underneath with the inside grip. That's what he needs. Now change sides.
Just losing contact with the upper part of the body, so he's losing control. He's trying there for an arm lock.
Well, he's got the arm out straight there, Van Zyl.
It's not in the correct position.
No, you need the right position. You need the right direction in order to apply pressure to the elbow. 2 penalties up there for Fleming. So halfway through the contest. Ooh. So a reverse Seanagi there.
I think that's the first attempt we've seen for the tournament. It was nice to see. But
that's going to be it now. That's it. Van Zyl then just turns him over. Nice bit of transition. Nice turnover there into Newaza. Van Zyl got control of the upper part of the body of Fleming. Fleming, I don't think he's going to go anywhere. He's trying to do a backward somersault out of it. Van Zyl is squeezing with all his might. It's all over Ippon. 20 seconds then he had to hold him for. And Van Zyl gets the 2nd medal for South Africa. He was on top, Chloe, I think, all the way.
Yeah, he was positive all the way through. He's been positive all the way through all of his fights, just narrowly losing in the semi-final. So he deserved that.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of Van Zyl. Gets the bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games. But credit, I think, to Owen Fleming. Fought very, very well all day. So there's the, well, reverse Seanagi attempt by Fleming and left him open a little bit there for the turnover into the hold down. Secured the head. Van Zyl knew exactly what he wanted in the Newaza situation. Double lapel starts it off. Starts off a lot of groundwork situations and just rotated him over onto his back. Teach a lot of the kids that. It's not just for the kids, obviously. It's just won Van Zyl a bronze medal in the Commonwealth Games.
Is it?
Get ready then, 73 kilos, final. Adrian Leet of New Zealand against Danny Williams of England. Danny Williams of England is going to be wearing blue. Adrian Leet of New Zealand is going to be wearing white. Two New Zealanders in the finals. And so, two good chances for the small country, but got its work cut out, I think, Nikki.
Sorry about that, Neil. What I was about to say is with Danny, he's been called up to the job 5 days ago. 5 days to prepare for a big tournament like this, and here we are seeing the Ink Man in the final.
Well, we're saying 5 days. Of course, he wouldn't have stopped training, but he was informed that he was selected for this Commonwealth Games. Short notice, but here he is in the final. This will be his first major final, and it's great to see him here. Can he do it for England? Danny Williams representing England. Adrian Leet representing New Zealand. Great support in this stadium.
Both have similar build, Neil, long and rangy, quite tall. Long legs, long arms. I'm thinking we're having big throws.
Well, maybe, unless we get the transition here. I think that's Williams, what Williams will be aiming for here, is to transition down. He's won a couple of his contests on the ground, and I think he'll feel really confident now. That's what he'll be aiming for. Leet was the winner over Van Zyl in that semi-final. Oh, now then, that's going to be a Wazari. Drops Cianagi there, and Williams goes into the lead.
They've had a long break in between preliminaries and this final. It's a new man out here. Danny Williams is full of confidence, fire in his belly, looking to make his mark here in Glasgow.
Well, that's Sonisura Komigoshi, very, very dangerous. He's going off the sleeve, actually, underneath. And now Adrian Leet gets a penalty there for not attacking, but he can't attack because Danny Williams is first in every time. A little bit out strength here by the looks of it. Now Danny Williams, can he finish it off? Final of the under 73 kilos.
Doesn't look like he's doing much, but there's a lot of work going on underground there. Trying to get the lapels, trying to get into for the arm for his Jujikatami.
So Leet has got to go forwards.
I'd be scared too.
Well, he looks fearsome. He's such a nice guy as well, we know that. There's an Uchimata though, he's got to be careful of that. Leet not giving up. So now Danny Williams got to start on it. Can he get around the neck? The last time he did this, he went for the neck and then went onto the arm. That's what he needs to do. Either that or go onto the arm and then go to the neck if it's not available. Just a minute and a half gone. Wazari up already. Danny Williams tends to flag a little bit in the latter half of the contest. So he really needs to make sure that he's well ahead. Makikomi there, but without the hands.
Gotta hold on. Got to keep a hold of that grip. You cannot move somebody if you don't have them in your hands.
No, absolutely. The kumakata, the gripping, so important. Two minutes gone. 5-minute contest, don't forget. No score on the board. If there is no score on the board, it goes to golden score. Danny Williams, got to be careful. Well, he almost overcooked that, didn't he?
You've got to be so careful with those take-back techniques, locking up, taking it back. You've got to make sure you're on your line, on your balance. because it can go so terribly wrong.
Well, especially if you're in there too long. You just can't stay there too long. You've got to be in. If it's not working, you've got to come out. So Danny Williams has a scare. Probably that's going to save him.
Bit more focus now, coming back to the line.
Watch the Sianagi again, because it's going to go in again. Oh, my goodness. He's dangerous with that. Leet. Williams needs to go onto an arm or onto the neck. He needs to put it under pressure. The referee then will allow him to carry on. Halfway through the contest. Good final. Well, certainly, Nick, Adrian Leet hasn't come here. He's not just going to give this up, is he?
Absolutely not. He's come this far, absolutely blazed through the other side. So why give up now?
Well, he's certainly not going to give this up. And he's always dangerous as well. If he gets the line for that Uchimata. Now, Williams. Can he come up on top? Needs to come up, needs to go in, needs to attack, and he needs to make it progressive.
Williams is standing a little bit too open for me. Standing there, it's almost like he's trying to sucker Leet in. Come on in, come into my space. Let's see what we can play.
Definitely looks tired. And like I said at the beginning of the contest, the latter half of the contest, he tends to gas a little bit, and that's what we're looking for now, because he's really got to dig in. If he wants to win his first major title, Danny Williams needs to dig in. He needs to pull from the heart. Now it starts again. Needs to go in. So now Leet has got to come back.
Well, I'm thinking if Leet wants any chance of taking this final, he needs to be turning in at a different rate, different pace. He's got to pick that up, double it.
Just have a look at those penalties there. Williams now got 2 penalties. If he doesn't put the amount of work in that's required, well, Leet's going to get a second penalty for dropping on his knees now. So Williams got to stay busy. 1 minute 30 seconds to do it. That was what he was looking for the last time, the Ashiwaza. Broke balance. If you break balance, that's okay. A laboured step up there, wasn't it, there from Williams?
Well, when you're running on empty, Neil, a minute and a half seems like a lifetime.
It could be an hour and a half, couldn't it, out there? It's not the best place to be. Now Williams needs to look busy. Get his legs in, start the roll off.
Not busy enough. When we're down there, we can't look like we're wasting time. Even if that's our game plan, we need to show progression, show positive intention, keep things moving, look like we have a means to an end.
Well, now the crowd are starting to get behind them. Drop Sianagi there. Good one from Williams. Another drop Sianagi from Williams. Breaking balance every time. Adrian Leet needs to come forwards. He needs to take the fight to Danny Williams. It's a good fight. It really is. Oh, my goodness me. Massive Uchimata. Oh, brilliant stuff there. Adrian Leet just didn't quite have enough control with the hands. Big Barani there. Gymnastics as well. That's what we're seeing. 47 seconds. Can he hold off?
Now he needs to do that double time. He needs to go hit and run, get in there. Keep him from standing still.
Well, I agree. He's got to stay on his bike. He really has. He can afford 1 more penalty, but not 2. 28 seconds left. 28 seconds could be 28 minutes when you're out there, and you can't even tie your own belt.
They're both looking a little peaked, I must admit.
So, coach been told to be quiet there, shouting at the wrong time. First warning I think I've seen in this whole championships. There's the Taitoshi there from Leet. Now 15 seconds to go. Is he going to go onto the arm? This is how he scored before. Danny Williams onto the arm. He's got the arm out, but the seconds are ticking away. 4 seconds left on the clock. Watch out now for the rush from Adrian Leet. Danny Williams gets up slowly, needs to face off, needs to stand his ground. And it's all over. Danny Williams wins the gold medal for England.
He's a happy, happy boy.
First major tournament win for Danny Williams.
Ever.
Yes, ever. And I am so happy for him because he puts in so much work. He's a hard trainer, Danny Williams, and now it's all paid off. Commonwealth Games champion at under 73 kilos. Great match. What a great match. That really was back and fro, but
Do you know, they had all the elements of judo and all the elements of a judo contest we saw. We saw spectacular throws, we saw great gripping.
And great sportsmanship from Adrian there. That is what we want to see. It really is what we want to see. Because Leet came off, he accepted it. He gave it his all. Danny Williams, though, gets England's third gold medal. So pleased for him. Went off the sleeve, right the way underneath for the Sodi Surakamigoshi. That was Eri. Well, he led all the way with that. There it is, straight between the legs. He's had so much success with that all the way through this championships. Does the forward roll over, but because he rolled him onto his back, he only gets the Wazari. But look at that. Look how pleased he looks. So the medal ceremony of the ladies under 63 kilos category just about to happen, and got to try and get our voices back into check. Magical stuff. These finals have started just the right way. We can only say, well, I can't say enough about this crowd and how fantastic the Glasgow people have been non-stop. 2,500 youngsters from work experience are helping out at these games. And I tell you, you can't turn around without having somebody ask you whether they can help you. It's just absolutely amazing. And these people here, whether it's South Africa, England, Scotland, Wales, Northern Ireland, wherever it's from, they're so appreciative of the judo that's being done. ...185 competitors in this whole tournament. I'm just looking at that lady now in the audience, just how hot it is in here. Well, must lose at least 2 kilos in weight from beginning to end of the broadcast because it's so hot in here. We haven't got any air conditioning.
More judo to come. We'll be heading back to the SECC very shortly. We'll also be heading live to Tollcross to bring you the swimming on day 2 of these Commonwealth Games. But before that, we've got a very, very exciting boxing match to bring you. It took place a little bit earlier on. It's the men's super heavyweight bout, and it's taking place between Keddy Agnes in the red of the Seychelles, and he's up against Joseph Joyce of England.
Ladies and gentlemen, contest number 12, still with the big men, is the Seychelles. It's England. Please welcome both boxers to the ring.
Keddy Agnes from the Seychelles entering the ring. The 20-year-old. Been around for a few years though. He's fought at 17 in the African Championships. He's fought in the World Championships last year, where he went out in the round of 32, but he's up against one of the local boys. He's not a Scot, but they'll certainly claim him here. Joe Joyce from England. Also fought in the World Champs last year and went out in the round of 32, but he was third in the super heavyweight division of the European Championships in the same year. Currently ranked 13th in the world.
Just looking, John, it's Joyce versus Agnes. This actually looks like the first women boxing match, doesn't it?
It sure does, it sure does. Joyce versus Agnes.
No, make no mistake, when the action starts, you'll be pretty sure these are two big super heavyweights who can fight.
In the men's super heavyweight 91 plus kilo division, it's contest number 12.
Joe Joyce does a bit of male modelling too.
From Denmark, Klaus Bedeman. From Uzbekistan, Bashadir Jumanjov. From Algeria, Ahmed Lazizi. From Korea, Segwon Kim. And finally from Colombia, Armando Carbonell Alvarado. Introducing, in the red corner, representing the Seychelles, Kenny Agnes.
There's Agnes, the 20-year-old. As I mentioned, Joe Joyce.
And in the blue corner, representing England, Joe Joyce.
Has a degree in fine arts and picks up some extra pounds as a male model.
Referee for this one
taking
from
a
Georgia,
massive height and reach advantage into this fight. Look at that.
I mean, that's an amazing height difference, isn't it? And Joyce is really performing well. He looks superb in the English Elite Championships. He looked terrific.
You get a feeling that Agnes will do a lot of this. He'll have to cover up and walk through. It didn't do Mike Tyson any harm, but
No, that's a fact, and you can see already that he's based his style around his physical attributes. I think the uppercut is definitely the punch that Joyce should be thinking about. Keep him at long range as long as possible, but if he comes close, it's the uppercut. So we'll see how Agnes competes, giving all the advantages away.
As he keeps walking forward in that sort of peekaboo stance, the uppercut has got the one of the few punches that got a chance to go straight up underneath and through the gloves.
Yep, that's the one. We don't see a lot of it in amateur boxing, a bit more often now when it's, the old style scoring. But Joyce is keeping him occupied, which I think is clever. You don't want this little fella getting the initiative of a good body shot there. Yeah, if you've got the advantages, then make sure you use them, and I think that's what we're seeing in the early stages.
Nice combination there too, as he's in relatively fast hands for a big man.
Yeah, and mobile too. You're not seeing that he's mobile here because he's just standing his ground here and meeting Agnes as he comes forward. Oh, good little burst there. Oh, even the crowd who are not with him, they really liked that. That was good.
Absolutely, it was. He's giving a good account of himself.
I tell you what, people in Glasgow would do like an underdog. You saw the way they responded there, that was good.
Joyce has slowed up slightly by all of that.
And I remember when I was boxing, sparring against bigger guys 2 and 3 weight divisions above. It's amazing how it saps your strength as the rounds go on. I know we're only 3 rounds here, but this has been heavy weather for Agnes. He's kept himself in it. He's put up a terrific, show. But it's heavy weather when you're giving away so much size and weight.
6'6", and the other fella's going to be. They haven't given us his height, but to look at him, he's going to be 5'10" probably.
And Joyce quite sensibly has answered most of what Agnes has done. Not everything, but he's answered most of what's come his way.
Been a controlled first round, hasn't it?
I think it took a little bit out of both men. That was non-stop. But Agnes here put an awful lot into that. And he was putting full power into every shot, you know, winging them, turning the hips and the shoulders, swinging them in. That takes a lot of energy to keep doing over 3 minutes. And added to the fact you're doing it against a giant. Yeah, but he got enough punches through to keep it interesting, didn't he? That was a good opener.
But all of the combinations, all of the...
yeah, the quality.
The quality was Joyce's throughout that round. But that was all that having been said, that little flurry we saw was the highlight of the first round. Little bruise there on Joyce's cheekbone.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes boxing someone half your size is as much a disadvantage as an advantage. I forgot the gum shield. No, just a wipey once. Well, I've never seen that before.
So round 2. Joe Joyce in the blue, fighting for England. Kitty Agnes giving away a lot of experience and height and weight, but not giving away anything in heart. Keeps coming. That's good work from Joyce. Just keep jabbing, keeping away.
And sometimes when you're the big guy, you know, you feel that the audience expect you to go in and dominate. But if you can win this on the move, using the jab, keeping this little fellow at bay, nothing wrong with that. This is a tournament. The important thing is to get the victory. You can please the fans. You'll have plenty more opportunities to please the fans as long as you stay in the tournament. So if he wants to do this, I wouldn't decry him for it.
No, this is a sensible way to approach this fight, given that he's found out that Kitty Agnes, you know, if he gets inside, you know, can potentially do some damage.
Yep, of course. And damage is what you have to avoid in this game. You know, the cuts, the swelling. See, when he lets him close, he's a problem.
He's working away on it against the ropes, but he's let him out again. He's not quite keep busy enough. That's better. Crowd are enjoying this. Kitty Agnes from Seychelles.
He's sucking in the oxygen there, Agnes. I mean, these big bursts that he's putting out are taking a lot out of him. He's shipped a few body shots as well.
Yeah.
He's taken all he's got here. And he's giving all he's got. This is terrific from him.
Just keeps going, doesn't he? Every time he looks like he's looking right now, he looks absolutely knackered, but the next time they get close, he'll let him go again.
Yeah, but he's clever. He's doing it in little bursts. He's not trying to sustain it for any amount of time, just trying to catch the judge's eyes. But you can see he's struggling with it. As I said earlier, John, this kind of job gets tougher as the rounds go by. It doesn't get easier when the other guy is so much bigger than you.
Round. Joyce will be comfortable again, but his nose is in a fight though.
No, it's non-stop action, no clinches, no untidy stuff. This is really good stuff to watch.
And in the second round, Joe Joyce really keep that advantage. We'll find out in a moment. Bit of a shiner.
When he gets close, he makes his presence felt every time. Not all cleanly landed, as you can see. Maybe another round where Joyce is cleaner work. And work rate as well. He put in a good shift in that round.
quite hear what's being said there in the corner, but the judges, well, they are split that time.
Second
of the three judges saw it Angus's way. But still, Joyce is in front. Needs a huge last round. Kitty Angus for the Seychelles. Boxing in the red, needs a massive last round. You've got to expect you'd need to knock out Joe Joyce to go through.
You know, Joyce is trying to use the jab here, but full credit to Agnes, he's not really allowing it to happen. You know, he's springing close, he can't box his way close, obviously, but by hook or by crook, he's getting close and getting his punches off. It's been a great show from him.
It takes an enormous amount of courage to walk through those punches as well when you know that you're going to have to take them to give them and to get yourself in close.
Yeah, and
so outgunned in terms of reach and size.
Exactly, and you feel the punches more when you're tired. And look at it, he's showing tremendous heart. But he's on his heels now, you know, he's on the back foot, not initiating, he's used up so much energy. We just really want to see him getting through this.
Yeah, these last 90 seconds or so are going to be long. He's a magnificent looking athlete, isn't he, Joe Joyce?
Yeah, and he, you know, he does the job properly. You know, he doesn't cut corners, gets himself in good shape. I mean, okay, he has the advantages here, but I mean, this has been a fair old pace for the super heavyweight division. And you can still see there's plenty in the tank.
And neither one of them have held on. There's been no smother, and let's rest.
He's getting the time now to get the leverage into the punches because Agnes is slowed so much. Joyce can turn right into the punches with the hits on the shoulders, so there's more. You know, these punches will be even harder now for the little fellow.
So I want to credit to our crew too, the sound of those punches in the corner.
Yep.
The way they've placed the mics where they are, it's really does make you feel like you're there when you're sitting at home.
Now he's trying everything he's got to the end. Agnes, it's been a terrific show from him. He can go home proud.
Absolutely. And the other thing about Joyce too, he hasn't decided that he's just going to dance around here. He's still in there swinging, and he's getting plenty right now. That's a great end to that fight. Well done for both of these boys. Terrific contest.
Yeah, John, I haven't had a bad fight tonight.
No.
Some have been better than others, but you know, we haven't had one fight where you would nick next door and put the kettle on, have we? It's all been good, it's all been competitive, good quality. So this is a terrific tournament right from the start. It's been good.
He looks like he's been in a fight, doesn't he? He's supporting that shiner, and here's why.
See, when the more the pace slows, then the more it tilts against the little fellow. And that's what happened. There was an uphill struggle all the way. You know, see, taking those punches in the last round of such a tough battle. This fellow's got heart, determination, he's got everything. Unfortunately, he wasn't 6 inches taller.
Ladies and gentlemen, our judges' decision, all in agreement. The winner by unanimous decision through to the next round in the blue corner, representing and ladies and gentlemen, please, your appreciation representing the Seychelles, Kitty Angus.
So terrific fight, but Joyce goes through to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, but that was a good, I'm not being insulting I mean, it was a clear victory, so it was a good tool sharpener. I'm not at all being insulting to Agnes. I thought it was terrific what they did.
So just along the hallway at the SCCC there, you can see Sarah Clark winning another gold medal for Scotland. She's just been awarded that. In her other hand, it's the quaich that all the winners are getting. She won the 63 kilogram final there in the women's judo. And we can now cross back to the live action, because in the 70 kilogram bronze medal contest, we have Canada's Alex Renaud-Roy against Australia's Catherine Arscott.
Just both girls getting ready there. Referee will give them a call onto the side of the mat when he's ready. Just been trying to clear the heads. Think about what the first preparations are, getting the grips.
Well, that's always the most nerve-wracking part, isn't it? Just waiting for it all to start. Catherine Arscott of Australia wearing blue. Alex Renaud-Roy of Canada wearing white.
We had quite a fierce exchange of grips there. Oh!
Well, good opener, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Renaud-Roy straight in for the attack.
Now just working down there in Nuaza. But again, doesn't really seem to have a plan. You really have to take your time and know where you're going in Nuaza, and you can't just rush in like that. It doesn't work.
A lot of this is because of the drilling, of course. Drilling, it's got to be very positive and progressive. Renaud-Roy looking for the Ouchigari, now looking for the Sangaku turn. Triangular strangle with the legs. Now, can she get the leverage? Renaud-Roy turns Arscott over. Can she secure the hold?
Yes, it's looking like that. And she just, she's tightening up there, just leaning into that, relaxing her body down. She just has to keep her legs a little bit higher away. She doesn't need those caught. And the clock's down now, halfway.
So just has to hold for 20 seconds. Like Chloe says, secures the top half of the body. Now needs to stay away from the legs, and it's all over.
It is now.
Alex Renaud-Roy then gets the bronze medal for Canada.
Great win there. She was really sharp in that Nuaza. Even though she didn't really tie up the top for the Sangaku Jimmy, she was very quick to control that top.
Well, she looks very pleased with that, and Canada have a medal. Winner by Ippon. Had to hold her for 20 seconds, Chloe. Here it is.
Yeah, she kind of made a mistake. She goes in for a Sangaku Jimmy, really controlling. She's quite strong there with that leverage, but she doesn't really tie the top off, so she loses that control, but she's very lucky there to pull her through.
Well, she had hold of the arm, didn't she? She had hold of the arm and then just forces her opponent onto her back. Looks strong there, though.
She's not getting out of there.
She really controls the head, and that's what our sport's all about.
And that concludes the action at the judo for day 2 of these Commonwealth Games. And as you can see on your screen, we are heading across Glasgow to the swimming at the Tollcross International Swimming Centre. Plenty of action to bring you over the course of around the next hour and a half. We've got about 4 or 5 finals coming up for you in this one. We saw plenty of excitement on day 1. Let's see what day 2 has in store as we cross to live commentary.
First reserve. That is something of a shock. Leaston Pickett is a defending champion in the women's 50 free. Robbie Rennick as well backing up in the 200 free for Scotland. As far as the men's 400 individual medley is concerned, well, Chad Leclos won it in Delhi, but he did not enter that event here. So that's another one that won't be defended. We'll have a new champion. The women's para, that's a new one. Liam Tancock, of course, will be back in the 100 back. Alicia Coots, she won it 4 years ago. She's in the final again. And, of course, the Australians who have won it so often, they won it in Delhi, the 4x1 freestyle relay. So we've got the opportunity to see quite a few winners from Delhi retaining their titles. What about some of these events? We've touched on a couple of them. Dan Wallace, you mentioned. Looking forward to the men's 200 metres freestyle. Robbie Rennick, he's up against Cameron McAvoy and Thomas Fraser Holmes. The first race will be the men's 50 metres butterfly. As we head out into the call room, that would be the girls in the 50 breaststroke. And that is the second race. This first race, Roland Schoeman, or Schoeman I should say, he's the game's record holder at 34 years of age, and he'll be swimming out of lane number 5. 34, don't worry about the numbers. The champion South African is heading to Rio, so he believes. There is the field for the first of the finals, the men's 50 metres butterfly. Schoeman in 5, Ben Proud of England will start race favourite in lane 4. Leclos has 3. Adam Barrett in lane 6. Yes, Schoeman says he is aiming for Rio when he'd be 36 years of age. He wants to become the first South African swimmer to compete in 5 Olympic Games.
Well, that's quite an achievement if he does that. But there's no 50 metres butterfly at the Olympic Games, so he'll be probably switching his attention to the 53.
Yep.
But he is the Games record holder in this event, so we're going to be watching out for some fast swimming because he's almost on form. He's only just outside his time last night, but Ben Proud of England was only 2 100ths outside the Games record.
Well, here are the competitors. We're about to get underway on night 2 of finals. Brett Fraser, the 24-year-old from the Cayman Islands. This is Jaden Hadler, born in Perth, lives in Sydney, representing Australia, made his debut at the 2010 Pan Pacs. Adam Barrett will be celebrating his 22nd birthday next week, representing England. Here is Roland Schoeman, the 34-year-old Games record holder. His best time at the Commonwealth Games, 23:14. Benjamin Proud, a 19-year-old. Well, he's really preparing with the freestyle more than the butterfly because the freestyle is an Olympic Games and World Championship event. Here's Chad Leclos, another of the South Africans from Durban, the London gold medalist in the 200 metres butterfly. Schooling from Singapore, based in the United States, qualifying in lane 2. Christopher Wright, the 26-year-old Australian, has a butterfly in his genes. He's a cousin of the great Susie O'Neill.
That's a fantastic stat. She was an amazing swimmer.
She sure was. Whose girlfriend is Mel Schlanger, who's already a gold medalist here in the relay. But it's about the middle lanes in particular. They have the times on the board here. Proud and this man, Leclos, Schoeman in lane 5. Away in the men's 50 metres butterfly final. In the yellow lanes, Proud of England, Schoeman of South Africa on either side, Leclos and Barrett. And showing out early, it is Proud and Schoeman. Lanes 4 and 5, they have a slight advantage. Leclos is looking over at the race leaders, but it's Benjamin Proud who edges clear. Benjamin Proud, he's going to take the gold medal. England take their first gold medal in the swimming here at the Commonwealth Games, a games record time. Benjamin Proud, you've done England very proud. 22.93, a games record and a gold medal.
That was an absolutely sensational swim for Ben Proud, a new British record time there. The wave caused by those boys was absolutely huge. Commonwealth Games records, British records. Ben Proud, should be proud. Fantastic swimming. And Schumann there, 23.13 for second, just under his old Games record time as well. So fantastic swimming for the old man as well.
Well, what a performance by Ben Proud, just 19 years of age. I mentioned he was reluctant to concentrate his program on this event because it is a non-Olympic Games and World Championship event, but boy, a gold medal here. Ben Proud taking the 50 metres butterfly final from Roland Schoeman and Chad Leclos, South Africa, silver and bronze, but England take the gold.
Fantastic swimming. 22.93. That's like a freestyle time.
We have another final coming up, this time the women's 50 metres breaststroke. And Alia Atkinson looking to become the first Jamaican to win a gold medal in the swimming at the Commonwealth Games. Leiston Pickett of Australia is the defending champion.
Get them out, Glasgow, celebrate that first English gold.
Exciting way to start. England on the board. The girls in the 50 metres breaststroke will be coming out shortly. I spoke about Atkinson. Well, she's the Games record holder. She set it yesterday, 30.17. She's been on the world scene for a while, a silver medalist at the World Short Course. Out they come now. In lane 8, representing Scotland, Andrea Strachan's a 21-year-old. She was the bronze medalist at the Scottish Championships, a qualifying time 31.52. Another Scottish swimmer, lane 7, Catherine Johnston, who was 7th in this final 4 years ago.
In lane number 6, representing Scotland, Corey Scott.
And the third Scottish swimmer. They have lanes 6, 7 and 8. Corey Scott, third in her semi-final.
Lane number 5, representing Australia, Leiston Pickett.
Leiston Pickett is the defending champion. She has lane 5 with a qualifying time 30.64.
Representing Jamaica, Alia Atkinson.
Alia Atkinson, the gold medal favourite. She lives in Florida. As I mentioned, the silver medalist at the World Short Course Championships. She was 8th in this final in Delhi. Tara Van Beelen from Vancouver, BC. She was 9th in the 100 metres at the London Olympics. The British record holder at 18 years of age, Sophie Taylor of England.
Representing Australia, Lorna Tonks.
Lorna Tonks, a 25-year-old who was born in Nottingham. She lives in Brisbane. Her family moved to Australia when she was 16. She missed 2 championships, major championships. She retired twice, but this is her big moment.
I wonder if the magic 30-second barrier can be broken by Alia Atkinson.
The Games record 30.17, the world record at 29.48. So it's Tonks at the top, and then Taylor, Van Beelen, Atkinson and Pickett in the yellow lanes, and then the three Scots, Scott, Johnston and Strachan as they get towards the 25, and Atkinson is flying. She's out in front. The Jamaican in lane 4, trying to go with her is the defending champion Pickett. Pickett's pegging her back. The yellow cap of the Australian, the dark cap of the Jamaican, Pickett, Atkinson, and across in lane 2, Taylor. This is close. Pickett will get there. Pickett wins it, Atkinson second, and Scott from Scotland takes a bronze medal.
Fantastic swim there. Leiston Pickett, she just had the edge on the final stroke, really, wasn't it? She just took that gold from Ali Atkinson, still silver medal for the Jamaican swimmer. And what about that bronze for Corrie Scott of Scotland?
Well, what a terrific race it was. You would have sworn that Atkinson had that gold medal almost tucked in her back pocket with about 15 metres to swim, but it was the fighting qualities of Leiston Pickett who was able to claw her way back into the race and just touch out the Jamaican.
It was on the final stroke as well.
Pickett makes it back-to-back titles, a winning time 30.59, 8/100ths of a second clear of Atkinson of Jamaica and Scott of Scotland, 30.75. Enough for the bronze medal. Taylor, Van Beelen, Johnston, Tonks and Strachan following them home. What a race.
Defending champion Leiston Pickett there.
Winner.
She was the only one that went quicker than her semi-final time.
Atkinson 30.17 her
she was
qualifying, and she was a fair way slower than that, about
slower.
half a second slower.
It's the big time nerves maybe.
And
the breaststroke
in the 50,
is such a
things
difficult,
can go, little things can make such a big difference, can't
That's
they?
right, especially in breaststroke. It's so technical, you've got no room for error.
So England taking the first of the gold medals this evening and Australia taking the second. It would have been lovely to have seen Alia Atkinson, who really showed all the form leading into this final. And as I mentioned, she seemed to have that gold medal in her keeping. It's a considerable lead. It was close to half a body length at the halfway point or just beyond. But Pickett timed it beautifully.
Yeah, indeed she did. We're waiting for a medal ceremony for that men's 50 metres butterfly.
Yes, and it's going to be a very popular reception, I'm sure. Many English fans here. As you've spoken about before, it's almost a home meet as far as England is concerned. Not quite, but not too far to travel. And of course you had your British nationals here in this very pool only a few months ago.
And most of these English swimmers, they've swam here plenty times.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the medal ceremony for the men's 50 metres butterfly final. Piped in by Lone Piper representing the Royal Air Force SAC, Anna Wright. The medals will be presented by President of the Commonwealth Games Association Namibia, Agnes Tangalero. Accompanied by Lord Dean of Guilds Glasgow, Raymond Williamson.
A very proud man, no doubt, with the Commonwealth Games in his own city.
Representing South Africa, Chad Leclerc.
So Chad Leclerc picking up his first medal of the Commonwealth Games. You would imagine there's more around the corner.
Most definitely. The 50 metres is not his 40. He's the 200 Olympic champion. The Phelps Slayer. Great swim for Chad for his bronze.
The winner of the silver medal, representing South Africa, Roland Schoeman.
Roland Schoeman, so South Africa taking silver and bronze. And Schoeman makes it 4 medals at 4 consecutive Commonwealth Games in this event.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion in a time of 22.93, a brand new Commonwealth Games record, representing England, Benjamin Proud.
Well done, Benjamin Proud, the 19-year-old. The gold medal. He broke Mark Foster's 10-year-old British record last year. He came in ranked 2nd in the Commonwealth, and he goes away as the number 1.
I think we might see some emotion here. Great swim for the young man.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of England.
Showing great maturity. He held himself together very impressively during the English national anthem. Well, he becomes now the first Englishman to win this event. It's only been staged 3 times. Mark Foster won bronze in Manchester in 2002 when the race was staged for the first time. And it was Roland Schoeman in Melbourne in 2006 and Jason Dunford who had to watch this race from the stands. He would have been disappointed, the defending champion, at not making the final, but the Kenyan scoring it in Delhi. So 4 different countries winning the 4 versions of this event, the 50 metres butterfly. As I spoke about, Ben Proud really training specifically for the freestyle. He was quite open about it. said, as this is a non-Olympic Games event, it is contested at the World Championships, but not at the Olympic Games. He said, we don't want to be the best in the world in 2016 at an event that doesn't take place at the Olympics. But having broken Mark Foster's record at the trials, he thought, well, why not try to be best in the Commonwealth? And that's what he's been able to do.
Well, you know, sprinting butterfly and freestyle often goes together. I did it myself. If you can sprint freestyle, chances are you're pretty good at sprinting butterflies.
And the man who
Schumann
took
does
the
it.
silver medal does just that, doesn't he?
Yeah. But you can understand where he's coming from, though. The Olympics, to most people, is the pinnacle of a sportsman's career. Commonwealth Games is fantastic as well, but to win a medal at the Olympics is, you know, the highest honour. And if the 50 fly is not there, then why not? You know, just concentrate on his free and just have fun doing his 50 fly. Look where it gets him. Gold medal at the Commonwealth Games.
As a teenager.
Yep, still 19.
Quite a few young English swimmers coming through. England, of course, had a very good Olympic Games, I think it's fair to say, in Beijing. Great expectations were not met at the London Olympics. So the golden era, and I suppose you think of names that include Rebecca Adlington in particular, that ended around the time of the London Olympics. But as we look now, there are quite a few impressive teenagers, including Ben Proud and including Siobhan O'Connor, who are starting to emerge on the scene, and that augurs well for the future of English swimming.
Yeah, it certainly does. And then if you add to the mix the youngsters from Scotland, who have been Ross Murdoch in particular, and when they all come together as Team GB, they're going to be a force to be reckoned with in world swimming pretty soon. That'll be fantastic to watch.
So Schumann at 34, 15 years the senior of Ben Proud, taking the silver here, and he will be back. He intends to be back anyway to compete at the Rio Olympics in 2 years' time at the age of 36. And there's one person he only needs to look to find that that's entirely possible, and that's Mark Foster, who kept swimming these type of events, didn't he, until the age of 38?
Yeah, and on the women's side, American swimmer Dara Torres was 41 years old. She won a silver medal at the Olympics in the sprint event. So it can be done.
So these swimmers will enjoy their moment in the sun. And then we'll resume hostilities with the men's 200 metres freestyle final. And the swimmers, no doubt, in the call room feeling very, very anxious as they will be making their way out shortly. Two finals have been decided, still 6 to go here on the second night of swimming. In total, 44 gold medals. Now to be decided here at the Commonwealth Games swimming program for 2014.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the men's 200 metres.
There's the start list for 200 metres freestyle. Australia have the swimmers in 4 and 5, McAvoy and Fraser Holmes.
Representing England, Nick Granger.
In lane 8, Nick Granger, well, he won a 3-way swim-off this morning to claim a place in the final. The Englishman, lane 8, with 1:48.98. This is David McKeon, who's celebrating his 22nd birthday today after claiming the silver medal in the 400 metres last night. His younger sister, of course, has already won 2 golds. James Guy, a bronze medalist in the 400. He is also representing England alongside Granger, his teammate. The New Zealander Matthew Stanley, he recorded a time of 1:47.16. He has lane 2. Robbie Rhythmic of Scotland. Scotland's sole representative here. He comes in as the defending champion. Callum Jarvis of Wales at 22 has lane 3 after swimming 1:47.10. The first of the Australians in those yellow lanes is Thomas Fraser Holmes. He lives on the Gold Coast, a relay gold medalist in Delhi. And Cameron McAvoy, the race favourite. His qualifying time 1:46.39. He was 7th in the World Championship final in Barcelona. The world record at 1:42 held by Paul Biedermann of Germany. Ian Thorpe's games record could be under threat, 1:44.71. The men's 200 metres freestyle final is underway. 3 Australians in this field, 2 of them in lanes 4 and 5. The other is McKeon in lane 1, then Stanley of New Zealand in 2, Jarvis Wales in 3, McAvoy and Fraser Holmes 4 and 5, the Scott Rennick, the defending champion, in 6, and then the 2 English swimmers, Guy and Granger, in 7 and 8. And it's McAvoy who leads them through the first 50. He's just under world record pace. He leads Fraser Holmes and McKeon. It's 1, 2 and 3 for Australia.
Well, he's certainly dominating this race. What a fantastic first 50 metres. Looks really in control. Lovely long strokes. And if you compare him to Fraser Holmes, who's in the lane beside him, McAvoy looks like he's taken it easy down this first 100. I expect him to build really well into the second 100.
Off world record pace by 0.42 of a second, but no change to the order. McAvoy, Fraser Holmes, and then it's McKeon as they head up with 75 to swim. It's a race in the middle lanes.
Fantastic, look at this. Fraser Holmes is almost on his shoulder, coming back at McAvoy. It's going to be a 1-2 for Australia by the looks of it right now, but James Guy might have something to say about that down in lane 7.
McAvoy, Fraser Holmes, McKeon as they bring it home now. Guy back in 4th place, but it's the yellow caps of the Australians in the middle lanes. McAvoy in 4, Fraser Holmes in lane 5. Fraser Holmes is flying home. He's almost on level terms here with McAvoy. Fraser Holmes finishing better. It's Fraser Holmes who's going to take the gold medal. McAvoy the silver, and the bronze will be taken by Jarvis of Wales. Oh, what great racing. A gold medal to Thomas Fraser Holmes.
That was very smart swimming there by Fraser Holmes. He let McAvoy do all the work and he just waited, just bided his time, and then boom, took him out on the final 10 metres.
He ended up winning in 1:45.08, so he's not too far away from the 1:44 barrier, getting inside that 1:45 mark, into the 1:44s, I should say. And McAvoy having to settle for the silver medal. This is as they finished. Thomas Fraser Holmes just too strong in the closing stages. He ended up winning it by about a third of a body length. In fact, in terms of times, it was close to half a second.
Yeah, and what about Callum Jarvis from Wales sneaking in there for bronze?
The gold medal in the 200 freestyle, Thomas Fraser-Holmes of Australia. The silver to Cameron McAvoy. And the bronze to Callum Jarvis of Wales. McKeon fourth, then Rennick, then Guy, then Stanley, and then Granger.
Much more to come from Toll Cross on day 2 of these Commonwealth Games. But now it's back to the SECC, to the men's welterweight boxing.
Well, if he's as entertaining when he gets into the ring as he is on his way into the ring, it'll be a very good fight.
Well, I like to see fighters who enjoyed. I mean, this is a huge event, and it's nice to see them enjoying themselves. They're pleased to be here.
And the crowd love it too.
Yep. It's, I remember reading somewhere boxing is show business with blood. So more show business, less blood will keep us all happy.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's contest number 19. It is 3 3-minute rounds in the men's welterweight 69 kilo division. Our judges at ringside.
It's Shakespeare with sweat, Jimmy, full of drama and expectation, and occasionally a little bit of tragedy.
And from
He's fired up. The boy in the red corner, look at him.
On the starting blocks there.
So, ladies and gentlemen, time to meet the boxers. Firstly, boxing out of the red corner, representing Nigeria, Kehinde Ademoyiwa.
Ademoyiwa has been around for a while, despite his 21 years. Kidunda is 30, and he fought as a middleweight in Delhi.
Mr. David Mark Williams.
He also fought at London, the world champs. So plenty of experience there. And Ademoyiwa is, as I say, only 21, but he did fight in Delhi as a 17-year-old and took silver at the All-African Games.
Round 1.
So we're back to the welterweights. Southpaw stance for the Nigerian. Kidunda in blue. Ademoyiwa in red.
Yeah, we just want to see them settling down a little bit. A couple of nice little short right hands. Kidunda.
And that's a fall, but as we've said before, it can often be a little clumsy and somewhat ugly fight when you see a southpaw up against a natural fighter if they don't get enough lateral movement, but there's plenty of leather being thrown.
Yeah, and they say the right hand is the answer to the southpaw, and Kidunda has landed a couple already. But there he goes again, a bit ungainly himself. I don't know if his balance is always this poor, or is it just the southpaw opponent that's giving them the problems, but he's the one landing the punches at the moment.
He sure is. Gee, it's willing.
Ademoyiwa, at times just looks a little bit out of his depth when he's under pressure. That doesn't cope too well with the pressure. He wants to grab hold, duck and dive. So we'll see if Kidunda can take advantage of that.
Well, Kidunda's certainly the aggressor of the two. He's the one that keeps coming forward. And
not an abundance of skill, that's the problem, John. It's a bit of a barroom brawl at times. I mean, this is I mean, you can't really accuse either of them of being a stylist, can you?
No. No, they'll be, based on what we're seeing here in this first round, I know it's only early days, but we saw a lot classier boxers amongst the welterweights this morning, or this afternoon rather. But I tell you what, they're both brave, they're both willing.
Yeah, and there's good action. I mean, the action's good. A little bit untidy. Certainly not cultured. So,
this is
a gun shield again,
This is a mouth guard-a-thon, yeah.
Well, I really fed up saying it, fed up hearing it, but I mean, a gum shield, you should put it in and have a job getting it back out again. There should be no full plate gum shield. Some of them maybe just work round the teeth. You know, don't go to the roof of the mouth.
There's a bit of a cut there as well on the left cheek. Well, it's a bit ungainly, but it's entertaining. And they're going to work on that cut, are they? We'll just...
yeah, if it's below the eye, they won't worry too much about it. But no, I mean, I'm not surprised the head, as you see the gum shield flying out there, I'm not surprised the heads are going, you know, clashing in this one. Southpaw and orthodox, even with good boxers, you can have some problems tripping over each other. So when the guys are a little bit clumsy too, there's nothing serious there.
No,
it's well below the eye, and they haven't bothered working on it. They just wiped the blood away. Yeah, that's the way I saw it. Kadunda, he was the boss most of the way through.
Interesting about the mouth guard or the gum shield on that occasion. When you got hit on the nose, the mouth went open and straight out it came. Now, normally it should be fitted in a way that you never ever have to feel like you're holding it in. Because if you feel like you're holding in, you've got to grit your teeth, it's harder to breathe. It's bizarre.
You know, normally, John, I would say, well, maybe they're not, you know, custom-made gum shield. They're not made specifically for that mouth. But I mean, Andrew Selby, for heaven's sake, the world's #1, he's going to have a properly made gum shield, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah, he could keep his in.
Yeah, he hasn't bought it from a local chemist.
No, of course not. Good right hand.
I tell you what, when you're sitting at home watching this,
punching on the brake.
Absolutely.
A little over anxious.
But you can't help but be impressed by the bravery of anyone that steps in the ring, but particularly if you're going to stand toe-to-toe and battle the way these two are.
Yeah, I mean, there is no shortage of courage here, no shortage of enthusiasm. Technique is maybe another matter. I was hoping that maybe in the opening round, maybe they're just a little bit over-anxious, want to make an early impression. But it's still a little bit untidy. And I mean, this is in a pretty tough division in these championships.
Yeah, there's not much hit and don't be hit involved in this particular contest. They're both having to give up their chins to land their own punches. But
yeah, they're both trying to drive through what the other guy's got. You know, what I've got is better than what you've got, so let's just trade it. They're not trying to use skills, you know, make the other guy miss. I still like Kadunda, yeah.
I tell you what, he's done well there. Absolutely, it was. He was in the corner himself, got himself quickly out, and went to work. Good bit of boxing. Let's see whether Kadunda can finish strongly inside the last minute. Oh, that's a nice right hand too.
Once again, yep. These are little punches that the judges are inclined to remember because they're cleanly picked. Didn't take anything himself.
He might take this round the way he's going.
Kadunda still looking the stronger, but not imposed himself in this round the way he did in the previous.
He's got a lot
missing badly.
Yeah, and he's got a lot more experience. You would expect him, 9 years the senior, and he's been around. He's we mentioned earlier, a couple of Commonwealth Games and Olympic Games. So end of round 2, this will be very interesting. We could be locked up.
Yeah, but you'd expect with his experience, Kadunda would be the one improving as the fight's going along. But I thought in the second round it was actually Adamuyiwa. You know, tricky little stuff, a lot of it ungainly, disjointed and whatever, but getting his chin out of harm's way and getting these counters home. And is that not what this game's all about? Yep, I wonder if that's just going to swing things around. We'll see.
We'll see in a second.
Yep. Yep, all square and all 3 cards.
So 19 apiece going into the third round. That's only a tiny nick, the one on the cheek. That's okay. So we're square up. Kadunda in the blue. Tanzania is far more experienced than Adawiya, the Nigerian, but at 19 apiece, both of them looking for a big last round.
Well, I wonder if the strength of the chin. Punch landed, but no, I don't know if he's looking upon that. Now he just wants to wipe the gloves. Yeah. That's good refereeing.
Yeah, the punch landed. He went
punch
down.
Landed,
but
the punch landed, but it didn't cause the knockdown. Yeah.
And of course, had he given him a count at a professional bout, that would have been the round gone, you would think, unless he could put his opponent down. That's what I'm saying. It's great refereeing that he didn't.
Yeah, but I mean, it doesn't count so much. A knockdown's only 1 punch in amateur boxing. It doesn't count so strongly as it does in pro boxing, which is fair comment. I mean, you can be dominating a round in a pro fight, get dropped, and you've lost a round because of 1 punch. I think this is a better system. But work still to be done here. Who's going to do it?
Almost halfway through the last round. It's been tough and tight. As do say that styles make contests. As we said, it's been a little bit ungainly, but it's been really entertaining.
Yeah, still a bit of cat and mouse. I think Adamuyiwa's going to have to be careful he doesn't get a point taken away for holding. He's a little bit guilty. He's doing it again just as I'm talking.
Yeah.
Keep your hands at the front where you can punch. So the last thing you need here, when it's all square and getting into the last round, is losing a point. He's losing his way a little bit. Yep.
Yeah, Kadunda looks to be... Oh, I tell you what, he just walked into one, though. I was about to say he looks to be finishing the stronger. And then Adawiya has come back with a massive right hand.
Yeah, the little cat and mouse tactics that he's using, he uses them to good effect at times. This is the grab and hold again. Hasn't counted against him, thankfully. You don't want to see fighters with enthusiasm like this losing points. But, he is spoiling a fair bit up close.
Let's see whether he can get himself out of the corner as he did in the last round. Is that his nose?
Right.
Yeah. At the bridge of the nose.
Wait.
Of course, this decision is made by the doctor in amateur boxing. He's telling the referee he's right to go on. And just as well, there's only 23 seconds left anyway. Oh, that's a bit sloppy. And again, that's really just a case of him holding on.
Yeah, I think with the amount of spoiling, the cat and mouse tactics which were good in the second round, I don't think he's produced the same from them in the third. Nice little escape there from Adamuyiwa.
So it was close. They were locked up at 19 all going into the third round. Who will advance?
Yeah, tough one. I would probably see Kadunda going through. But these cat and mouse tactics they used to such good effect in the previous round, And he did land some clean punches, but a fair amount of spoiling. He's taken one return here. There, the heads coming together.
That caused the little cut on the bridge of the nose.
Yeah. The more you look at this one, the tougher it is to split them. So, whatever the judges want to come up with, I'll fully endorse.
You won't be going down and complaining.
No.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, once again we have our judges' score totals all in agreement. The winner by unanimous decision. Now through to the next round. In the red corner, representing.
It's true. Well, it's a bit of an upset. He's through to the round of 16. Good on him. He was spectacular on the way into the ring. He's going out a winner as well.
Well, John, the good news is it'll give me another chance of pronouncing his name properly. It's a beauty, isn't it? Adamayiwa.
Gahinde alphabet.
Great scenes there at the SECC. That's what it's all about, the Commonwealth Games, enjoying yourself and putting on a sporting performance. We'll be heading back to Toll Cross for the swimming very, very shortly. But just to update you on some hockey now, what you're seeing on your screens at the moment is indeed Glasgow Green in the east end of the city, and the National Hockey Centre is situated not so far from that glass building on the right hand side. Now, we saw Trinidad and Tobago beaten by South Africa by 16 goals to nil on day one. They're back in action on day two, and we can bring you the first half highlights of their match against New Zealand.
Now, up that left flank go New Zealand, and this is Forgerson, and it's the first goal of the match. It's only taken 2.5 minutes and punts on the scoreboard, and for New Zealand, importantly, their first goal in 2014 Com Games.
Unselfish play by
match. Forgerson still there though. She has the ball into the circle now. Some jinking skills in there as they wind up to have another shot at goal, and well positioned. And here's the crash at the top, and it's goal number 2, and that is Emily Naylor coming through from the defensive area for New Zealand, and Naylor comes in, adds another layer.
Again, it's Forgerson causing all the problems. Plays a very firm ball back across into the penalty.
Tries to bunt the ball forward, gets the free hit. Into the circle now, the combinations are going, and goal number 3. Forgerson.
Brilliant build-up play. Just the passing interchange.
Get out and amongst it on her 50th. Is she going to have a shot at goal? Yes, she is. She's going to celebrate her 50th with the 4th goal for New Zealand.
It's just the speed at which New Zealand are attacking, which is really impressive, and they're drawing the Trinidadian defenders up.
Third penalty corner. Whitelock slap. It's a goal, and it comes off Cox, does it? She's been given the goal, that 19-year-old from Canterbury. So goal number 5.
Direct hit by Whitelock, that is a brilliant.
Now it's Glyn's turn to have a go. Oh, wow! Smack bang into the back of that board. And Katie Glyn gets on the score sheet for New Zealand.
Back to basics by New Zealand. Katie Glyn this time, not only try and apply the same rules.
Whitelock at the top of the D, has a shot. Oh, what a stunner. What a stunner. It was inside the circle just.
Here it is. I thought it came off her leg there, but maybe it was her stick, but absolutely brilliant. Brilliant hit. It's Webster that's in the way, potentially blocking the keeper's view.
And straight to the judo. We'll give you that full-time score from the hockey, but this is the 70 kilograms final. Megan Fletcher recovering from a broken nose in her semi-final against Moira de Villiers of New Zealand.
And her coach was the Well, what can you say? Don Werner was one of the most famous British coaches. And there's the Pinewood roll that she tries there. A lot of them learn it at a very early stage. There's the second part of it. So straight into the Newaza, Megan Fletcher.
You know what, Neil? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Well, that's right. It is. It's a junior move, but it works for a lot of their seniors as well. They win hundreds, if not thousands, of contests with the move. And one of the reasons they win so many contests with it is because it's drilled. So de Villiers drops again. Flop and drop. She's going to get punished because here we go again. Megan Fletcher will wrap up. She'll tie off the middle section. She'll control the head and then she'll go. And once she starts the movement, she'll start to climb over into the Tati Shogatami and couldn't quite get the leverage there.
Well, de Villiers has she's got to step up her game here. She's letting Fletcher move her all over the mat. She's got to get her grip. Well, I know she looks like she's going for it, but it's a bit of desperation for me. You've got to hunt for it.
Well, it is. It's flop and drop at the moment. De Villiers leaving herself open for the Newaza, but Megan Fletcher, well, she's got to start doing the moves herself as well. The standing throws just a little bit off the pace at the moment because de Villiers is just hitting her just before she wants to attack. There she goes again. Fletcher now.
Narrowly missed a Yuko score.
Here we go into the Tati Shogatami. Gets the turn. Megan Fletcher then has de Villiers. De Villiers was always going to get punished. She flopped just once too often, and you can't do that with Megan Fletcher. Megan Fletcher holding for gold. Seconds ticking away. Just got to hold for 20 seconds, and it's all over.
She did not give up on that. The New Zealander absolutely going until that bell sounded. I love seeing that. There's all too often, once in a ground hold, just think, oh, forget it, it's all over. Stick a fork in me, I'm done. However, well, she went right to the last second.
They didn't give up there, did she? But Megan Fletcher, credit to her. She is the Commonwealth Games champion. What a day for her.
There you have it. And what you're seeing on your screen is back at the Tollcross Swimming Centre, where we've just had a medal ceremony there for the winners of the men's 200-metre freestyle. Coming up next, we have the women's 50-metre freestyle semi-finals. Still to come, though, on day 2 of this Commonwealth Games. We've got the men's 400-metre individual medley final, and we also have the men's 100-metre backstroke final. But we'll hand you back over now to the live commentary team at the Tollcross Swimming Centre.
He studies physics, just loves putting his head in the science books. Righto, back to the action very shortly. We are up to the semi-finals now of the women's 50 metres freestyle. And Kate Campbell of Australia is in lane 4 alongside Ariana Vanderpool Wallace of the Bahamas. And Kate Campbell went so close to lowering Fran Housel's games record in the heats this morning. Housel went 24.31 and Campbell then followed in the following heat. She was 2/100ths of a second behind, but she looked very, very comfortable indeed. So there could be another games record here. Lane 8, it's the Welsh girl, Hannah McCarthy, who had a heat time of 26.12. Trudy Mari of South Africa. She's a 25-year-old who has gone 25-8. Victoria Poon of Canada was a bronze medalist in the 4x1 freestyle relay last night. She was 4th in 2010 and also 2006. Vanderpool Wallace of the Bahamas, 8th at the Olympics. She trains in the US. Here's Kate Campbell. She's the world champion over the 100, the silver medalist over this distance, and already a relay gold medalist. Amy Smith was a part of the silver medal winning English relay team last night. She was 7th in the Delhi final. This is the Canadian Sandrine Mainville. 25.62 was her heat time. And a second swimmer from the Bahamas in lane 1, Ariel Weech. So the Bahamas have 2 in this field. Britta Steffen with that world record, 23.73, and Halsel's games record set this morning. Clean start there, so in those yellow lanes, Campbell of Australia, Vanderpool Wallace of the Bahamas, and Smith and Poon on either side, and it's the 2 yellow lanes that are showing out, and Vanderpool Wallace may be just edging Campbell as they go through the 30-metre mark. Now Campbell eases in front, Campbell in front, Vanderpool Wallace is not letting her go though, but Campbell will take it out, and she wins it in a games record time. She's posted 24.17. She's taken 1400ths of a second off Halsel's time from this morning. Kate Campbell looking very good, but an excellent swim by Vanderpool Wallace, finishing second.
Very impressive. Kate Campbell just made that look like a walk in the park. Commonwealth Games record, 24.1. She is fantastic swim. Vanderpool Wallace was so quick off the blocks. She was gunning for it the whole way down that 50 metres there, and Kate Campbell just made her look a little bit pedestrian in the end. Great swimming.
Kate Campbell, the elder of the Campbell girls here, swimming for Australia. A games record in semi-final 1. 24.17, 24.42 for Vanderpool Wallace. It was Smith third, then Poon, Mari, Weech, Mainville and McCarthy. 25.97 McCarthy is not a bad time either, finishing 8th.
Not bad. And we've got another one to go now with Fran Halsell and Bronte Campbell.
Halsell in 4, Campbell, Bronte Campbell in 5, semi-final 2. Melanie Schlanger, lane 3. Sian Harkin, lane 6. Malaysia have qualified a semi-finalist here in the form of Lei Kwan. 26 flat was her heat time.
In lane number 7, representing England, Jess Lloyd.
England have 2 swimmers in this race. Jess Lloyd, she's a 19-year-old swimming out of lane 7. Here's the Scot, Sian Harkin, the Scottish champion, and she hails from the Stirling Club.
Number 5, representing Australia, Bronte Campbell.
Well, Bronte Barrett was a member of the gold medal winning team last night. She said she had 3 hours sleep. She came out despite having only 3 hours sleep and set a short-standing games record. Fran Halsell broke that Campbell mark this morning, and now that in turn has been broken by Bronte's big sister.
Melanie Schlanger.
Melanie Schlanger, relay gold medalist for Australia. Lane 3.
Number 2, representing Canada, Michelle Williams.
Canadian, Michelle Williams, who swam 25.48. She has lane 2.
In lane 1, representing Singapore, Amanda Lim.
And Amanda Lim for Singapore, the 21-year-old who's qualified for the semi-finals in lane 1 after a time of 25.81.
Can she respond?
Well, the Games record, we've seen 3 new Games records today. Bronte Barrett, Fran Housel, Bronte Campbell, Fran Housel, and now Kate Campbell.
Take your mark.
So away they go, clean start again. Housel in 4, Campbell in lane number 5, Schlanger and Harkin on either side. And first to show out would be lane 4, Fran Housel. Housel with a big lead, about half a body length. Bronte Campbell's going to have to pull out all stops, and Schlanger may be the main danger in lane 3. But it's Housel. We'll keep an eye on the clock here. It won't be a real world record, but it's going to be Housel who sets a Games record again. Schlanger takes second, and Bronte Campbell takes third. Another Games record falls. This time it's 24.14, 3/100ths off the time set by Kate Campbell. Oh, we're in for a great final.
Oh, an exceptional time, 24.14. That's really quick. And 24.59 for second with Schlanger, and Bronte Campbell 24.62 for third. What a race.
What a race, but Housel really controlled that, didn't she?
She did. She led from the gun. She did take a breath. She actually took 2 breaths just before the red there. But she knew exactly where she was. But you know, she's in the final now. It's going to be a completely different ball game tomorrow. Can't wait for that. It's going to be awesome.
Housel's time 24.14, Schlanger 24.59, Bronte Campbell 24.62, first, second and third. Harkin was 4th, then Williams, Lloyd, Lim and Kwan. It was semi-final 2. 4 Games records have gone in that women's 53 over the course of the day. The heats and the semi-finals. What a final we have in store. Who will swim in the final? Fran Housel will have lane 4. Kate Campbell will have lane 5. Now Vanderpool Wallace will have 3. Then Schlanger. Bronte Campbell will be out there in lane number 2. And then Smith, Poon and Harkin. So Bronte Campbell surprisingly down as the 5th fastest qualifier. Great final coming up.
Oh yeah, and things can change overnight in 50 metres events. Just got to relax, get ready for that, and it should be okay. Can't wait to watch it.
Can't wait to watch this either, can you? Semi-final number 1, the men's 100 metres breaststroke. Ross Murdoch of Scotland is the fastest qualifier, lane 4. Cameron Vanderberg is the world record holder, swimming alongside him, lane 5.
Semi-final 1.
So Julian Fletcher of Bermuda has lane 8. Hope to see a swimmer from Bermuda making it through to a semi-final stage. Up they come now, coming out pretty slowly. Dustin Tynes of the Bahamas. He's the youngest swimmer, I think it is, in this field. Yes, indeed. He's an 18-year-old. 1:04.42. Sandeep Sewal of India, qualifying in lane 7.
Representing Scotland, Michael Jameson.
Well, if there was a muted reception prior to this, it evaporates with the introduction of Michael Jameson, the silver medalist from the 200. He was 4th in this event in Delhi. Andrew Willis, the bronze medalist last night in the 200, representing England. And another Scot, Craig Benson. So far we've seen Jameson in 2, Benson in 3 for Scotland. There'll be another to come in a moment. Cameron Vanderberg, the world record holder, representing South Africa. His mark 58.46.
In lane number 4, representing Scotland, Ross Murdoch.
The gold medalist from the 200 metres, 20-year-old Ross Murdoch. He has lane 4 here, so it's Scotland in lanes 2, 3 and 4. Vanderberg's world record set at the London Olympic Games. Petey, the Games record this morning.
Well now, Ross Murdoch, this is going to be interesting. He's in the lane beside the world record holder, Cameron Vandenberg.
Here is the world record holder, 26-year-old Vanderberg. Away they go. In semi-final number 1, men's 100 breaststroke, so Tynes at the top, then Jameson, Benson, Murdoch, the 3 Scots in 2, 3 and 4, then Vanderberg, Willis, Saywile and Fletcher. And Vanderberg in that prominent green cap is our race leader as he goes down towards the 50-metre turn. Not too far back, Murdoch and Benson swimming a good race, so too Jameson as they turn. Vanderberg, Murdoch and Benson in that order.
Vandenberg, he's the Olympic champion in this event. He's had a fantastic quick turn there, but Murdoch's not going to let him go easily. He's going to hang on to his shoulder.
Vanderberg, and look at Murdoch flying home. It's the first of the Scotsmen in the blue caps there. Ross Murdoch, and going with him Craig Benson. Vanderberg trying to hold out the 2 Scotsmen. I reckon it's going to be Murdoch. Murdoch in front of Vanderberg. Benson third. Terrific racing. Ross Murdoch can do no wrong.
There's just no stopping this boy. This is absolutely awesome. And Craig Benson there, the other Scot, was in there for third. Vandenberg splitting them. Great swimming. I noticed there that Ross Murdoch really picked up his tempo in the last 25 metres. Just hanging on to Cameron Vandenberg there and just, made his move with 25 to go.
Terrific first semi-final, and Ross Murdoch, well, we had 3 Scotsmen in the 200 final, and he was the underdog in terms of that trio, but he has won just about everything he swum. In fact, he has won everything he swum today. So Murdoch in front of Cameron Vanderberg and then Craig Benson. That's the way they finished.
Oh, that's beautiful.
59.72 the winning time in semi-final 1 from 59.91. Benson, Willis, Jameson, Saywile, Tynes and Fletcher, the finishing order. So we know what's happened in the first semi. These swimmers will know what's happened in the first semi as well. The start list for the second semi, and they know what they need to do to make the final. Adam Petey, the Games record holder, I should say, from England in lane 4. Glenn Snyder's in 5. Surprise down there is Christian Springer, who was devastated after qualifying in 12th place. We'll see him in a moment. Here's Ian Black, representing Jersey, 104.43. He has lane 8 in the second semi. From Northern Ireland, Michael Dawson. Big moment for him, making a semi-final here.
Number 7, representing Australia, Christian Springer.
Well, Springer is the world champion, the silver medalist from London, silver medalist in Delhi. But quite frankly, he totally lost his stroke and lost his confidence in the heat swim this morning and finished well back. Holderness, Rob Holderness of Wales, 7th in the 200. James Wilby, 6th in the 200 metres, representing England. Richard Funk of Canada swam 61.25 to qualify for lane 3, semi-final 2. Glenn Snyders from New Zealand, who's been on the international scene for quite some time. He's a 27-year-old, 6th in Delhi. And here is the games record holder, Adam Peaty, who just missed the medals in the 200. He finished 4th. Start out there in lane 1 from Dawson of Northern Ireland. In semi-final 2, the 100 breaststroke, Holderness alongside him in 2, then Funk of Canada, Peaty and Snyders, England and New Zealand in the yellow lanes, then Wilby, Springer and Black representing England, Australia and Jersey. And perhaps at the moment it may be in lane 3 and 4, Funk and Peaty. And Springer is probably round about 3rd or 4th at the moment as they go through the 50. Peaty, Snyders and Funk as they turn for home.
Yeah, Peaty had an amazing reaction time, 0.58 off the blocks. I think we're going to see something special here. Fantastic swimming down that first 50 metres, sub 28 seconds.
So it's Adam Peaty of England leading Glenn Snyders of New Zealand. And it's the Canadian cap over there of Funk in 3rd place, Holderness of Wales, and Springer's not going to make the final here. The world champion will be swum out in the semis, but no doubt about Peaty winning it. Peaty winning it in a games record time. Snyders 2nd and Funk in 3rd placing. The time 59.16, so he's taken 0.29 of a second, 29 100ths of a second off the time he set this morning. Adam Peaty doing it again.
Yeah, and he's as cool as you like at the end of that race. He's only half a second outside the world record. That might be a step too far, but that Commonwealth Games record there was absolutely sensational. He just led from the gun. Start to finish, dominated. And what a field to dominate. Likes of Snyders and Springer in now.
Terrific effort by Peaty. Yes, that time, 59.16. Well, it's about 3/4 of a second. He's got a little bit of work to do before he gets to Vandenberg. There is the winning time. It's a games record again, the 2nd time today for Adam Peaty. Then Snyders 2nd, Funk, Holderness, Wilby. You go right down to 6th to the world champion Christian Springer, then Black and Dawson. Peaty.
Yeah, it's the youngsters. It's the youngsters' turn. They're coming through. Still only 19 years old.
Well done, Adam Peaty. Another of these teenagers we're referring to.
He knows it's not finished yet, though. He's going to save his celebrations till he actually wins the gold medal.
And
good plan.
He'll be swimming for the gold medal from lane 4, Peaty, alongside Murdoch. Vandenberg, the world record holder in 3. The other swimmers to make it through, Snyders, Benson, Funk, Holderness and Wilby. That final coming your way tomorrow night here from the Toll Cross International Swimming Centre. Now the women's 100 metres backstroke is coming up next. 2 semi-finals here. Belinda Hocking and Lauren Quigley. Australia and England have the quickest of the times in lanes 4 and 5. Elizabeth Simmons of England in lane 3. Second semi-final we'll see the favourite Emily Seabold. She'll be swimming from lane 4 after setting a games record this morning.
Semi-finals, semi-final number 1, lane 8, representing Ireland, Danielle Hill.
Danielle Hill, not sure what the message said. Maybe it's some notes to remind her about what she needs to do. She's from lane 8. Danielle Sterrett from Wales. In the other extreme lane, lane 1.
Number 7, representing Wales, Rachel Williams.
Another Welsh swimmer is Rachel Williams, 20-year-old who swam 62.98 in the heats. Hillary Caldwell looks like she's come out for business. She's almost jogging out there for her spot behind the blocks at lane 2. Kathleen Dawson from Scotland. She's one of the younger Scottish swimmers, 16-year-old. Elizabeth Simmons of England.
In lane number 5, representing England, Lauren Quigley.
Lauren Quigley at 19 years of age. She's the 3rd youngest in the field. Hill is by far the youngest, the girl from Northern Ireland in 8. And Belinda Hocking for Australia, who finished 8th in the World Championship final in Barcelona 12 months ago. We must mention Hill, who actually won a swim-off. There's the Games record held by Seabom and Spofford's world record. Hill won a swim-off, and she's only 14 years of age, lane 8. We have a good look at Lauren Quigley as she begins semi-final number 1. That's Quigley underwater alongside Hocking. The other swimmers in 1, 2 and 3, Stirrett, Caldwell and Simmons at the top, and at the bottom Dawson, Williams and Hill, the 14-year-old from Northern Ireland. And in the yellow lane, it's Quigley, Lauren Quigley of England, who leads Belinda Hocking, also Simmons going nicely. So England 1-2 at the moment, but things can change as they bunch up going through the turn. Hocking moves into second, just ahead of Quigley, and Simmons it is who leads them through.
Yes, Simmons and Hocking and Caldwell, they're all 200-metre specialists, so you'd expect them to have the endurance, but it's definitely Simmons right now. She's got the strength and the speed, bringing in her leg kick now.
It's Simmons in lane 3, Hocking trying to challenge from lane number 4, and Quigley as well from 5, but it's going to be Simmons to take it out. Simmons scores in front of Hocking and Quigley. In fact, an equal first result. A terrific dive to the wall there by Hocking of Australia. It seemed as if it was going to be Simmons. To the naked eye, she seemed to be almost a full stroke in front, but a dive to the line from Hocking, and she's got up to score a 59.98 and share the win with Elizabeth Simmons.
Great swimming from the pair of those girls. Put money on, they don't need to do a swim-off to make the final.
Not with joint winners there, won't they? Well, you wouldn't think so anyway. We got an exceptionally fast second semi, but it won't happen.
Unusual.
It won't happen. But look at the finish here from Hocking now. She just got the better touch to the wall, didn't she?
She did. Her leg kick was better. She had a big, big dolphin kick when she was diving for the wall there. That made the difference to her. See, these are the things that the girls will go back and watch of each other's swims and see what the other person has done.
Well, they dead heated there. Simmons and Hocking at 59.98 in semi-final 1. Quigley finishing 3rd, followed by Caldwell, Dawson, Williams, Stirrett and Hill. First dead heat of the Commonwealth Games swimming program. We had a couple of swim-offs this morning, but that was, in terms of identical times, lower down the order. Semi-final 2 features Emily Seabom of Australia, lane 4. And she is a hot favourite here. Sinead Russell of Canada, lane 5.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the athletes for semi-final.
Yeah, Emily
number
Seebohm,
2.
she went 59.51 this morning to lower the game's record time.
In lane 8, representing Sri Lanka,
so 8 medals at Delhi.
Well, we have a Sri Lankan making it through to the semis here now. It really is terrific the way the countries are achieving personal best times and making it through to the pointy end of the competition. That was Rahim of Sri Lanka. Jessica Ashley Cooper of South Africa swimming out of lane 1.
Representing England, Jessica Fuller.
And Jess Fuller-Love of England. She is about to turn 18. Her birthday coming up in 2 days from now. Here's Maddie Wilson of Australia. She recorded 61.05 to make it this far.
Georgia Davies.
Georgia Davies, the British record holder in the 50, representing Wales from lane 6.
Number 3, representing Canada, Brooklyn Snodgrass.
Brooklyn Snodgrass, a 20-year-old Canadian, lane 3. She's alongside the race favourite.
Representing Canada, Sinead Russell.
Sinead Russell, the Canadian. So Canada have 2 representatives here. She was 8th in the final in Delhi. Here is the Games record holder, Emily Seebohm, the defending champion. She was 2nd at the Olympics in this event in London and 2nd at the Barcelona World Championships as well. She collected a total of 8 medals in Delhi. She went home with an excess baggage claim.
Expect Davies to go out quickly in this first 50.
And we're focusing on Davis as they get underway from lane 6 underwater. And she does take it away nicely as well. She likes the 50s. Ashley Cooper in 1 though, then Wilson, Snodgrass, Seebohm and Russell, then Davies we mentioned, Fuller-Love in lane 7 and Rahim in lane 8. At the moment, lane 6 it would be Davies along with Seebohm, and they'll go into the 50-metre turn. Davies should lead them through, although Seebohm with a couple of big strokes reduces the margin to 1/10 of a second. Snodgrass it is back in 3rd place as they start their final 50 and expect to see Seebohm putting her foot on the pedal, but Davies is not going away. This is still Davies in front of Seebohm, the race favourite. And Davies of Wales swimming a terrific race here. Now Seebohm just edges clear and going with her in lane 2, Wilson, Snodgrass between them. It is going to be Seebohm, then Davies, and then Russell in between them. And Emily Seebohm wins in a time of 59.59. So that is 8/100ths outside the time she set this morning, but a lot quicker than the time set by both Simmons and Hocking in semi-final 1. But I guess the question is, how much quicker can she go and will she go in the final? Because if she goes at this pace, Georgia Davies is going to give her an awful fright.
Oh yeah, Georgia Davies I think already did give her a fright. She was out there. She only lost that on the touch. She did an exceptional job there leading that 100 metres out. There's the dive, and Seebohm just got her arm over quicker and she got that big dolphin kick to finish on the wall. The Australian swimmers seem to have that mastered. They had that in the previous backstroke one with the Belinda Hocking.
So Seebohm from Davies and Russell, that was the finishing order, semi-final 2, and then followed Snodgrass and Wilson, and then Fuller-Love, Ashley Cooper and Rahim in that order. In the final of the women's 100-metre backstroke tomorrow night, Emily Seebohm will be the fastest qualifier, but by only 4/100ths of a second over Georgia Davies. Russell and Hocking in 3 and 6, and then as we work to the outside lane, Simmons, Snodgrass, Wilson and Quigley.
Well, that was interesting.
It was very, very interesting. We have another final coming up next. There is the start list for the 400 metres individual medley, and lane 4 will be taken by Daniel Wallace of Scotland. Travis Marnie of Australia and Thomas Fraser Holmes, the gold medalist from earlier this evening, lane 6.
Please welcome to poolside the athletes for the men's 400 metres individual medley final. In lane 8, representing Scotland, Ross Muir.
Scotland have qualified 3 swimmers for the final here. This wonderful form by the host nation continues. Ross Muir, lane 8. Luke Reilly of Canada in lane 1.
Representing South Africa, Sebastian Rousseau.
Sebastian Rousseau of South Africa recorded 4:16.02. 23-year-old making it into lane 7. Second of the Scottish swimmers is 26-year-old Lewis Smith, who made the final in Delhi 4 years ago. He finished 8th.
Representing Australia, Thomas Fraser-Holmes.
The gold medalist from the 200 metres freestyle an hour ago, Thomas Fraser-Holmes.
Representing England,
Roberto Pavoni of England. He's second on the British all-time list.
Representing Australia, Travis Mahoney.
Travis Marnie of Melbourne, who turned 24 just yesterday.
In lane 4, representing
He's taken medals at the World Short Course Championships. Daniel Wallace, the game's record holder from Scotland in lane 4.
Ladies and gentlemen, the men's.
He was a finalist in Barcelona at the World Championships last year. He finished 7th. And perhaps it's his turn for gold. There's his time, 4:11.04. Phelps, a long way clear with the world mark. It is going to be very hard to touch for some time.
Can Dan Wallace deliver to the Scottish fans another gold medal?
The men's 400 metres individual medley final, and Scotland gunning for a 3rd gold medal here at the Tallgrass International Swimming Centre. Riley it is in 1, then Smith, Pavoni, Wallace in 4, alongside Marnie, Fraser Holmes, Rousseau and Muir. It's 100 metres each of butterfly, backstroke, breaststroke and freestyle, and the action is down at the bottom of the pool. 6 and 7, Fraser Holmes and Rousseau leading them through, and at the other side it's Lewis Smith in 3rd placing.
Yeah, Fraser Holmes, he's just bounced off that win in the 200 freestyle straight into this 400 medley, and he's given it a good go down this first 100 butterfly. But you know, the lead will change a few times over the course of this race, but Rousseau as well going in first into that turn.
Rousseau, the South African, leads Thomas Fraser Holmes by half a second. Now Wallace moves into 3rd placing. It was a slow first leg, but he was able to get himself into 3rd, 2 seconds off the lead. 4th place would be held down by Smith in lane 2, and then would follow Pavoni, lane 3, with lane 5, Marnie back in 6th. But it is still the South African, Rousseau, who leads. And Fraser Holmes is showing no signs of fatigue at the moment after that winning 200 metre freestyle swim, but we have a long way to go. 250 metres to go in the medley.
Yeah, he seems to have a big break. It seemed that that would not be able to get caught up, but the breaststroke leg, that's the crucial leg in the 400 IM. I would expect some of these boys to make some ground on Rousseau and Thomas and Fraser Holmes in that leg. It's all about the little details of the stroke, keeping it all together now.
As they go in towards the halfway point, they're about to turn into breaststroke, and it's Rousseau who will lead them from Fraser Holmes in lane 5, Marnie, and then it's tight for 4th, 5th and 6th, Lewis, Pavoni, and probably down there Muir in that order. Good turn there by Rousseau. He's out by 3/4, almost a full body length on Fraser Holmes, and going through in lane 4. He's still a fair way off the lead, but Daniel Wallace making up some ground.
He had a very quick back to breaststroke turn there. The crowd is getting behind the Scottish swimmer, trying to urge him through into a medal contention.
150 to swim. The South African leads. Rousseau from Fraser Holmes. It's a margin of 2 seconds, and Wallace has cut back the margin behind Fraser Holmes, but he's still 2.6 behind the leader.
It seems like an unsurmountable mountain here. Rousseau just seems to have too much of an advantage. He's still stroking really long and well.
He's a 23-year-old. He's a big, strong man. Look at the upper body strength in his arms and his back. That's Sebastian Rousseau of South Africa, who has a good lead. Wallace has moved into second place. Fraser Holmes trying to hold on to third. The challengers from Pavoni and Smith. Rousseau by Wallace, and then Fraser Holmes into the freestyle leg.
Oh my word, the crowd is going crazy for Dan Wallace. Can he do it? Has he left it too late? Has he got the strength?
Who has the best finish here? Rousseau with a big advantage as they started the last 100, but Wallace is pegging back that lead, stroke by stroke, just over 50 to swim. South Africa from Scotland, the margin 0.3 of a second, and Fraser Holmes 2 seconds off the lead. It's a race to the finish as the crowd have erupted. A huge noise here at the swimming stadium as Wallace is flying home. Dan Wallace, the Games record holder, and it's going to be another gold for Scotland. He's got less than 10 to swim. Wallace, 5 to swim. He leads by a body length. It's a gold for Scotland.
What a phenomenal performance. Gold for Dan Wallace of Scotland. The crowd, oh my goodness, you should hear the crowd live. It's absolutely amazing. Goosebumps.
What an amazing effort by Dan Wallace. While the crowd was roaring, Thomas Fraser flew home to get the silver medal ahead of Sebastian Rousseau taking the bronze. So the 3 medalists have a lot to celebrate, but the crowd was focused on just one man. This man, Daniel Wallace, who takes the 3rd gold medal in the pool for Scotland here at the Commonwealth Games.
Oh, he delivered big time for the Scottish fans tonight. That was a little bit slower than his heat time, I hasten to add. Not a Games record, did you notice that? But that doesn't matter.
You don't think he's going to sulk afterwards?
I don't think he's that bothered, actually.
It was only 16 100ths of a second, and that's not much in terms of the 400 medley for the second swim in one day.
Well, I would have thought, in a 400 there's more room for
stop
improvement.
picking on him.
I'm not. I think he did an absolutely fantastic job to reel Rousseau in like that.
Yeah.
Because he was way, way behind at the halfway mark. It was breaststroke and freestyle.
2.62, I remember seeing the mark there at, the 300-metre turn, I think it was.
Yeah. Sensational.
Oh, what a night. What a win by Daniel Wallace. A Games record this morning, and more importantly, a gold medal this evening, 4:11.2. The silver going to Thomas Fraser Holmes, and the bronze medal went to Sebastian Rousseau of South Africa. Yes, a good explanation there of the impairment level for S8 category swimmers. And that's what we're about to see here on the second night of finals. The women's parasport 100-metre freestyle S8 final. And it does mean also that S7 swimmers can enter. as we do have a limited program here, and we will see one of the S7 swimmers. The favourite for the medal, the gold medal, is going to be Madison Elliott of Australia, Lakeisha Patterson in lane 3, and Stephanie Slater of England will be one to watch in lane number 5 as well. So Anne Wakuka of Kenya was introduced. She had a heat time 2:17.11. Nikita Howarth of New Zealand, we met her. This is Morgan Bird, who was 6th at the London Olympic Games. Lakeisha Patterson, a 15-year-old. As I mentioned, she's actually an S7 swimmer. She's been swimming since the age of 3. Stephanie Slater of England. She won the silver medal in the 200 individual medley at last year's World Championships. And Madison Elliott of Australia had the fastest time in the heats. She has lane 4 here. 15-year-old, like her teammate Lakeisha Patterson. In fact, these girls are the 2 youngest members of the Australian parasport swim team, the 15-year-olds.
Take your mark.
100 metres, the distance here for the women's parasport S8 final. And those swimmers, once again, as we had a good look at them underwater, it was Howarth of New Zealand in 1, Patterson, Australia, in fact 2, Patterson, Australia in 3, Elliott in 4, Slater, England in 5, Bird, Canada in 6, and Wakuka of Kenya, the swimmer in lane 7. It is lane 4, Madison Elliott from Newcastle in New South Wales, north of Sydney, a couple of hours north of Sydney, and she's the girl who leads. Stephanie Slater of England in 2nd place. The margin about 0.4 of a second, so this is good racing here. Back in 3rd it would be Patterson, Howarth and Bird and Wakuka, the other swimmers following. But as we have a look at, first of all, it was Slater underwater. Elliott just in front of her though. She extends the lead to about 3/4 of a length. Slater trying to go with her, but Madison Elliott half a length clear. Good finish there by Slater, but the gold medal goes to Elliott in a world record time. A world record to Madison Elliott, 105.32. She's broken the record set by Jessica Long of the United States in London, 105.63. Terrific effort by Maddie Elliott. The silver going to Slater, and Patterson it was with a bronze. Bird was 4th, Howarth 5th, and Wakuka is just about to finish.
Yeah, tremendous effort there. Madison Elliott had a phenomenal swim, smashed that world record, and Stephanie Slater was only 100 outside the old world record. Great swimming.
And the crowd appreciative of the efforts of all of these swimmers, and particularly Anne Wakuka of Kenya, who has just finished her race. Oh, such emotion here from these girls. Elliott winning the gold medal, Slater the silver, and the bronze going to Patterson.
Well then, Madison Elliott seems to be overcome with emotion. She just can't believe what she's actually smashed the world record.
There wasn't too much between them. 105.32 the winning time and 105.73, so that's 0.4 of a second separating Elliott and Slater, and it means so much to them.
Some great swimming there at the Tollcross Swimming Centre. Madison Elliott setting a new world record, as you can see on your screen there, for the 100 metre freestyle S8 race. Gold and bronze for Australia there. More from the swimming to come here on day 2 of Glasgow 2014. We're going to cross back to the SECC though and update you on a judo match. It's the men's 81 kilograms and it's an all-English affair.
This is going to be an absolute cracker because these two are both fighting for the #1 spot in the UK. The final of the Commonwealth Games. Tom Reed of England, he has had an amazing run through. Owen Livesey, he's had a break from judo, came back after a 2-year break, and he's absolutely been blazing? Trailblazing. That's
Trailblazing, there we go.
Trailblazing his way through. His comeback now, this is the peak of his comeback here, and they're going to have a little domestic sort out here. Both from England, gold and silver, absolutely guaranteed.
Two different personalities here. We've got Tom Reed, cool, calm, collected, absolutely steel within. We've got Lively living up to his name. He's a lively personality, wants people to know he's here.
Well, he certainly does. Owen Livesey of England in white, Tom Reed of England in blue. Got to shake hands there, but we can't do that now. We can't shake hands at the beginning of the contest. You can at the end. We have to bow. That's our sport. That is our shaking of hands.
It's a show of respect, isn't it, Neil?
Yes, it is.
Then it ends there.
Yeah.
No, that's not true. That's not true at all.
Well, both. Yeah, holding both sides. Both of them did it. So Shido straight away there for both of them. Tom Reed underneath. Looking for the Sumigeishi there, Tom Reed.
Obviously not fearing Newaza with Owen at all.
Well,
hoping for it, in fact.
Owen doesn't mind attacking with Newaza if he's on top, but he doesn't want Tom Reed on his back, that's for sure. Arm over. One-handed attacks there because it's right against left.
Such a different stance from the last fight. Complete upright judo with Jonah Burt. Now we've got KG, Grovely, get in your space judo.
But it's a little bit lower to the ground. They both know each other, don't forget that. They train together a lot. Often you get that when fighters know each other. They know what the big guns are. Livesey hasn't attacked yet. He needs to put something in. Tom Reed is the one initiating. Got to be careful of that one, though. Tom Reed. Can Livesey get that leg out? Needs to get the leg out. Trying to tie the arm off.
Be careful what you ask for. You just might get it. Here it is. You wanted Newaza. Livesey's giving it.
So Tom Reed, every time going down, got to be careful of the drops. That could cost him a penalty a little bit later on. It has done, in fact. There's the penalty. So now Livesey going forward. He is a big thrower as well, Livesey. It's going to be, well, another penalty to Tom Reed.
Just edging out Livesey.
Livesey to Mata.
Nearly a tip there, nearly a tip.
Very, very close there with the counter, Nikki. So Livesey looks strong. Tom Reed can feel the power out there, I tell you now. That's why he's a little bit cagey. Don't write Livesey off for a big attack. Just needs to catch the right moment. That was a nice ashiwaza there from Tom Reed. Good feet.
Good to turn out of that, Livesey. Cat-like.
Almost halfway through this under 81 kilos final. Nice seeing Aggie. Koji this time from Tom Reed. 2 penalties to 1. Reed has the 2 penalties, so he is the one that's got to try and pull it back. Livesey, he needs to attack now. Kind of cancelling each other out.
I was just going to say that, Neil. It seems 1 for 1, back and forth, back and forth. It's whoever gets there first.
Well, Tom Reed now just backed out. It should be a Shido, really. He's the one that just walked out. So 3rd penalty then to Tom Reed.
Oh, Livesey should smell blood now. Just 1 penalty off of a gold medal.
Yes, 1 more penalty against Tom Reed. It'll be Onsakamaki, not the way that he will want this to go. Owen Livesey just got to choose his moments. Yoko Satemi this time. Doing everything right, Owen Livesey. Squashing the big techniques of Tom Reed. Oh, then. Very, very close. And now Tom Reed has got Livesey on his back. Has he got a strangle on? He might have a strangle on here. He might have it on, Livesey. Trying to get the leverage. Tom Reed just holds off. 1 minute, 7 seconds left.
All right, that's enough of calm, cool, collected. Need to pull it out of the bag, Tom Reed. If there's any time to unleash the beast, it's now.
Well, Tom Reed really needs to just open up, doesn't he? Into the last minute. That last minute could be an hour when you're out in the middle there. Both in good condition, though, both going for it. Is that going to be a 2nd penalty for Livesey? Yes, it is.
Good tactical play there by Reed.
Needs to do it again. 3rd penalty would really open it up. It could go into golden score then.
He's got the time to do it. We look at it, we go, oh no, 36 seconds.
So now trying to stand up, 31 seconds. Livesey, has he got the strangle? Has he got the leverage? Might be across the face. Well, Mate called 17 seconds now left. Well, I've got Danny Williams just to the right of me here, going absolutely mental for his training partner. So now Tom Reed goes. Oh, 7 seconds. Livesey on top. And it's all over. Livesey gets the gold medal. He wins it. Tom Reed couldn't do anything about it. Just lacked that little bit extra. What a comeback.
Sorry, Nick,
for Livesey.
You lost me there for a bit. Watching Ashley McKenzie, Danny Williams absolutely doing gymnastics up here for their teammates. Sight to behold.
Gold and silver for England. It was always going to be that. Which way it was going to go, we weren't quite sure. Owen Livesey, though, great comeback. Came back after 2 years. Started to come to training again. He was a little bit disillusioned with judo, I think, but now back at his best. He will be representing Great Britain at the World Championships. Tom Reed, great performance from him. Just loses out. Didn't quite have enough. Will have to be content with silver.
Straight from the SECC across to the badminton at Scotstoun, where Scotland are taking on New Zealand.
Flat clear en gang imellem. Bare en gang imellem.
Okay.
Og så et hårdt smash en gang imellem.
Ja.
Det er en rigtig god balance. Du er neutral på den fede måde nu.
Ja.
Og hun ikke lide det.
Ja.
Bare lige nogle gange, du afviger fra det.
Okay, så 2 ting.
It's very interesting that Sven Sorensen, speaking Danish,
Court 1, 20 seconds. Court 1, 20 seconds.
Morten Frost, isn't it?
To translate.
Well, I can pick up one or two things. He's talking about smashing straight, and he's a little bit worried about the net play of Gilmore. So he wants her to keep it away from that net area. Either she's got to get to the net first,
11-10.
or don't play back to the net.
Remember, of course, that Chan is living in Denmark now, playing in the Danish leagues.
From Sorensen, based in Aarhus. Yeah, that's what I'm telling you. The little hold and flick played away from the net. And again. Oh, the lock of the net cord.
10.
There's the straight smash he was wanting.
Yeah, it's worked really well since the interval. That's 3 straight points.
10.
And of course, if you count the points she won at 10 all, it's 4 in a row.
Yes, good play, isn't it? Oh, it's landed way in. That's good length on the lift from Michelle Chan. And the Scottish fans have gone a little quiet.
10.
Yeah. Well, indeed. Needed that point, her first since the mid-game interval. First of 5. Again, this total lack of commitment from Chan.
Service over.
Good reaction from her too.
15.
Moppers have been out, drying up the court. Oh, no. Still a bit of dampness, and of course, if the court is damp, it becomes very, very slippery.
Well, it's interesting. I've just noticed that strapping on the right ankle there. Certainly not a lot wrong with her movement. It's hard physical work for both players. But I do love watching women's singles when both players are playing this sort of style.
Mopper's the busiest man on court.
Ladies, please. Service over. 16, 12.
Richard Bank here in the middle of the front row there, having already won the mixed and hoping that her women's doubles will be a dead match. At the moment, it rather looks as if this women's singles is going to go the distance.
What a good rally.
Thirteen, 17.
Do you notice how Michelle Chan now is holding and pushing everything from the net position? And I think Kirsty Gilmore is beginning to wait for that.
Good leave.
Fourteen, 17.
The fight back is on. The lead is down to 2.
Well, so much for my theory that
17.
Kirsty Gilmore looking for the lift. She was very quick forward there. Played the decisive net shot. Well, the amount of court that is being covered by both these players is absolutely extraordinary. They're both pushing the other to the back of the court, then bringing them forward. Speed of movement, very, very good. And in the end, it's the body smash that really does the damage because the court coverage is just so quick.
16, 17.
4 straight points for Gilmore.
she draws level now.
Almost seemed just to clip over the shuttle. No real follow through in the normal sense of the words. What a remarkable comeback.
Look of sheer determination on the face of Chan. And she edges in front again.
Oh, she's a feisty player, isn't she? Nice landed in. Well, Gilmore immediately turns and points to the umpire, astonished that there isn't an overall. I think it's very, very difficult for the umpire. Oh my goodness me. Well, if I had to call that, I would have called it out.
Was desperately close.
Yeah. Umpire cannot overrule unless he sees that a clear error has been made. That's far too close.
Yeah.
So it's correct umpiring, no question. Good umpiring.
The lead is back up to 2, and 2 points more for Chan would level the match.
This is a good rally. It's going wide.
No coaching, you're not allowed to tell her to leave it. So Sorensen, the New Zealand coach, very animated. Again, the jump smash. And again, Gilmore draws level. Oh, that's brilliant. And it's game point for Chan and New Zealand.
You know, when Gilmore went to serve and I saw that it was a backhand serve, and I thought to myself, what's she wanting from this in reply? Previous serve had been a big high serve, getting Chan to the back of the court.
20, game point.
And it's all about who's got the nerve, who's got the character.
I like her reaction when she makes a mistake. Well, getting down on herself, laughing it off. Now remember, now it's she has to have a 2-point advantage unless we get to 29 all when it's sudden death.
Great defence.
It's going to be wide. Another magnificent rally. They're covering acres out there at the moment. It's another game point for Chan in New Zealand.
21-20.
This match has already lasted 46 minutes. If it were to go into a third and final game, it'll go past the hour mark.
Play.
Straight smash.
Yeah, it's a couple of times she's used this body smash straight at Chan and used to great effect. And what I like about that in this situation, it's a safety shot as well, but it's a positive shot. Unbelievable. How on earth did she control that net shot?
So low, got a little lucky obviously with the net cord, but it's given Kirsty Gilmore
22,
a match
21.
point, a tie point, a point for a place in the quarterfinals. She let it drop and it was in. Oh dear, a sad way for it to end. But a magnificent second game, it has to be said. And it's a great night for the Scots. Yeah, that's a lovely embrace at the end of a terrific contest. It lasted 48 minutes. And Scotland are into the quarterfinals.
A great performance there from Kirsty Gilmore, winning by 2-0 in that badminton. And from Scotstoun, we'll head back across to the Tollcross Swimming Centre, where we can bring you the men's 100-metre backstroke final.
Very, very exciting watching those relays coming about. The men's 100 metres backstroke. Before that, though, Mitch Larkin of Australia in one, alongside the defending champion Liam Tancock of England. And Chris Walker-Heborn, who set the games record earlier on in the heats.
Yeah, Liam Tancock is the world record holder for the 50 metres backstroke. So he's going to be out pretty quick in lane 5.
Yes, he's probably going to lead at the 50. So we're away in the men's 100-metre backstroke final. Wood of Canada and then May, New Zealand in 1 and 2. The Games record holder in 3, Larkin and Tancock 4 and 5. Then Beaver, McNally and Treffers, who started very well in lane number 8. But there's not too much in it. As I mentioned, the yellow cap at the bottom of the screen is Ben Treffers, and he is probably our race leader as they go up towards the halfway mark. Going through in lane 3 as well, Walker Hebborn. That's the way they turn. Treffers from Walker Hebborn and Wood.
Yeah, Treffers out just over half a second over world record pace. That was fantastic first 50 metres, but Hebborn now is turning on the gas and he's coming back on the second 50.
As we look at them underwater, back on top though, and it's lane 3, Walker Hebborn. Treffers can't win it from lane 8, he's fading, but Walker Hebborn's going to win it. Walker Hebborn takes it out. In a Games record, Larkin takes the bronze and the silver, I should say, and 2 bronze medalists, Tancock and Beaver. Another Games record, another gold medal to England in the form of Chris Walker Hebborn.
Well, he just bided his time, didn't he? He knew his strengths of the second half of that 100 metres. Didn't go out too hard on the first 50. Executed his turn exceptionally well. Brilliant dolphin kick, full use of the 15 metres underwater that's allowed, and just fired in there into the wall and finished in a big stroke. Mitch Larkin for second. Tancock and Beaver joint third.
Yes, Tancock, who won it 4 years ago, and given the injuries he suffered, I think he'd be well happy with that result. But a Games record there for Chris Walker Hebborn in the men's 100-metre backstroke, 53.12, Larkin the silver, and 2 bronze medals to be awarded, Liam Tancock and Josh Beaver. Treffers finished 5th, Main 6th, McNally 7th and Wood 8th.
Well, that's the first shared medal of the championships. Doesn't happen very often, but it does happen, obviously. We've just seen.
They won't make them share them, they'll give them 1 each.
Of course.
Well, England win their 2nd gold medal of the night. Of course, earlier on, towards the start of the program, it was Benjamin Proud who won the men's 50 butterfly. The women's 100 metres butterfly final coming up next, and it could be another gold medal here for England with Siobhan O'Connor, lane 4, Catherine Savard in 5. The defending champion Alicia Coutts starts from 3. The question is, what about Emma McKeon from lane 6, 100 metres of butterfly? Could she win a 3rd gold medal here?
Well, I'm pretty sure Siobhan O'Connor's going to have something to say about that. Second in that 200 freestyle.
She's looked excellent.
She has indeed. And then McKeon's in there too in lane 6.
Number 8, representing England, Rachel Kelly.
Yes, McKeon. Righto, as they come out now, Rachel Kelly, the 20-year-old from England, in lane 8, Audrey Lacroix of Canada, who was 6th in this final in Delhi. She's one of the older swimmers on the scene at 30 years of age.
In lane number 7,
she has lane 1.
Representing
now here's Ellen Gandy, former British swimmer, 5th for Britain in Delhi in 2010.
2, representing Wales,
Gemma Lowe, a bronze medalist at Delhi and also at the World Short Course Championships. She'll be thereabouts.
Representing Australia,
this is Emma McKeon, 20-year-old who won gold in the 200 metres freestyle and was a key member of the 4x1 freestyle gold medal winning team. Alicia Coutts is the defending champion. 5 gold medals from Delhi, 5 medals in total at the London Olympics. Catherine Savard. She had the fastest entry time, the Canadian. And Siobhan O'Connor, the 18-year-old who set personal bests in both the heats and the semis. She's a silver medalist in the 200 free. Dana Vollmer holds the world record at 55.98. Coots, the defending champion, happy not to have lane 4. Felt that the time wasn't enough for her preparations. She has 3.
Take your mark.
So away we go, the women's 100 metres butterfly final. We watch for the 18-year-old English girl, Siobhan O'Connor in 4, Savard of Canada in 5. 1, 2 and 3, it's Lacar and Lowe and Coots, and 6, 7 and 8, McKeon, Gandy and Kelly. Already it's O'Connor who has been starting brilliantly at these championships, and she will lead them up, I reckon, through the 50. She's got a brilliant start as well as they go through now, and we'll have a look at it. O'Connor by 0.2 from Savard and Coots.
Well, she flew off the blocks like she has done in all her races so far. Now she's got to really concentrate on keeping her head in her own lane and not worrying about the other girls, keeping her stroke long and fast.
O'Connor, Coots is making her move in the yellow cap. Savard is there as well. 3 of them separated by very little. It is still O'Connor in front. The challenges are coming from everywhere. O'Connor, Savard might get there. O'Connor, Savard, oh, mighty tight. Savard edges out O'Connor in a games record. Canada win another gold medal. And O'Connor takes the silver, and the bronze goes the way of Emma McKeon.
That's a remarkable swim from Catherine Savard, a new Commonwealth Games record, beating Jessica Schipper's record set in 2006.
57.4, the winning time there for Catherine Savard.
That was so tight on the finish. But you know, O'Connor has to go out the way she does. That's the way she swims. Front end speeds. But her strokes didn't deteriorate. Savard just had that extra push at the end. And Coots, nowhere to be seen. 4th.
That's the winner there coming through in the white cap, just edging out the black cap and the 2 yellow caps on either side. McKeon, who finished 3rd, and Coots not too far away, finishing in 4th placing. So Savard, the 2nd gold medal for Canada. O'Connor, another silver. She won't be distraught with silver by any means, but she has been that close. She has been so close to getting a gold. In fact, it must now be 3 silvers.
Was it? Oh, yeah, in the relay.
In the relay.
Yeah,
3 silvers now for O'Connor. What a game she's having.
Oh, dear. Silver's good, though.
Oh, yeah, silver's great. Savard, games record, 57.4. 8/100ths of a second inside the old record held by Jess Schipper. O'Connor, 57.45. It was 5/100ths of a second between 1st and 2nd. And McKeon, 57.66. Coots in 4th. Kelly, Lowe, Lacroix and Gandy making up the final field.
So yet another games record in the pool on day 2 of these Commonwealth Games. There's one more final to bring you on day 2. That's the men's 4x100 metre freestyle relay final. We'll be crossing back to the Tollcross Swimming Centre very shortly to bring you that one. But if we just cast our minds back to a little bit early on, we brought you the first half highlights of the hockey in the women's match between New Zealand and Trinidad and Tobago. It was 7-0 at half time, and we can now bring you the second half action.
Into the circle now, little touch. Oh, number 3, Crystal Forgerson gets her 2nd, New Zealand's 8th. In the right place at the right time. Great shot, and it's in. And it's goal number 9, and the second one to the New Zealand captain. Or did it take a deflection for punts? Still with New Zealand in that circle. Shot at goal, slightly duffed, and Glynn gets goal number 10 into double figures for New Zealand. Katie Glynn. Oh, it is goal number 11. Forgerson in there. She is the predator inside that circle.
Hat-trick goal for Crystal Forgerson here.
And Forgerson again. Goal number 4 for her, and New Zealand's 12th.
Again, Anita Punt just running with the ball is always a great sight to see.
And Webster offloads to... Oh, it's in. The simplest of goals. You'll have to credit Patria Webster with the 13th goal for the Kiwis.
I mean, Anita Punt's speed here is really what's made this goal, and little 1-2 off the defender.
Punt. Glynn has a shot at goal, and it's in. She has got a bit of extra power, Katie Glynn. We saw her score from a penalty corner, this time second phase, and her hat-trick.
It's actually unselfish play by Forgerson there, just to play the ball back to Katie Glynn. And
Okay, girls, let's go then.
So back to Tollcross. That was a comprehensive victory for New Zealand in the hockey. Trinidad and Tobago now conceded 30 goals in their first 2 matches. But the pictures that you are seeing on your screen at the moment is the medal ceremony for the men's 100-metre backstroke final. You saw there Chris Walker-Hebben of England picking up his silver medal. A great swim in this one. In fact, he's picking up the gold medal, should I say, in this one. So we're going to cross back to live commentary. One more final to bring you in this one, and that's the men's 4x100 metre freestyle relay, which is coming up after this medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of England.
Well, it means that England have now won this event at the last 3 Commonwealth Games. 100 metres backstroke. Liam Tancock successful in Melbourne in 2006 and again in Delhi 2010. And overall, England bring up their 4th gold medal since 1970. Canada head the list with 5. England moving ahead of Australia with 4 golds, Australia 3.
Amazing. I was there when Martin Harris won the first of the streak.
Back in 1994 at Victoria, Canada. Martin Harris scoring for England, Australia taking the silver and England taking the bronze as well. So this is a very good event for England, isn't it?
It is indeed. Now I feel very old.
You told me you weren't a little while
I'm
ago.
not, but I just, that makes me seem old. I was just a very young swimmer when I started.
But time flies, Alice.
It does. My boys will be swimming before I know it.
Do they show talent in the pool? I know they're youngsters.
Yeah, they enjoy swimming, and my eldest is in swim club now. He's 8, but we're not going to push the early mornings yet. We'll let him decide.
Well, he'll be 12 by the next Commonwealth Games. Surely there's enough time to push in that time.
No, it's far too young. It's a bit of luck it'll come back to Scotland at some point. Not too far away. That'd be nice.
Yeah. Well, the last time the Games were here, 86, so that's 28 years ago. I don't think your boys would want to leave it that long because they'll be well retired by then.
Most definitely.
It was 16 years between the two Edinburgh Commonwealth Games in 1970 and 86. That's more like it.
Well, Australia had Melbourne in 2006, and then they're having Gold Coast.
2018.
Yeah, 12 years. So it's possible.
It is possible. Except they don't live in Melbourne.
No.
So Chris Walker-Herborn, who is another relatively young swimmer. I suppose at 24 should be just about approaching his prime, you'd think, wouldn't you?
You would think so.
England would have been hoping and maybe expecting a gold medal, certainly in the months leading up, if not the days leading up to this event. And I'm sure they were expecting Liam Tancock to be the man with the gold, looking to win for the 3rd consecutive Games.
And that would have been a dream for him, but I reckon, you know, he like you said, he's going to be pleased to be on the podium. With all the injury worries he's had of late.
The 2 English swimmers and the 2 Australians sharing the medals in this event. Still more photos to go.
Just finishing off the walk around before the big boys come out for the men's 4x100 freestyle relay.
And then we'll have 2 more medal ceremonies after that to wrap it all up here. The women's 100 metres butterfly and the men's 4x1 freestyle relay. And we've got to decide who wins those medals in the relay before any of that happens. And that won't be too far away. There are the teams to fight out the medals in the 4x1 freestyle relay. Australia in 4, England in 5. And Singapore have made the final, Canada and Scotland. Scotland will get a lot of support here from lane 3. South Africa, New Zealand and Wales. It's a case of trying to beat the powerful Australian team who have won 8 times And they've won, I think it's 7 of the last 8. So beaten by South Africa in Melbourne. But other than that, they've won them all dating back to Edmonton in 78. Now there's the team from Wales: Jarvis Putland, Mohammed and Lloyd. Lane 8. Lane 1, we have the Singapore quartet of Schooling, Yo, Kwa and Lim.
In lane number 2, the team from Canada.
Now the New Zealanders with Stanley, Mayne, Kent and Jackson. They have lane 7, recording 3:20.94 through the heats.
Apologies, lane number 7, New Zealand. Lane 2, Canada.
Here are the Canadians. Kissel, Allen, Wood and White. South Africa.
Lane number 6.
They've got a strong record here as well. McClough swimming, also Schoeman, Shankland and Muller. 3:19.97 was the South African team. Here's the team from Scotland.
The team from Scotland.
Lane 3 for Scotland. They'll be led off by Robbie Rennick. Richard Schaefer's swimming the second leg. Kieran McGuckin and Duncan Scott.
Representing England.
The team from England: Brown, Disney May, Barrett and Ben Proud, a gold medalist in the first event this evening.
In lane number 4, the team from Australia.
Here's the team from Australia, the favourites for the gold medal. Thomas De Sonia will lead them off, Matt Aboud, and then they'll bring out the power guns. James Magnuson will swim the third leg, and they're going to leave McAvoy to swim the final leg. That says something about McAvoy's newfound standing.
Lots of tactics go on in the relays, that's for sure.
The world record of 3:08.24 held by the United States. The Games record 3:13.92 held by Australia. Away we go in the exciting men's 4x100 metre freestyle relay. Singapore leading in lane 1 through Schooling, Canada through Kissel, Scotland through Rennick, De Sonia Australia in 4, Brown England in 5, Leclos of South Africa the lead-off swimmer in 6, Stanley New Zealand in 7 and Jarvis Wales in lane 8. As they head up, it'll be Australia and South Africa, the 2 lead teams. Only 7/100 separating them. Canada holding down 3rd at the moment, 4th to England, and then 5th to Wales, Singapore, Scotland and New Zealand.
Look at Chad Leclos of South Africa go, my word, he's taken it out for the team.
Leclos half a length in front, Australia holding down 2nd as they get to the first of the changeovers. That's the way they go through. South Africa, Australia and England. For South Africa, Schoeman in the water. Aboud is there for Australia. Disney May for England. Of the others, Yo of Singapore. Allen, Canada. Schaefer's of Scotland. And then down to Mayne, New Zealand and Putland, Wales. It's still South Africa in front. Australia, 0.4 away in 2nd. England in 3rd. South Africa, perhaps the surprise leaders, but the Australians have Magnuson and McAvoy swimming the back end.
And I think South Africa's front-loaded their team to try and get the distance between themselves and Australia.
Coming into the halfway mark, the second of the handovers. And it is going to be South Africa who lead Australia. Shanklin dives in for Australia. It's James Magnuson. Up they go now. 3rd place held down by Scotland. By England, I should say. Then Scotland. Then Wales, New Zealand, Canada, Singapore.
Oh, this is an exciting finish coming up soon, the final leg. South Africa still heading Australia.
By 3/4 of a second. Magnuson, is he going to put on the afterburners down here? He finishes his races normally so well, but it's Shankland of South Africa, Magnuson of Australia. He gets up just about on level terms. Third place in between them. It's England with Barrett in the water, and fourth would be Scotland with McGuckin. They dive in for the last leg. South Africa narrowly in front of Australia and England. For South Africa, it's Muller. For Australia, it's McAvoy. For England, it's Proud.
Oh, and Australia's coming home now with McAvoy coming down strongly, overtaking the South African swimmer Muller.
But Muller's not going away though. It's McAvoy in front, a third of a second to South Africa and England. And back there it would be Scotland in fourth, then New Zealand, Canada, Wales and Singapore. But the race for gold, is there still a race? As McAvoy boots clear. McAvoy for Australia in front. Muller trying to get him for South Africa. He won't though. The Australians going away with it, and the Australians win in a games record time. Silver to South Africa and the bronze to England. Scotland fourth across the line. 3:13.44, the time set by Australia, taking half a second off their time in Delhi 4 years ago.
Tremendous swimming there from the Australian quartet, overhauling South Africa in that final leg there. South Africa though, they came astonishing swims all round really, wasn't it?
It sure was. As you say, they front-loaded their team. Australia back-loaded its team, and that's the more traditional way to go. But Shankland and Muller just wouldn't go away. It took everything for Magnuson to get back on just about level terms in the third leg, and then McAvoy to make the most of it and assert some sort of authority.
Yeah, certainly the South Africans did a great job, and England there coming in for the bronze medal. Just 1 second ahead of Scotland. I don't think the Scottish boys will be too disappointed though. That was a national record by 2 seconds there. Well,
it was a great effort from lane three. The Scottish quartet of Rhythmic, Schaefers, McGuckin and Scott.
It was a really gutsy swim for those boys.
But the Australians too good. The Sonia Aboud, Magnuson and McAvoy. They win it again, the Australians. They won the women's 4x1 freestyle relay, I should say, last night. And here they win it again. So that's 2 in a row for this men's team at the Commonwealth Games. And they enhanced their record to 9 wins from 12 events.
Yet another games record there in the pool. The men's 4x100 metre freestyle final, Australia taking home another gold medal. Well, there's a gold medal up for grabs in the weightlifting as well. We already saw a sensational performance from the 16-year-old from Nigeria, Chika Amalaha, in the weightlifting in the women's 53 kilogram category. We can now cross to the second phase of the men's 62 category, and we'll pick it up with the clean and jerk in the final.
Here's a reminder before we go into the second half of where we are. So Minasidis, but only by 2 and only by 5 from Baru, from Disanaki, who saved with a third attempt, and Clement also on 120, and Gareth Evans from 12th to 6th. Will 1 or 2 fall by the wayside in the clean and jerk under the pressure that they're going to come under, and possibly allow him to squeeze into the top 5? You just don't know. Now these men here, you can see there Bay from the B group, his sister who lifted earlier on in the women's 53 kilos. You can see that he actually at this moment in time is 9 kilos off the pace. And 1 or 2 at the bottom there, who Greg Shushu and Lapua, who failed to get a valid snatch. So 60 seconds to go before we get underway. And if you're just joining us, This is the decisive half of the men's 62 kilo final. The clean and jerk, the two-phase discipline, Jeannie.
That's right. This is where the heavyweights get lifted. It's not quite as much about precision as the snatch. It's a lot more about, like I say, kamikaze-ness, just giving her everything you have, trying to get that bar over your head in the most kamikaze way possible. The jerk is a little more forgiving when it's at arm's length. You can walk around a little bit and save things when you are a little bit off of balance.
So just a reminder, Gareth Evans won the B division early this morning with a total of 268 kilos. He's the leader in the clubhouse. He's actually the leader sitting in the stalls.
The clock says we're ready. The loaders are clear. 137 kilos on the bar. From New Zealand, Ian Canales.
So Ian Yares of New Zealand. Now Ian's journey through the first half wasn't terribly successful. 109, but then 2 attempts at 113 kilos. He didn't get either of those, and so consequently on 109 kilos he's way behind the likes of Minisidis. But it's 137 kilos on the bar to get underway, and I think he's going to enjoy this a lot more. It's more forgiving, the clean and jerk, albeit where you take on more weight.
That is an amazing clean. This is a great way for him to turn his competition around.
No lift for Daenerys at 137 kilos. Loaders, we're going to have to stay at 137. 137 kilos, please.
Well, that's a run of 3 failures, and really disappointing for him because it's really difficult. You get into a cycle, Jeannie.
That's right, you do get into patterns. You get into your head.
Now he gets the clean, but those press outs, he never really locked those arms out at all.
I think it might have been that the clean was just more easy than expected, and because it was so easy, he stood up fast, rushed the jerk, didn't take it as serious as he may have needed to, given the weight he had on the bar.
And nobody else wants 137 kilos. So this is really important here now, Ginny. This is Tina trying to help him break the cycle.
That's right. His coach is trying to instill the confidence in him that he needs to go out there and successfully lift 137 kilos. He needs to do that same clean again, just needs to take a bit more time, focus, and do the jerk the way he knows he can.
Older brother, younger brother, face to face.
First time ever in New Zealand's history in weightlifting to have siblings at this high level of a competition together.
Daenerys, New Zealand, second attempt, 137 kilos.
Nah, come on, Ian. Let's get this. Let's secure the total and then at least have a third attempt to go where you've never gone before.
That's right.
Come on.
Not quite as easy of a clean.
There's a press out in there, surely. Did those arms unlock? I think they did.
One red light.
It's a left-hand referee looking at the left arm.
I'm watching to see if that phone's getting picked up at the jury table. There's
no movement. I don't know. I thought that unlocked. Have a look at the left arm.
We'll have 2 minutes in which to begin this attempt. He's moving up. Cameroon's Daniel Kuhn.
Not sure again, it could be the shoulder movement.
140.
Fortunately for Ian, it doesn't matter a jot what I say.
Fortunately, the decision's been made by those 3 referees.
I'm happy for him. Actually, the president of the jury never even moved, to be perfectly honest.
No. This is a different jury than we had earlier.
So on stage comes Daniel Kumkum. As I said, he had a spell in Australia, but I tell you, there is absolutely no love lost at all between the Australian team and this man.
Bars ready. Daniel Kuhn, Cameroon, 140 kilos, his first attempt to the clean and jerk.
So 1-4-0. And Minasidis has responded by putting the bar up for his first attempt from 140 to 150. So a little gamesmanship earlier on, but now he's on level par with just about everybody. Nobody wants more than 150 for their opener at the moment. Very deep.
Usually very difficult to stand up after a dead stop like that. Very powerful athlete, as you can see. Not very much difficulty with that jerk.
Well, 140 goes with the 112 that he got, and that gives him a total of 252. But that only puts him into 4th place.
Just
and
coming back
if you're
to
wondering why it's 4th place, it's because 3 men, not 1, not 2, but 3 men from the B group at this moment in time have greater totals. Gareth Evans on 268, Vanara Bay from Australia on 256, and Charles Sekaya from Uganda on 255. So it just shows you that 1 or 2 bombing out and 2 or 3 lifting subpar have allowed 1 or 2 lifters to climb into the rankings. But the man who must be happiest of all is Gareth Evans. And he must be really happy about his situation, perhaps with Daniel Kumkum, who's only on 252. He's got to find, 16, what's he got to find? 16 kilos to beat Gareth Evans?
he needs to find 13 kilos.
13? Oh, no, he's on 268, Gareth Evans, and he's distant.
Sorry. Oh, I'm not the best at math when there's somebody on the platform lifting.
This is.
I was distracted by that very sweet clean. Again, he rushed the jerk because the clean was too easily. I think.
Now you see 246 kilos. Now he has finished lifting, so Gareth Evans has now moved from 6th to 5th.
That's right.
Can't be worse than 5th. And Daniel Kumkum, who's on 252. Here you can see second part.
It looks like when he's not scared, he has a hard time taking his time and really focusing on the lift. Just rushes through it. A little too confident, maybe.
So now it comes relevant because Daniel Kum, sitting at the moment on 252, is taking a 5 kilo increase to take himself to 257. Having said that, 257 is going to leave him, 11 kilos behind Gareth Evans. And he's never going to make that up. So I can see Gareth Evans, moving up another place.
That's right.
He's getting his sighting in the Welsh camp. There he is. I wonder what's going. Could it possibly happen? Oh, don't go to sleep on us now, Gareth. So, Rustan Sarang for India, 145.
Yeah, come on.
253 total. That's what he's looking for with this first attempt.
Very efficient clean. Missing a little bit of extension in those arms. He's looking like he's in pain.
Daniel Koum of Cameroon will get this weight for his second attempt.
This is the same athlete that moved his starting attempt down in the snatch, wasn't looking very crisp, and is quite a bit below his best lifts ever, so something may be going on. Maybe a nagging injury or...
Actually, I don't think, just thinking, Daniel, he only did 112 in the first half of the competition. So, second attempt here. This will take him to 257.
Got buried by that clean.
I think this man has had so much disruption from moving back from Australia to Cameroon and all the arguments that went on. It was very much a financial argument. It centered on being paid money for lifting, and it was a very uncomfortable situation, and my understanding is that he did actually admit that that's what had happened, and the Australians suspended him, and when the suspension was done, they said, thank you, but no thank you.
So Rustam hoping to make a comeback in the second attempt, just as he did in the snatch. And he's done it. Once again, a very solid lift on a second attempt after a first attempt missed.
So it gives him a total of 263, a running total. He still has one more attempt to come, and he's up into second place. But he's still 5 kilos shy of Gareth Evans. He weighed in at 61.87. Gareth Evans weighed in at 61.75. So the Indian's going to have to look at the board very carefully here, because even though he needs 5 kilos to level up, actually he needs 6 to get ahead of the Welshman.
That's correct. He needs 6 kilos, and hopefully his coaches are looking at that part of the board and not just looking at the 9 lifters left in this session.
Now, a second attempt. This can only take him to 257.
That was much better. He's got a big smile on his face, and he's shaking his head. Shaking his head like it's no big deal, apparently, not shaking his head because he doesn't believe in himself. That was a great jerk. Awesome timing, awesome power.
So he at the moment is in third place. Rustam Sarang is in second place. And Gareth Evans remains the clubhouse leader. So Constantine has put up his opening attempt by just a kilo from 145. And remember, this man who finished on 120 kilos had 2 attempts at 126, missed them both. Otherwise, he would have been very much on terms. In fact, as it turned out, he would have led at the halfway stage by a kilo. No, not yet settled. Waits for the down signal. 3 white lights. So
it was a dance, but that's okay, because this athlete's hobby when he's not lifting is music. He buys a guitar and every place he goes to compete.
So he goes to 266 and puts himself up into second place, but he's still behind, of course, Gareth Evans, but he is 2 kilos behind. Weighed in at 61.93. Gareth Evans 61.75. So again, Here the Malaysians have to take note of Evans' total and make sure they go for at least 3 kilos more for the final attempt. Or I should say at least 3 kilos for his second attempt.
That's right.
And still waiting to start their challenges. And this is interesting because Vaipava Yoni from Samoa has gone to 160. And Minasidis has gone to 151. And Sudesh Perez is on 150. And Morea Baru also on 150. And none of them have started. So it's Dissanayake, 149 to add to the 120 that he got in the first half. He only got one good lift in, so this would be for 269. And this would put him into first place and push Gareth Evans down to second. Gareth Evans at the moment still very much a player in this.
That's right, he's doing extremely well, and he may be benefiting from having done it earlier in the morning when there wasn't so much tension in the building.
So first of his 3 attempts here for Dissanayake. Indika, home for him in Kandy. You know, as he started to make that lift, you could just, for me, I could just see the uncertainty in his eyes about what he was just about to do. So it's the status quo at the moment.
Well, he had missed his first attempt, his first 2 attempts in the snatch. So hopefully he's not on that same pathway and he'll make this next lift.
Yeah, Morea Baru, I've got a bit more confidence about this man coming in now. And Ray Evans and Gareth Evans getting really into this now, I should think. Because this is, the way it's going is turning out even better than they could have hoped for. And a lot of this, of course, Jeannie, is all about the failures, the number of failures in the first part in the snatch. There were so many who failed to get kilos we expected them to get. That's why they're in a difficult situation here in the clean and jerk.
That's right. The tone was set in the snatch. Now they're trying to repair the damage in the clean and jerk.
This man's going to get this.
That is brute strength. When you stop in the bottom of a squat like that.
Oh. Well.
Coming out of that clean definitely took some juice out of his legs.
Yeah, I think absolutely right. Just, it doesn't seem much, you know, because it was his first attempt, but, you know, you just use up too much energy. You lose the strength, the power.
That's right. It's just so hard to be explosive and jump and throw that bar off of your shoulders to arm's length after such a difficult recovery from the clean. But that athlete from Papua New Guinea, he's going to come out and make a successful lift as he did after missing his snatch.
Now, would you say the same about Indika Dissanayake of Sri Lanka, who now faces his second attempt, which again would put him right to the top of the table in first place by a kilo.
I'm hoping it doesn't take him 2 misses to sort himself out and come back and make a lift as it did in the snatch.
It's got a relatively light body weight at 61.56.
There we go.
This for the lead. And now he's really in trouble. You know, he has now made 1 out of 5.
That's right. He's, just 6 kilograms below his personal best, which isn't too far when we're talking about big numbers like this. But it's definitely a weight he has done several times, probably even in the last few weeks.
You see this sometimes in weightlifting where suddenly, the good lifts evaporate and they're hard to find. And there's something that goes round the warm-up room, and people start losing belief.
That's right.
They concentrate on others. They look at the others' failures instead of just controlling what they can control. Now this has to be much more.
That was a better clean.
Marginally.
Less effort involved. He had it at arm's length. It was powerful. He just didn't block when it was in the split.
We've got 2 more men, Jeannie, on the edge of dismissal.
That's correct, we do. And what you were just saying about it getting into people's heads and something going around the room, I think that's energy, and you know it takes a lot to be able to cut yourself off from the energy in the room.
Still, Ioane of Samoa and Minasidis of Cyprus to start their challenge. And also Sudesh Peris, man who finished on 123 kilos, the closest to Minasidis. So Disanaika, by the way, has pushed up to 150. So 1 or 2 here looking at the bronze medal. They're sort of assuming that people like Minasidis are going to be in there for the gold or the silver. Again, perhaps with Sudesh. And then there's a Samoan who's actually only going to appear at 160, who's really going to try and come with, you know, a whizzing late run.
This is such an impressive weight. This is 2.5 times what these athletes weigh.
Yeah, but remember the Samoan, when he starts his challenge, he's going to start 10 kilos behind Minasidis.
That's correct. And 100 kilos over body weight.
The athlete Sudesh Peris, Sri Lanka, 150 kilos, first attempt.
So 150 kilos, and both Baru and Disanyaki put the bar up to 150 as well. So that's why they're not out on stage, because first attempts always take precedence.
That's correct, and this athlete's already done 154 in the 62s. He's done 160 in the 69s.
This for the lead. Oof.
Wow.
He was so close to sitting back and losing that.
He really was. It was like the snatch all over again.
Yeah.
That's exactly how he missed those snatches. Or sorry, that one snatch at 123.
Well, I can tell you, when you look at the board here and you look at the red and you look at the white, or in our case, the green for success, I mean, there's the percentages are, it's got to be 60 to 70% of failures, 30% of good lifts.
That's right. Like you said, there's something going around that warm-up room. I believe it's negative energy. You know, just doubt. People pick up on it. It's a vibe. We need someone to turn it around. Maybe the DJ.
I'm just looking at this. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. Only 5 good clean and jerks so far. Only 5.
That's really going a long way to keeping Gareth Evans high on that scoreboard. Still in first position right now.
Now, because the likes of Disanake and Baru, they're on their 3rd attempt. So again, this is why Sudesh is going to come out and take his 2nd attempt at 150. So, what is going on? This has not unfolded as we imagined.
No, not at all. But it is keeping it high stakes here. Lots of pressure on every lifter coming out here to do a lift.
Well, when you look at the weights of previous champions, I mean, it's amazing. Marcus Stephen won this title with 292.5 in KL, and we're a Himalayan range away from that today.
That's right, but it's very hard to come close to legends like Marcus Stevens. That record has stood for a long time for a very good reason.
Well, try Yurik Sarkassian then, 277.5. Will that do you? He won the title, of course, in 2002 in Manchester. So, second attempt. No, didn't even catch it.
That is definitely hard on the belief in oneself. That is going to be very hard to come back from.
I can't believe what's happening in front of my eyes here. We now have 3 men who are down to their last attempt, who, if they all failed, that would make 5 men out of the 11 going out of the competition.
And in the B group, did we not have athletes
Yes.
bombing out?
Yeah.
50 kilos to score a total and stay in the competition.
So, what Disanaika has gone to 151. So he's playing his own personal game of high stakes poker, and Morea Baru of Papua New Guinea is the first man who has to try and save his day. He has 120. He's going for 150. The two together would give him 270 and would put him into first place for the moment. He would then surpass Gareth Evans, who's been watching all of this unfold in front of his eyes here. So, believe me, this is real pressure.
The crowd is definitely behind him right now.
But it's the cleans that have been his undoing. They've been fussy, they've been difficult.
There we go.
Well,
that's the one he needed right from the start. That's it. And you can see those coaches breathing a sigh of relief.
And you know, it actually does come to that, because what happens is that suddenly you realize how serious it is. The chips are down. There are no more margins. There are no more opportunities.
It's do or die. That is a lift that you will be proud of for the rest of your life. When you pull something like that off in an international competition at a multi-sport games.
But just to put that in context, he still finished 8 kilos below his entry total.
I think we're going to see a lot of athletes here today finishing well below what they had expected.
Yeah, Sudesh Perez, he was aiming for 280. Now, this would be, what would this be? This would be 270 as well. So this would be well below. Gareth Evans sitting in second place at the moment.
That's the clean he needed. Well done. I'm not sure if we saw any movement. There we go. One red light. A little bit of movement in the shoulders, maybe an elbow. You can be sure that those first 2 clean and jerks really taxed him, and that last one was not easy.
But it's ridiculous, really, because they're only getting the wake-up call when it comes to the final moment. So Gareth Evans drops to third place. And Minasidis now coming onto the stage, 151. First job, secure a total. Then take a hard look with the coaches as to where this might go. When you look at this now, there are just 3 men alive in this competition with lifts remaining. In fact, let me correct that, there are 4. But 2 really with significance. Oh, power jerk.
That is a risky style to use at the jerk. You have to be just as precise as you do in the snatch.
He's lost a life.
That's right. One of his players are dead. He's only got 2 left to try to win the game.
For his second attempt, be prepared. Come on back.
So, Constantine Clement. Bar is at 151. Now, he's got a total of 266. So, 5 kilos, taken to 271. So he'll tuck in behind Sudesh Petris, who's got 273. And ahead then of Baru, and Gareth Evans would slip off the podium down into 4th place.
And just a reminder, this athlete has not been out for at least 10 lifts.
This is his second attempt.
He's getting very low, almost touching the platform. What a grind. He almost had it, but like I said, 10 lifts. It means he definitely had to do some extra warm-ups in the back, and that really saps the energy.
So the only thing that's in his favor is that Minasidis has got to come out and take this, so he'll just get a little bit more recovery time.
That's right. I wouldn't be surprised if he's able to do that 3rd lift just by the fact of the timing lining up properly with that 1 weight in between.
There are a lot of men who are going to go back to their village tonight, and they'll look at video at some point and they'll say, if only.
What happened? Yeah.
If only.
This sport is so technical. So few people know that. It really takes coming in and watching it live to understand just how technical this is. Strength will only take you so far. That clean wasn't easy. I don't know if he's going to be able to do any better on this lift. That was a bit better.
Oh, and have a look for the Pyrostimos, little look there. And 151 kilos. So that takes him to 276, puts him into 1st place, 3 kilos ahead of Sudesh Pettis. But remember, he also has got body weight advantage over the Sri Lankan. Down into 3rd place goes Morea Baru now in 3rd, and Gareth Evans is off the podium in 4th place.
So you can really see that lift was successful because of that more efficient clean. And there's Gareth.
Well, he's taking it all in good spirit there, isn't he? I mean, maybe he didn't think, I'm sure at the beginning of the evening, he probably thought he wouldn't be, contending this sort of position.
Well, we were talking about whether or not he could crack the top 10, and here he is, sitting in 4th this late in the game.
Well, I don't think we or he expected the amount of red on the scoreboard.
No, I don't think anyone could have anticipated that.
So, 6 kilo increase. This is for Rustam Sarang, the man who missed out by a kilo last time he was at the Games. And he's missed out again because that would have taken him to 269.
Which still would not have been enough.
No. So.
That's a rough day at the office for that athlete.
Disanaki of Sri Lanka has got 1 attempt left. But just remember, folks, that Vaipava Ioane of Samoa has not even started. He has posted 160. I don't think he can come down from that because of the deficit that he has to make up from the first half of the competition. Otherwise, I could have seen him maybe moderating his opener.
That's right. He's going to see what it takes to get 3rd place. I'm assuming he's going to secure a spot on the podium, and then he's going to chase the leader. But he's in a great position because nobody is going to touch him with that 160 starting weight.
So here we've got Constantine Clement, and he's looking for 151 for his final attempt here. Now this would be a 5-kilo increase. That would take him from 266 up to 271 and would put him into the bronze medal position.
And this is 3 kilos below his best, 154, which is a Malaysian record. As I said before, I think that he has a better shot at doing this than his previous attempt, just because of the way the attempts have lined up and how much time he's had to prepare.
But just also remember how much petrol he's already used up.
That's right, but now it's do or die. There we go. So close. Such determination. That must have been his sticking point. He hit it and he just couldn't get past it.
I know it's easy for me to say now, but I actually never believed he was going to do that. I just think the previous 2 attempts have taken so much out of him. Add the whole rest of the shenanigans from the competition going on, and I just think the gas wasn't there. And that means that Gareth Evans stays in 4th place, and Morea Baru stays in 3rd. Suresh Petris is in 2nd place, and the man who leads, of course, is Ninasadis, and he's still got 1 attempt left. So he's got 1, and Disanaki of Sri Lanka has pushed the bar up to 153. Remember, he's only got 1 out of 5, so he's going for 273 because he weighed in at 61.56. Now, the man who's currently in 3rd place,
he actually will
273.
Puts him in 2nd.
Yeah, by body weight. By body weight. So he will push Baru off the podium, but he won't.
That would have been amazing. Such a gutsy move had he been able to pull it off. 4-kilo jump after 2 misses, making only his 3rd attempt. And
no total.
No total. Another one bites the dust.
So Minisidis wants to take 4 more. I mean, he is guaranteed a place on the podium. Currently, he's in 1st place. So he's going to take an extra 4 kilos here to take him up to 280, which is a respectable kilo total for this category. And then, basically, he's going to leave it to the Samoan to do whatever he can.
And I believe this would force the hand of the Samoan. If he is able to get 155, that means the Samoan has to do 167, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
That's the way. I need a calculator.
Yeah, and that is equal to the clean and jerk Commonwealth Games record of Marcus Stephen.
Wouldn't that be something? You can tell this athlete is very motivated by the crowd. That last lift was pretty spectacular, technically.
So, all things being equal, I think both of us think this is probably to secure the gold. The door is just open for the Samoan, and it'll be further ajar if he fails, but if he gets it. Ooh, hard. But
not easy.
What has he got inside there?
Oh, this is really changing the game here.
So 276.
The Samoan now only needs 162 to go into 1st place.
Well, this would be some steel, wouldn't it?
Yes.
This would be some steel. So he has moderated his opening weight down from 160 to 156. Because what he's thinking about here, of course, is let's get on the podium first.
Secure bronze and then see what happens.
This will take him to 271. So this would put him into the bronze medal position. So he's looking to pick them off one by one.
And that is not what he had planned.
So he's got 2 more attempts.
He's got a smile on his face, though. He doesn't seem too concerned.
156 kilos, Seth Barclays. Time for 2 minutes.
So what just happened? The bar falling on him like that. See, he caught it, went back on the heels, landed with the weight on top of him. As you can see, the weight didn't actually touch him when he fell. This is one of the benefits of having weights be that size from the floor, is it just lands above you. No contact with the body once you're in the prone position. There is something scary about coming out last like this with 3 attempts left, nobody else lifting.
In the snatch phase, we had, of course, 11 lifters who started this competition. That meant 33 attempts. 20 were failures.
Wow. That is some crazy statistics.
17 failures in the clean and jerk so far. But remember,
Take it. Come on.
it wasn't 33 lifters because 6 lifts didn't happen because of people who were eliminated in the first half of the competition. So you're talking about 17 out of 27.
That's right.
So that just tells you just what has happened in this competition. It's not being determined in a way by success. It's been, at the moment.
He's got to make this lift easily so that he can decide whether he wants to go for gold or silver.
Well, that's what he's hoping. But he's got to clean it first.
What amazing power in those legs.
Oh.
Brilliant. That's what he needed.
And that's the bronze medal taken away from Maria Baru and puts himself into the bronze medal position with 1 more attempt. Now, that leaves him on 271. That, in terms of kilos, is 5 off the leader. But now we have to take into account body weight because he weighed in at 61.76. The man who has the 276 kilos, Dimitris Minasidis, is the lighter man. So 5 kilos won't do. It's got to be 6.
And the same thing goes for the silver. He is heavier than the athlete that's currently in the silver position. So he needs to beat him by 1 kilo. So I'm wondering whether that lift, because it wasn't a very easy clean, he definitely got driven into the ground.
Oh, heck, I'd just go for the gold.
You'd go for the gold?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, don't muck around. Just go for it. I mean, he's on, you know, he's going to go 160 and then he's got to go 162. Yeah, I mean, you know, pointless, Jeannie. You know,
I agree.
He's on the podium. Go for the gold. How, you know, does he know if he'll ever be in this position again?
That is a really good way to put it, David.
Today's the day. Live for the moment.
That's right, and he has nothing to lose. He's on the podium. There was a bit of fear going into that last lift. Maybe if he would have missed it, you know, where did that leave him? But now he's already got something to be proud of, nothing to lose.
This season's Oceanic champion, Vaipava Ioanni, looking to go and take this by 1 kilo, which is what he needs to do.
So now the coach is bringing him towards the platform. We can assume that they've made a change.
But it's still sitting on 260, and that's not enough. That's not enough to take the gold. And they've gone conservative. They've looked for 4 kilos to take him up to 275. But I don't quite understand that because the man in the silver medal position's got 273.
He only needed 274. So here we see a case of an athlete taking more weight than he needs to win the medal. Hopefully he'll make it and it won't matter.
Or they messed up the maths. So.
a beast.
Well, can he do it for a second time here? From bronze to silver.
Oh.
No, he can't.
That's unfortunate.
Just too close to the windpipe. Dr. Irani, Mike Irani in there very close, quickly.
No, he put that down at the right moment.
Yeah.
He'll be all right.
And so it is, as the lifter takes the applause and the respect of the audience, the Commonwealth Games champion for 2014 at 62 kilos is Dimitris Minasidis. He is the champion with 276 kilos. The runner-up is Sudesh Petris of Sri Lanka. And in third place, a brave Vapara Yaoni, who really took on the world to try and come in the most dramatic fashion to snatch the big prize, but it wasn't to be. But he'll recover, and he'll be on the podium in the bronze medal position. But Minasidis, he's got the Commonwealth title to add to those European silvers and European bronzes, and that's really special. The man from Paphos, here he is, looking very cool, not very excited, but I think he'll be excited when he goes out on the podium there. I think, relieved, because I think he was uncertain about what, the man from Samoa might do.
I'm really wondering how he can balance the life of being an elite athlete with being a DJ.
Well,
The two don't seem to go hand in hand. I mean...
Well, you train, and then you rest, and then you go to the Brazuki Garden, and then you go, later on, you go and do a bit of house.
That's right.
Here we are. This is how it unfolded in the clean and jerk contribution to the total. Yanni there with 156, Minasidis though, but all those kilos that Minasidis got earlier on in the snatch discipline playing to his favour. But the standings that really matter, which we'll bring you in a moment, look at the men who failed there, Greg Shushu, Lapua as well. But this is the leaderboard that matters most. And there it is, gold to Cyprus, Sri Lanka the silver, Samoa the bronze, Papua New Guinea, and Gareth Evans from 12th up to 5th place. What a climb up the table, and that's an absolute personal best for him.
That's amazing, and I'm really curious how the Malaysian athlete, would have felt given the chance to be in the B group. Maybe things would have gone better for him.
Well, that's an if only, but look again here at the number of men who failed to get a total.
Well, yet more memorable performances on day 2 here in Glasgow. Patricia Bezubenko on your screens at the moment, winning one of 22 golds available in the individual all-around rhythmic gymnastics. 4 golds were won at the Sir Chris Hoy Velodrome. He was there to witness it, including Joanna Rousseau in the 3,000 metres individual pursuit for England. We also witnessed some great racing in the pool. That's including an emotional world record by Madison Elliott in the 100-metre freestyle S8 final, while Megan Fletcher showed her bravery to recover from a facial injury and take gold in the judo. No shortage of drama. For now, though, it's nighttime in Glasgow.